Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finals weekend of the Unified Collegiate Championship. Today is semifinals day, and we've got a lot of fun collegiate action coming your way. I'm your host for this weekend. My name is Jonah. I am joined by the lovely Chief and the lovely Lynx as well. Brian, welcome. You weren't here last weekend. You excited to get started?
I'm so hyped. I gotta watch from afar. We saw incredible games, and Jonah, I promise you, this weekend's games are gonna be even better.
Well, before we move on to this weekend, Carter, we've got to talk about what happened last weekend. We saw mostly pretty one-sided games. Talk us through it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You know, Brian's up here like, I think we'll get some great games this week, and I don't know how we could top the batch we had last week on Saturday. Let me tell you. It was a day in which Bello and I were casting, and in a minimum day where there are two best of threes, you will see at a minimum 28 rounds. We saw 29. So it was a very one-sided day. Converse St. Clair and Ohio State versus USC Sumter were the two games that we saw on Saturday. And as Jonah said, they were especially one-sided. The next day, Sunday, was a little bit different. We obviously had Akron Kettering go the same 2-0 that we saw before, but we were treated to a surprise in the NC State-Wisconsin game, with NC State actually struggling on a map that they had said they were pretty confident on, losing out Border and going to our only three-mapper over the course of the previous weekend, but NC State still coming on top in the end. And what we have now is a Final Four that, aside from OSU, I think a lot of us expected to be.
Right, OSU, Chief, this is something I know you wanted to mention. They kind of got here, and nobody expected them to get this far.
OSU has been first rounded in every single collegiate competition they've played all year. So coming into the UCC, Jonah, I think it's pretty fair that everyone is expecting them to just get jettisoned in round 16. Oh no, absolutely not. They slammed Purdue, and now they're here in the semifinals. And honestly, I think they're the dark horse of the competition. And honestly, I think they're a team that we're going to see tomorrow in the grand finals.
Wow, that's bold, and we will get to that a little bit later. But first, to keep things on last weekend for just a moment longer, we actually have a unique perspective into the eyes of the players. We actually have some comms from last weekend's matches that we can play for you now. Take a listen.
Watching for just wait. Yana box 2. She's now crouching in the open. Box 1, lockers, swinging, swing close. Dead. That's case.
First right here, close.
I got camp for free still.
Holding it, freezer. Swing. Nice. Nice job, guys.
And I'm gonna walk up.
One's in lodge again. One's in lodge again. By the door. He swung hallway. What the f? He's in master now. In bath. Wait. In bath.
No. Behind the stacks. What the fuck is that call?
There's one master.
What was that call? In bathroom.
There's two.
Yeah, they're both dead. They're both dead. Stop shooting me.
What's that mean? I mean.
That's actually really weird because I came over where D-Son was, and he probably would have.
You came over D-Son? Huh?
Unless he's about to be full of something else.
These guys did shit.
Alright, guys.
What? Is NC Jack gonna tell on us? Is profanity banned?
It's not profanity, what?
Is sanity?
Type in team chat.
Nah, I'm clipping that for fun.
No.
His personal collection. NC Jack, who do you think the lightest operator in Siege is?
Yana?
Hibana.
Yana just not. Do you see?
Nope.
I mean,
it's just
are
Hibana.
we looking at the same person here?
Has to be Hibana.
Nope, Habana's not the right answer.
This is a defender.
Arini.
It is a Southeast Asian woman.
Kebi.
Nope.
Malusi.
I got the cuck cam.
Yeah, spoiler alert, it's Ying. By like
really?
Ying
large
is the
margin.
lightest?
That's
it's like she's like 7 kilos lighter than everyone else.
Yo, this should be clear, Danny.
That's why me and Ying connect so much.
Yeah, because you both.
I see myself in there.
Kitchen is clear right now too.
One is which was that garage? Oh. Rushing garage door?
No,
right side garage door. No, there's like 4 garages. They have a monting on me. Oh no.
You're fine.
No.
You're fine.
You're good.
They have a Blackbeard as well.
I'm going oil. Just don't peek, guys. You have to say a lot.
On shields. I have the guy on shields.
Yeah, literally don't peek. Literally sit still.
Oh fuck.
I have C4 for when they walk in.
I can C4 that Monty.
I'm C4. I'm C4.
Sophia, left side garage door.
What happened? They should have got it.
Garage then. Oh my god!
Ice Cold's a menace.
My friends, that is incredible!
That's an incredible.
Look at this.
These guys are so.
Ice, they're literally boosting your stats, Ice. This is not fair.
This is
a stat booster.
Give me scholarships, Sheldon. Give me scholarships.
He's not gonna.
That's a very interesting perspective that we don't get to hear very often, right? As casters, analysts, hosts, we're always speculating what it sounds like in their comms, but interesting that we actually got to listen into some of the shenanigans that happened last week. But enough about last week, guys. Let's transition to the games we've got in front of us today. The semifinals, once again, we'll pull up this bracket for you to remind everyone how these teams got here, but we're going to be starting things off with a banger. We've got Converse, Ohio State up first. Brian, just give me your thoughts about this matchup as a whole.
Both teams are coming in very hot after their quarterfinal victories. You heard what I said earlier. Ohio State, they're the underdogs. They're the team I think that everybody has overlooked, and also they're the team with probably the most unique map bans and maps so far. They've been playing a lot of the newer maps in the 9 competitive pool, and I think that's something that Converse is going to find a little tricky to deal with today.
Yeah, we've focused a lot on the map bans these last few weeks. Of course, in Collegiate, we don't often see these new maps, and since there have been these new maps thrown into the pool, that's another element to consider, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Right now, let's focus on the players. Let's focus on the teams we've got in front of us. Carter, I'll throw this Converse roster to you. Tell me about this 5-stack who has been assembled for the sole purpose of collegiate destruction.
Well, I appreciate you giving me the duty to talk about this roster, but I don't know how much more I can add with how long they've been at the top tier of echelon since they first dropped on the collegiate scene. They really have not left the limelight this entire time. Avian, Lokirio, Thunderbolt, Ice Cold, Brain Dead Aimer, they've been around here and been at the top for seems like the past year now consistently without ever dropping much more than 1 or 2 spots. They've had, at the same time, a fairly easy run through the bracket, and even as Brian said that Ohio State might be overlooked a little bit, it's hard to see how this roster, with the bracket they've had leading up to today, that they won't be in the grand finals tomorrow, despite how much Brian might think OSU can pull it out in the end.
They have had a lot of grand finals experience, right? They've been tearing it up in the collegiate scene, like you said, ever since they got here. But let's actually take a listen into what these players have to say. We've got an interview. We've got some highlights coming to you right now.
Hi, my name is John Eckley. I go by Avian Endgame. I'm the team captain and manager, and also flank watch for Converse Sports.
Avian gets aggressive at a perfect moment.
It's a great retake there by Converse. Talk about a power play for the Jaeger.
It, of course, feels great to be in the top 4 of UCC. We thought we were going to have an easy ride here, and based on last week's results, we did have a very easy ride to get here. We didn't expect that we were going to be playing the Ohio State in our semifinal game. We honestly thought it was going to be Purdue, so that was a little bit of a switch up for us. But it really shouldn't be a problem on our way to another grand finals. Our journey to the top 4 for UCC was like all of our other collegiate R6 tournaments and the Ubisoft Collegiate League. It was a piece of cake. It's going to be another W. The strengths of our team are definitely our combined experience that we're leveraging into our newer players, Lokirio and Ice Cold. By imparting our many years of experience, like my 3 years of professional play and 3 years of semi-professional play, we're imparting our knowledge of how this game's been run, how games have been played over the years and over the seasons, and all those little tips and tricks we're imparting onto these new young bloods that are going to carry the torch for us when we eventually graduate. What do I think about the other teams in the top 4? I'm not really worried. Akron and NC State, it depends on who's more washed, Taco or Fozo. And then it'll just be a duel of the fates between me and Fozo, who's the most washed ex-pro player. What are we looking forward to in the finals? Well, what I'm personally looking forward to is drinking the tears of the LMG crutch mains, IMAT and JetCon. It's going to be another freebie. First place finish for us. It's not even going to be quite a close contest, even though we went all 5 maps last time. What's my favorite thing about Collegiate R6? Well, that's kind of hard. I think it has to be how free everyone is in this league. Holy smokes, you're all trash. We're the best. You can't do anything against us.
Well, Avian is confident, and some would say that that confidence, Brian, is warranted. You've had the unique perspective of actually seeing this team almost from its inception tear up the collegiate scene.
Jonah, they've won every single grand finals except stage 3 of Collegiate R6, where they fell to Akron in kind of a frustrating match with connection problems. But stage 1 and 2 victors, they won R6CC. I mean, Converse has won it all. Carter said it already. They're hot. They're looking good. I mean, it's hard to see reality where they fall. But again, remember, OSU, sure, they've been mid all year long, but they're starting to heat up too. RNO said it in an interview last week. They're happy to be here. And sometimes when the vibes are up, you perform at your best.
Well, let's talk about OSU. Let's talk about Converse's opponents and the team that they're going to have to go up against today. Brian, once again, tell me about this team.
Well, we talked about RNO earlier. I mean, the man just creates vibes, and vibing with him is Mustard, Dyson, Big Boosh, and Elo. I mean, this roster, again, they're not as formidable as Converse has been all year long, but they're a roster that is working hard. They have started to perfect their craft, and it's a roster that Converse truly needs to respect here in the semifinals.
Well, I loved Avian's interview, right? And that was certainly entertaining because he showed us a good bit of confidence, but Arno is maybe one of the most wholesome characters we've got in Collegiate right now. We have a chance of actually hopping into a quick interview with him. Some more highlights from OSU. Let's take a look.
Hello, my name is Arno. I play for Ohio State Scarlet team, and I am the IGL and Heart Breacher for them.
Good for a triple. The plant for Arno is almost done. Ohio State will take another throne round in a row.
We're extremely stoked to be in the top 4 of the UCC. Our road to get here has been a little rocky, but we hope that we can prove to everyone that we deserve to be here. Why I say our road to the UCC was a little rocky is because we had very lackluster performances in the first, second, and third stages of our Collegiate R6, which was the only league that we participated in. However, I like to think that kind of like all changed, or the catalyst was the Purdue Land Invitational. When we decided to go there, we actually wanted to like scrim and do the best that we could, so we decided to actually block out a whole entire week and scrim every single day. And with that performance, we saw that we could actually do something, and ever since then, we've been putting a lot more time and dedication to prove that we're top 4 material. I think the strengths of our team is definitely our fragging ability. I'm like the only support-minded player on our team, and everyone else is just always gun up and just outgunning everyone else. My favorite thing about Collegiate R6 is definitely the people that I've met along the way. I mean, my first semester, we didn't really know who the team was gonna be, and then like I met Danny, which is serving, and he's been like a really good friend to me. Like he started as Plat 2, and like we stayed up all night one night, and he got to Diamond the next season, and then the next season he champ. So making those memories and talking to a lot of people around my college, and just making really good memories with them. The other 3 teams, NCSU, Converse, Akron, I think they're all great teams. It's great that they're here. I think they boost everyone else in the collegiate scene to do better. They're the reason why we scrim. Without them being like the higher echelon of teams that like they are, none of us would have to put in the work and the hours to catch up to them. So I'm really grateful for them being here and making Collegiate R6 like actually worthy and have a little bit of fortitude to its name. However, I hope we can beat them soon. What I'm looking forward to in the semifinals is, hopefully winning. If not, just having a really good performance and showing that next year or the years to come, that will be a dominant force in the Collegiate R6 scene.
It's great to see that OSU is just happy to be here, right? They've gotten this far, and clearly they are proud of it, Carter. But is that going to be enough to put them over the edge, let's just say? I mean, Converse, as we've already talked about, is a dominant team. Do you think that this OSU team, as we know it, the form they've been in these last few weeks, is that enough to put them over the top?
I mean, it always gets brought up whenever there's an underdog in the mix going against the top teams, that when you're going into a match, you're not expected to win. You're just, as you said, happy to be here. That is a dangerous spot, especially for the team that is expected to win. They're the ones with all the pressure. If Ohio State goes out in the round of 4, hell, they weren't supposed to be here. Being in the round of 4 itself is like the equivalent of winning the whole damn thing at that point. So there is certainly something to be said about going in with a good mentality and just playing to have fun that, 1, can help their play. Good confidence always helps. But 2, be problematic for the team that has the big burden going on their shoulders. But on the same token, you're in the round of 4. You can't succeed on just vibes and vibes alone. There has to be a commensurate skill there as well. And I think OSU, with their upset over Purdue, has certainly shown that they have some potential, especially in a wider map pool that some of those teams, not saying Purdue, but other teams that they have beat over Purdue in those, 5-2-0s they got to get here, they can abuse that stronger map pool that other teams might not have. But those bag of tricks might be running out. We're really going to need to see some good individual play and strategic capabilities on top of the good vibes and the have fun mentality that we know they can certainly bring.
Well, getting to the top 4 has already gotten them in the money. I mean, the top 4 teams here in the Unified Collegiate Championship split the $20,000 prize pool. That's $10,000 to the winner, $5,000 to second place, and third and fourth place, both splitting another $5,000, $2,500 each. So at this point, they're guaranteed to go home with a nice chunk of change. So they've got to be feeling good about that. But this is the time where we've got to talk about play style. You hinted at it there, Carter. It was the play style, right, that OSU brought against Purdue, potentially, that got them over the edge. Brian, do you think that OSU need to bring out a specific play style to counter the strategy that Converse bring out day in and day out?
They have to bring out a strategy that deals with a very aggressive roam and a roam where players are willing to just take gunfights and they don't care about their life. If they lose their life and they wasted time, that's going to be a win for Converse. Brain Dead Amir has his name for a reason because he just clicks heads. So OSU has to come together with a very methodical roam clear. If they're unable to do that, they might fall in 2 maps.
Well, speaking of maps, we can actually dive right into our map bans. Brian, I'll keep it with you for a moment here. Talk us through these picks we've got in front of us.
So I was expecting to see Chalet, I was expecting to see Bank, maybe a border and a theme park, because those are the 4 core maps that both of these teams have been playing pretty frequently. We're going to see one of them as map number 1, Chalet, and that concerns me because Converse is so good there, and OSU, I'm not too sure about.
Carter, what do you think?
Well, I know it's a little risky, right? We see Converse getting one of their best maps in the pool. We see OSU getting one of their best maps in the pool. And then we're also getting Clubhouse, a map that we see religiously amongst all teams on all levels of play. But I think this is a very interesting strategy from both these teams. Risky, but potentially effective. I know we were talking about this before we got into the show that sometimes, especially recently, teams will accept that, okay, our opponent has a very strong map. We know that because they're so strong on it, they'll leave it up in the pool. You know what? Let's just prep for it. Let's not ban it. Let them pick it and go further in. It can work in a best of 3 where you know a team is going to go to a map they're really good on. And for Chalet, which is a map I've constantly heard about how good Converse are on, and Border, a map that I have constantly heard that OSU are good on, especially after that victory over Purdue, I think both of these teams probably aren't going to be too surprised by these maps in particular coming out in this series. So I think it is risky, leaving Chalet up, which is one of Converse's best maps, and same with Border. But I honestly think both these teams have probably thought of this exact ban phase coming out, at least these maps specifically being picked.
Well, there's another risk to it, too. If I may step in 1 second, Jonah. We've seen Clubhouse once before. That was all the way back on the 22nd of October. Where it was the stage 1, one of the semifinal matches there, one of the round of 32, and Converse smoked OSU as a 7-3 on Clubhouse. So this is a map that OSU has lost to Converse in the past.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I guess we could talk a little bit more about Border because it is a map that we rarely ever see in Collegiate. We can count on 3 fingers how many times we've seen Border in Collegiate as a whole. So going to this map here, what are the implications, Carter, that you think Converse are going to have to stare down? I mean, they are a confident team like we've talked about, and they are here to win. But do you think this is a map they were prepared to go to today, or is this something that OSU might be able to exploit?
I think they absolutely were prepared to go to this today. We've seen, as Brian and I have both mentioned throughout this entire show up until this point, OSU have used a wider map pool, playing maps like Theme and Border, to get a one-up on maybe lower-level teams that haven't practiced those 3 new maps to the pool. I think that's something Converse can absolutely read into and prepare for going into the day. Also, in the VOD that we saw against Purdue, Sure, they were defending border in maybe a chaotic, aggressive style, you know, playing very far into CCTV and office, far off the site to try to take gunfights, but that's not exactly a revolutionary style of playing border. That's just how you defend border. It sucks to anchor on a lot of those sites, so you're forced to defend power positions like CCTV and Fountain. And I think, of course, if OSU are hitting their shots today, that could prove a big problem for Converse. But if Converse are still able to clear out that roam, I'm worried that OSU's defenses might be a little bit of a paper tiger, and that once those positions are cleared out, once Converse takes CCTV or take office, they're going to collapse, and one of the big selling points they had against teams like Purdue won't be a big factor anymore.
Well, I guess border is that second map after all, so we will be starting out on Chalet. Brian, I throw this one to you because I got a question, right? Like the play style that we know Converse throws out on Chalet. Is that something you think can translate easily over to border, or is that going to be a little bit of a, you know, mixed bag?
Actually, I think it translates pretty well. Let's think about bar on Chalet, right? Where you have to deal with the utility, you have to clear a fixed spot known as the library stairs before you can even execute into bar. Well, there's elements of that on border. As Carter was talking about, you have Fountain, you have CCTV. Those have those same elements where you're going to have to use utility, force away those roamers, force away those players deeper into site. And if you're able to kind of leverage the same style of play that you have on Chalet to border, again, it's going to be a strong experience for Converse. And also remember, Avian is a former pro player who's played both original iterations of these two maps.
That is a fair point, and it could be terrifying for Ohio State to go up against that. We're only moments away from getting into the game, but the final question that I will pose to you, Carter, before we get there is probably got to be about, well, the attack. Because what? We've got two maps that are, you could consider both attacker-sided. That is not something we see very often.
No, it is not, and I think Brian hit the nail on the head, though, when talking about the translation that border or Chalet has and vice versa. And especially when it comes to the attack, I think you can make the same statements. On both maps, Chalet and border, it's difficult to get into the building itself. Talking about library, a lot of the times teams will just, you know, sit on that balcony trying to clear utility, and the same thing can be said for CCTV and Fountain. But once the attack can actually get a foothold in the building, it really starts collapsing from there. And that's what you should be looking out for whoever team starts out on the attack, whether it be Converse or OSU. If they're able to consistently get in the building, or even if they lose the opening pick, but come back in the mid-round with 1-2 of their own, it's probably going to be that team who can make that transition on the attack who's going to be the one to take the day.
Well, I think it's fair to say we've done enough speculation, and we can dive right into our game. I will leave you boys to it, so why don't you take it away?
Well, thank you very much, Jonah. And you'll have to watch from the sidelines as Brian and I will take over OSU versus Converse. Or if you read left to right, Converse versus OSU. Brian, I'm going to have to address it right off the bat. You said, and I quote, OSU will be in the finals tomorrow. Brian, I don't think many people would agree with you on that. Would you like to defend yourself a little bit during the ban phase?
You know what? I like to spice things up, Carter. I want to get some controversy going.
Can tell.
But the thing is, OSU has been the underdog, overlooked every single competition that they've been in. And I think Converse are going to say, all right, we're guaranteed to play Akron tomorrow. We know that we're going to the grand final, so we're just going to steamroll OSU. But when they attempt to do that today, they're going to find a giant mountain in their way. That's going to be OSU saying, nuh-uh, I'm not going to roll over so easily.
Well, it is an interesting mentality that you talk about, maybe getting a little bit overconfident. We'll see if maybe Avian's confidence in the interview is evidence of that pattern. Bans coming in, though, of course. We have Ohio State University banning Zero and Wamai. Converse starting out with the Thatcher. I imagine ending things up will probably be either the Valkyrie or the Mira. It can go either way on Chalet as opposed to other maps, but given that you do want to try and stop the attackers from entering the building, like we said a few seconds ago, Valkyrie might be the one that takes precedent, but keeping that Mira on the board can make positions like library stairs, for example, or pillars specifically, a little bit easier to play. But without that Wamai on the board, that is a key piece of utility gone that makes the defense on this a little bit easier.
But look who also made it on forward. Flores was not banned. We talked about the bar defense earlier, where you're putting your deployable shield, your ADSs, your Rooney gates, and you just try to defend that fixed position as long as possible. Well, Carter, Flores comes in with their explosive drone, says, nice ADSs, nice deployable shield, and detonates the drone. All of a sudden, all of that hard work of the defender has been completely nullified. The defender has to hightail it down the stairs and hope they don't get their forehead removed in the process. So critical bits of utility available to the attacking team to expedite their attack.
See if OSU opt to switch to it with the attacker repick for the 45 seconds we'll start out. They get an opportunity to look at the defense's setup and decide to go for something different. Flores, not an operator we see all too often attacking kitchen and dining, though, so we might see OSU go for the same setup. Of course, since it is kitchen and dining, what we will likely see if OSU go for what I'm thinking of, which with the Maverick going on the board, it appears that they might. They'll be going for a library-sided take, trying to open up that dining wall alongside that office double panel on the second floor and the first floor, respectively, to try and cut those, go for a little half clear, you know, minimize the potential of the roam, minimize their potential to get any vertical play as they go in for the plant. With that Maverick on the board, I imagine you'll see them go from that south to north side over the course of this round.
And Ohio State has the flexibility of bringing that sledgehammer to open up that vertical, gain access into B, and start to push away some of those defenders playing underneath. But, Carter, in order to do so, you also have to clear Thunder and Ice Cold upstairs, who are starting to put a lot of utility there. We see a deployable shield, we see ADSs, and also those frost mats. So if Ohio State wanted to try to go in from the highway windows, they're going to have to be very mindful of potentially vaulting in from the window, but that's going to be a later stage, maybe something that Ohio State does to cut off some of the rotations of Converse members as soon as the pressure gets a little bit too hot over in office.
OSU acquiring a lot of this control very quickly. It's what you want to see. Not getting stalled up on anything that doesn't matter so far. They see part of the soft wall open up. They can try to shoot this cage, but I believe it's been placed in a little bit of a cheeky spot by Lokiria. No, just on the panel. So has been spotted on that Z-ping. I didn't see it, so I just assumed they couldn't either. But some nice drone work. Helped Servant find that, and a big boost will go to open it up anyway with the Maverick. Probably not expecting they could just open that one up for free. Instead, they'll open up a little hole, throw a nade on over. Not able to find Ice Cold, but it will open up the wall. So a minute 10 seconds in, already getting a key position on attacking kitchen and dining. It doesn't mean Converse have given it up yet, though.
We talked about expediting your attack. Ohio State doing a wonderful job at that. Still one more wall in their way. The nade's going to go down range, not finding the K-Claw. That's a critical miss, and the second one won't find its mark either. So now Ohio State's going to have to potentially start to scramble to find something, maybe the sledgehammer from above. Ice Cold falls, though, so that's more flexibility for Ohio State to continue on that vertical or have Mustard lurk downstairs in the basement, almost like Converse had somebody roaming down there.
Yeah, they're looking down at the basement, but they managed to find the Electric Claw. Overall, this has been a very solid attack for Ohio State. Getting the opening pick, of course, finding Ice Cold inside of office, but not getting tripped up on these Cade Claws, even when they lost all of their nades, save for Desons, of course, in trying to get it. They still have two in the Finkus pocket, and that big plan that Converse had to stall a little bit up top, but rely on the utility to do the talking has not worked nearly as well. Ohio State have pushed back the roam, pushed back the vertical up top. Now they do have to worry about the smoke and the C4s on the site. That's always something you have to worry about when you go for this half clear, but with Desons and Aids, unless they're caught by ADSs like they were just now, could find themselves at Lokirio's feet and getting some even further control on the site. But unfortunately, Arno just walks on in. They haven't cleared the Cade on the single panel. They rely on Deson to do the work, but he stays a little bit too long in the smoke grenade, loses his life. Now Converse are storming back. Thunder's retaken up top as BDA gets a third kill for Converse on the board. He's retaken a key position to watch the diffuser from up above. They can also use the little remaining smoke canisters they have to waste some more time. Servant down. Big Boosh gets one, but with Thunder's vertical angle, this is looking like Converse recovering in round number one and taking the victory. All that's left is to finish off the Maverick, and he'll do just that.
What a strange call there for Ohio State to execute with 45 seconds left on the clock. They didn't really do their homework of what the on-site pressure looked like, because for Converse, they didn't have the smoke deployable shield. Avian already lost their shield. They were back deep inside, and Ohio State, instead of trying to continue to manipulate the loss of power positions of Converse, they said, all right, Arno, run into sight, go for a plant, we'll try to cover you, good luck, champ, and Ohio State springs, and then they get smoked because they weren't doing a good job covering. They didn't quite move Avian back enough. The toxic gas grenades were doing their job, and as Ohio State starts to realize that the round is crumbling all around them, they start to make even more mistakes, Carter, because they start to rush the process. They start to vault into windows. They die to frost maps. Ohio just needs to start to take a deep breath. I know it's a semifinals, but they need to do their homework when it comes to the execute, because if they move too fast like that, the series might end up closing out a little bit quicker than we'd like.
Yeah, I'll certainly agree to that. We even saw Desan try to take down the Cade in that position, throwing a couple nades, but the first one was caught by an ADS, and then, as you said, they just cut their losses and decided to head into the site a little bit prematurely, even though it was 45 seconds left. Still, though, if they're able to replicate a lot of that early to mid-round that we saw them do, even with some missed utility, it was overall a really good-looking round for Ohio State. And even though they took a loss, a solid note to start out on for an underdog team. Ooh, one almost loses their life to Ice Cold, though, going for a spawn peek inside a piano. No damage taken on the side of Ohio State, though, so they won't worry too much. They will likely try to nail down that vigil at some later point in the round.
Ice Cold trying to get revenge of the opening death in the previous round, and with that spawn peek at the Vigil, Ohio State's going to now realize that there's going to be a full expansive roam upstairs. That's something they're going to have to deal with. Now, sure, it's a downstairs basement site, but Converse has essentially established themselves absolute map authority. They're roaming on every single square inch. Ohio's now taking the first steps upstairs in the office, and Ice Cold's response, Carter, is a simple one. He's just going to fall back, continue to waste time, try to cloak as much as possible to make sure the drones of Ohio State don't actually know where he's playing.
He's got a good idea so far, but because somebody's downstairs holding his cutoff at that window, he might have to sit over on Solar for a little bit, play his life. But no, he'll actually creep down. Could be risky, could walk in front of that Finka or that Fuse. He will do so. Oh no! Ice Cold getting a little bit ahead of himself. We're not aware of Big Boosh's position on that trophy window. Able to waste a minute 20 seconds, but now there's only 2 roamers left on that middle floor. Still a lot, but the vertical's coming on in. Mustard spots one down below, but it's a hectic exchange either way. Lokirio also losing a lot of his HP to a player holding flank, but as opposed to Ice Cold, he comes away not the victor, but alive, which at this point, halfway through the round, might be a win in its own right.
Ohio State could have put themselves in such a good spot, Carter, if they just landed those shots. Mistakes were made, though, and Ohio State is still dealing with this roam. They're not even on the first floor yet, and nowhere close to beginning to execute towards the basement. Sure, you got a sledgehammer once again, which means you can do some vertical, but I don't think that's going to be a factor at all as the members of Ohio start to queue towards the north, trying to push in through Wine. I think they're going to cut their loss. They're going to say, you know what? Converse, you've been roaming the entire time. We're going to try to go for a backside execute, and, well, with so many players over there, it might go in their direction. Well, maybe not so much anymore.
Well, this hasn't been the best transition of all time. Lokirio still on the top floor as well. Both him and BDA could, well, take down Converse from behind if they go in for a flank, or even retain control of that hatch, which is currently soft in kitchen. So Ohio State will need to be weary of anybody moving in through there. Servant upstairs on the middle floor at the moment, but Lokirio can likely find this one as the Zofia not even cognizant of the possibility that anybody could possibly be on that top floor. 20 seconds left as BDA moves in for the kill down west main stairs. He'll sprint, give away his position a little bit, but they're also trained on that doorway. This is a two-piece waiting to happen. He gets one, but the other makes it on through. The Mustard felled by Avian behind that shield. A spot never cleared. Big Boosh will have to account for all of them. Nice one on to Thunder, but close with a shotgun. The Fuse will have to die to that one singular pump as Converse take round number 2.
And another round where Ohio looks strong in the first minute or so of the round. And then they just start to make mistakes after the opening death once again of Ice Cold. It was the missed vertical that Ohio State just kind of threw away by missing their shots. It was their inability to capitalize on the roamers that ended up crashing not only down West Main, but found the pick on Zofia upstairs still lurking. Ohio State has the foundation to be successful so far on Chalet, but when it comes to the execution, they just start to move too quickly. It was bad communication of RNO running into the LMGE. I mean, it was just small little mistakes that ended up costing Ohio State far too much.
And I think Converse have certainly found a winning strategy so far in the past couple rounds. Obviously, Ohio State still got a little bit ahead of themselves in the late round, but as we just saw in basement, if Converse just continuously apply pressure on the roam, not a lot, not overbearing, but enough for OSU to feel it, OSU stall out even more time and struggle even more to transition to a late round. So we'll see how Converse, or even if they decide to implement that on Bar and Gaming. As we mentioned before, this typically revolves around clearing out library. Whether you come in from Solar or come in from library itself, you need to clear out that stairwell if you want to have a successive attack in the round. Same could be said for the pillar position that will likely see Ice Cold play behind a reinforcement. If Converse are able to apply enough pressure in this spot, or even just hold out for long enough, a minute 30, 2 minutes of the round, if you're really going for the maximum success, OSU are going to struggle a lot if the past 2 rounds have said anything.
Carter, I think I sold you some snake oil earlier. I was talking about
That's
Flores.
only 2 rounds.
Well, I was sold you Flores supremacy, though. Like, I was going to talk about, you know, oh, Flores is the best op. You destroy utility, but Ohio State's not bringing out my man Flores. They're going to go for the old school, the boring utility consumption simulator. Bring your flashbangs, bring your nades, your Zofia lifeline, and if you want to pressure library stairs, well, you got to whip everything in the kitchen sink to do so.
I do think it might be a little bit of a mistake there. We'll obviously see how this attack ends up panning out, but with the prevalence of those 2 shields on Library and Pillar, Flores is a very solid counter, especially without OMI on the board, because those Rotero drones can just move on through. Of course, they don't get sucked up by OMIs, but the nades also become equally as impactful. And one thing I was also going to note was if we cut back to Avian, how dangerous of a position he was playing, but Big Boosh made the argument for me. Playing that far up can have its benefits. You force the attack to waste a nade, but your only escape is dropping down the hatch, and sometimes the nade comes a little bit too quick.
The 3rd opening death in a row for Converse, and no trade potential again. So an interesting turn of events, and Ohio State once again, Carter, puts themselves in an excellent position, but now comes the hardest part of the round. Sure, your nade found an impact kill, but you're going to have to start to remove BDA, you're going to have to start to remove the deployable shield, and Ohio State's not really focusing as of yet on that because their exothermic charge just detonated over an office. This is going to allow them a new line of sight to the ice-cold deployable shield, where finally, then we can start to see things get whipped away downrange to remove the utility. And there's the ADS burn right there.
Start coming through an Ice Cold. Yep, Ice Cold will rotate back. There it is. Destroys both the shield and the ADSs. But the nice part about Library Stairs, you can still play a little bit aggressively and take cover behind those stairs. BDA also holding on to the top floor. Will take down Big Boosh. The Yana might have still had some utility left to use. But we're in that dangerous situation I warned about at the beginning of this round. If we see 2 minutes wasted, OSU are going to stall out even more than they've had in 2 previous rounds where we were giving them praise, heaping praise on them for the first, minute and a half, 2 minutes, they were able to succeed. And now, even more time has been wasted. Arno will get a nice kill onto Thunder. Mustard as well. And things, even though I was just criticizing them, are changing a little bit. Their fortune's looking a little brighter. Lokirio is isolated right now in main lobby, and BDA's still upstairs. 3 drop fireplace at the exact same time. BDA can get 1, he can get 2, he can drop the case on the floor and force OSU to come to him. Or try and play for the kills. Probably not go for the diffuser. At this point, the Malusi has to fall, and Deson catches him from behind. Excellent recovery by OSU, and what could have been an explosive 3rd round for Converse.
Wow, that turned into a roller coaster way too quickly there. Converse looked like they put themselves in a strong position. They were starting to waste time. Ohio State with 45 seconds left. I mean, you called it. I was thinking it. It looked like Ohio State for the 3rd time was about to stall. They're about to hit the brick wall, but for the first time today, especially here on Chalet, they won their gunfight. Simply put, they just started to click heads. Converse wasn't ready for that spring-loaded aggression, and Converse was trapped in the corners. Lokiri had nowhere to go. His mates were all dying around him, and it's a miracle that we saw 2 kills take place during that 1v4. I mean, it should not have been even that close. So Ohio State finally, with victory underneath them, hopefully they can translate that into a victory here on Kitchen, because they did look really good for the first 2 minutes and 15 seconds last time that we saw this round.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say, though, not to be Mr. Negative, is we need to still see something a little bit more convincing from OSU. Yeah, it was a win, but the nature of the Malusi able to get those 2 kills, and also just how the 2 kills that put it in a 2v4 came through, it very much looked like, oh crap, we got to start sending it through these windows, we got to start getting kills, got to start gaining momentum, and not so much part of the plan, but more so adapting to the circumstances in front of him. That's something, that's very nice to see. If things start going awry and you can manage to get your guns online and start getting kills, that is a skill to be admired in a team. But so far, and we can look to this round as an example, we need to see OSU have a little bit more control and not just rely on managing to win ones when the time is low.
A way to get that control when you're going into the execute is actually using the RNO smoke grenades to cover those lines of sight, or if you kind of get stuck in the extra aggression that Converse is bringing upstairs to prevent any type of vertical, you can also use those smoke grenades to cut off some line of sight. Ice Cold is already in the thick of it, though, as bullets are whizzing over his head, droned out and spotted out, and Ohio State already starting to work much faster than they did the last time that they were here. I wonder where that Cade Claw was placed, though. Is it placed in a spot where it can be shot? Doesn't seem so, because the MAV torch has gone out, and there's going to be the follow-up grenade.
See the nade go through, and I believe Servant did shoot it right there. Or, even if he did, it was dealt with successfully, and Ohio State won't have to fret too much about this plan in particular getting interrupted. You also saw an early engagement between Big Boosh and Ice Cold on this doorway once Ohio State wanted to start making inroads on the top floor and on the site itself, and Ice Cold has taken up that same position a second go around. Thunder also playing behind the shield. Ohio State do need to be careful about that spot, but oh no, look at this. Big Boosh knows he's right there, right into the doorway, and wow, Ice Cold actually manages to survive somehow. Put below half to be sure, but still alive to hold this position a little longer.
And Ice Cold's going to elect to take the gunfight. Somebody could be on a drone. You heard it rolling in the background, but nobody's going to give Ice Cold that free of a shot yet. And Converse is still fighting tooth and nail upstairs, Carter. They want to waste as much time as possible. And again, that has been the bane of Ohio State so far today. They've been unable to start to really gain momentum during their attack. Sure, you've opened up the site wall. Mustard's in a good position. But what about Avian? Full utility, 3 toxic gas grenades, good for 30 seconds of time wasting, and also Lokiria still has Nitro Cells. So Ohio State, they have a lot to deal with in about 50 seconds.
No kill on Ice Cold this time. He'll get aggressive, but he might be committing a little bit too much. He's on low HP. Thankfully, he survives. Big Boosh could have easily gotten an opening that Ohio State would have desperately needed at this point. Mustard gets the first one onto Avian. That's that smoke down. He tosses only 1 toxic canister, and now the biggest impediment now gone. Big Boosh might fall upstairs, but the bomb's gone down successfully. C4 goes wide as well. Lokirio takes the opening, takes the little breathing room OSU have given, and retakes down below in front of the breach. Servant has pulled off. Moving to a different angle, can cut off the castles, rotate, but BDA gets the jump on him. Now it's only Arno left in the 1v4, and a late round that went perfectly for Ohio State crumbles in their hands. Converse get the defuse and get their 3rd round after the interrupter from previous.
What a brilliant read from Ohio to see that they have an avenue to go for a plant. They use the smoke grenades, Carter. We were just talking about that. Awesome job, Ohio, that you went for your plant. But what about the post-plat? Probably even more important. You start to fan out those attackers to cover the diffuser, protect your nest egg, and Ohio, they simply just didn't put themselves in a comfortable position to play together as a team in a post-plat. Converse started to win their gunfights. Ohio State realized that they had to start to make plays. They had to answer with their own gunfights to play the trade game. And as Ohio attempted to play the trade game, they just got smoked into oblivion. A good read turns into a better read as Converse takes another round victory.
Still overall, again, even though it was a loss, it might seem odd that I'm going to give them more praise in the round that they lost as opposed to the round that they won, but that was still a much cleaner round through in and throughout. Obviously, the post plan had some issues, but that was honestly more so Converse winning a lot of their fights as opposed to truly getting the better of OSU. Positions were really held properly in a lot of areas by the Buckeyes, but it was just a matter of losing those ones, which is important, but still, that was a very clean round overall, especially with that pick onto Avian. Now, though Converse have won it, of course, we'll head all the way back down to basement, like we saw them do previously. And what was the big success here, Brian? It was that roam, which was just oh so impervious to OSU's attack.
And, you know, going back down to the basement, pro tip, don't shoot your teammates in the back of the head. We saw Arno
That is good. That is useful. Useful tip.
Yeah, we saw him get eviscerated by his teammates. So let's make sure our hard breachers are doing, I don't know, hard breachy thingies. You know, that's kind of their job after all.
I like this adaptation by Ice Cold. Recognizing how he died previously, that Big Boosh was holding the rotation outside a trophy window, opens up a hole above it, and, well, this is just poor drone work from Servant right there. Hops in the window, and Mustard falls as well. Did they just not check outside a library? One of the most common positions to hold on a basement defense? Well, I say that, you pretty much hold the entire map on a basement roam, but still, no drone work inside of library, catches and leaves BDA 2 free, easy prey for him to pick up. Now, OSU, who have had such a solid early to mid-round, have the worst one by a wide margin in round 5.
You know, I was joking about the job of a hard breach is to open up walls, but there's kind of a secondary obligation. It's to drone in your entries to make sure Mustard and Servant just don't get wiped off the face of the earth for free. Mistakes were made, and now Ohio State's going to have to find a way of overcoming the large disadvantage. And there's still not even in the building. They're still rappelling on solar windows. I mean, they're hunting actively for a kill. That's all fine and dandy, but remember, we're downstairs in the basement right now, and Ohio State has finally put boots on the ground, but you have 70 seconds to play with, and I think we're going to see a very similar execute to what we did last time. Just try to push the door, run in, but there's still roamers looking to take gunfights. Big Boosh has no idea what hit him.
Yeah, clearly some lack of coordination going on in OSU. Big Boosh is sending it in by himself. Bson's still on the rappel. Now, the only one left of what has been a disastrous attack for them so far. He sees the Vigil's gun around the corner, so he'll get at least one frag in round 5. But he still has 4 to deal with not much time left. Excellent shot by Lokirio to put that attack out of its misery, as they have 4 defenses now on Shell A. And if they get a 5th, this one might be over before it ever gets started.
I don't want to talk about it, Carter, but I have to talk about it. We have to go back to the conversation about those drones. What happened there, Ohio? Like, how did we make that mistake? It's a critical mistake. I mean, you have to drone Vines, you have to drone Office. I mean, that's just the order of operations. It's PIMDOS that was forgotten by Ohio State. And really, and I hate to say this, as soon as those 2 opening deaths happen, Converse kind of gets a free win, because Ohio State has to regroup their attack. They have to push from a new vector, and while they certainly did try to do that, the roam from Converse was just too much. Ohio State has been making some unacceptable mistakes so far today, Carter, and Ohio is a strong team, but right now their mistakes are something they've been unable to overcome.
Yeah, and just to provide some context to that, I mean, that's the first and only time so far in this entire half that Converse got the opening pick. Even in round number 4, they traded it out after losing Avian, but it's still been Ohio State University dominantly the victor in the early round, both in man count and map control, positioning, and utility. So this was a very troubling disruption to the pattern of the half so far, in a half that has still been going Converse's way. Can't see them start running out of steam already on Chalet. It's not over for them in the series, of course. This is Converse's map pick, but still, you can't let Converse start getting ground now towards the latter half of their defenses. We'll see Baron Gaming as the last one, where that's the only round Ohio State University successfully won so far in their attacking half. But even then, it was still Converse stalling 2 entire minutes of the round, and Ohio State only really ended up winning it by vaulting into windows and managing to win ones in positions that were a 50-50 and could have gone either way.
And BDA almost clutched up that 1v4 too. They found 2 incredible kills. They dished out a lot of damage, but weren't able to find the last 2. And that was a aspect of the Converse defense that should not have even happened. I mean, BDA should have just been smoked, and it should have just been a clean round for Ohio State. And even their only victory had a few mistakes here and there. Now it's time for them to put themselves in the 4-2 half. They have to find some impact, and the way that's going to look is droning out BDA on the roam, isolating them over by the solar stairs, and getting that opening pick, because you're right, it's been 4 opening deaths for Converse, and those have been rounds where Converse has pretty much just steamrolled their way into a victory. So BDA, they must lose their life earlier. The Yellow Pings identified BDA's position earlier, the nades in response, but BDA had relocated at that time and now has been redroned again. But there's the opening pick. Well done. Ohio State now has something to work with.
Now, one more in bathroom, though, so we need to see a little bit more intel gathering as well. Drone walks right by his feet. He takes the fight. Mustard on 1 HP, down immediately, and Servant almost caught lacking, and probably is caught lacking. Has to flick all the way to the right of his screen to take down the Jaeger, and loses almost all of his health in the process. Still has RNO for backup, but in clearing out this top floor, Ohio State have not been flawless whatsoever. Half the round wasted over by Solar. And while they have taken down important players like BDA and Ice Cold, they still have the utility to clear over by Library. And without Iana this time, they only have 2 nades to do it now that Mustard has fallen.
I guess you can start to subsidize and use your Zofia Lifeline both for the ADS burn as well as to remove the deployable shield, but are they going to even have that option? Avian, up through the solar stairs, no flank drones to be seen, and no flank watch whatsoever. Arno has an idea that there could be some shenanigans, and well, he's confirmed those shenanigans with a few bullets to the head. Servan's gonna fall as well. Things have been completely turned on top of themselves, and Ohio State finally is able to get the trade, but I think the damage has been done. 2v2 with 45 seconds left, and not a lot of utility to deal with a deployable shield.
But things are low enough where it's still winnable for OSU if they can hightail it over to that library side. Thunder might have two toxic canisters, excuse me, but that's all the utility that Converse have to delay this plant and this push into the site. He'll use one of them still remaining. The Big Boosh might have a smoke or a firebolt to either help isolate or minimize some of those angles, pushing in for the execute. And Deson still has 2 frag grenades, but he's all the way on the opposite side of the map right now. 15 seconds left. Basically, everything I said is nullified because Ohio State has spent the remaining 45 seconds not doing much. Lokirio has perfect intel in the Finkus position, and Deson might have more bullets. But now all is left up to Big Boosh to get one final round maybe on their attacking half. But it won't happen as Converse play discipline. 5-1 for them on their defenses. And if their attacks are anything like how these past 6 rounds have been, we're likely going to be in border before we know it.
A big oof into the half for Ohio. They just simply made mistakes. I mean, let's go back to the lack of flank drones, the lack of flank watch. Yeah, I know those drones are great for giving real-time information, you know, finding exactly where Converse is playing, but you can't be at this level and not have 1 or 2 flank drones. I mean, it was a critical mistake. I mean, there's just never a reality where Converse should be able to find 2 different kills. I mean, you remove the hard breach in that process, and sure, it's bar, but remember, the hard breach gives you a nice line of sight into library. I mean, it was mistakes, mistakes, mistakes for Ohio State, and if they continue on this path, you're right, Carter. I think border comes relatively quickly, which maybe is a glimmer of hope there for Ohio, because that is their map choice.
Now, to be fair to Ohio State a little bit, I mentioned before we got into this match that the way they played border in Theme Park against Purdue was relying a lot on this roam to get kills and deny the attack from getting into the map. If they can do that successfully, I don't know if they can overcome a 5-1 half, but it is still a factor that we need to consider going into this, that the way you play Chalet, the way you play border, by getting aggressive, by stopping the attack from entering, is something that Ohio State have done successfully against solid teams inside of Collegiate. It's on Converse to bypass that, and they will bring some tools to do it, one of which being the Nook, which could be enough of an X factor to throw OSU off their game.
Yeah, you can nook your way up a few stairwells, maybe try to come in for a flank. You can already see that taking place as Avian tries to enter into the basement, but there's also a different counter to Nook. It's going to be the castle barricades. I mean, physical deterrence from pushing through a sector of the map. And sure, you can say, oh, Nook has grenades, and you can destroy those castle barricades with a nade, but remember, Nook is all about being as sneaky beaky as possible. And if you're starting to use a grenade to remove a castle barricade, I mean, it's like ringing the dinner bell and Pavlov is going to start to salivate because it's a free opportunity there for Ohio State to gain real-time information and try to counter a ridiculous Avian play.
Well, no focus on the Nook just yet, sadly, as it's entirely on library for Converse at the moment, burning some Rooney gates, and just now starting to look over towards Pillar and maybe library stairs as well for some avenues by which you can take towards the site. BDA taking a little bit of damage, though, now inside of library proper. Took some damage, I believe, from down below inside of stock. But he'll send in the nade and clear Mustard out from that position. So that's a big spot. Already cleared for Converse in their attacks, but they'll lose a body in the process. Avian outside main door falls to Deson, but they get Mustard as well. And now Lokirio's just in. They have to make sure to watch the doorway entering into the site. If RNO gets this kill, that's extremely problematic, but he just pre-fires, takes down the planter. Now Case dropped inside of the site. Converse have the map control they need. Vertical and the double window as well. Brian, they're still in a very nice spot.
And Ohio can't really deny with utility. It's not like you have smoke grenades or nitro cells to deny, so you're going to have to go for heads-up gunfights. Same thing can be said for Converse. You're going to have to start to close that glass. It's going to be Thunder to fall, BDA on the trade, but you still don't have access to that diffuser. It's basically in Narnia. It's in the open, and Deson is constantly monitoring it. It's an opportunity, though, for Converse to pick up their drones. You have Ayana as well to gather real-time information and find where Servant and Deson is playing. As soon as you have that, you might be able to go for your execute, because technically, you can go for a 2v1 on site right now, go for the plant, and then deal with the final member of Ohio as they try to rotate back.
That's a very good point. BDA might not have any nades, but the one smoke Ice Cold has can shut off this angle outside of stock. But now Servant, he's wise to the game. He's moved to Z see. But the Thorn has fallen. It's all on the Aruni now to stop match point. He flicks, takes down one. BDA, he's hopped on in. He's the only one left. He goes for the kills. Smart play, but he'll back off with the diffuser. He might be able to bait it out, but there's not a lot of time. Servant, if this is going to win, he's got to push quick and give BDA that opening. But instead, he plays it slow. Lets the bomb go down, but he knows where the Iana's going to be. Spots the head for just a second, but he loses it anyway. Headshot by BDA to send Converse to match point. 1 round away from taking their map pick and getting the advantage in the series.
A critical mistake there made by Ohio. They had the diffuser down. They could have denied it. But once again, Carter, it's another round where Ohio is unable to win their gunfights. Sure, you can point the finger at RNO for doing a great job of shutting down the initial Locurio plant, but it simply wasn't enough. We talked about the 1v2 that took place on the site before it happened. We said that Ohio is putting themselves in a bad position. A 2v1 from Converse might be able to exploit the bomb site. That exactly happens, and Serban was not in a position to play with their teammate. Another example of bad team communication and bad team coordination that's put Ohio State in an uncomfortable spot. A 6-1 going downstairs in the basement. It's been a Converse playground so far. We're gonna have to see what they're able to do here in the basement.
Well, if the Rome manages to be successful here, Ohio State can give themselves a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more of a chance at success on map number 1. But how Converse were able to recover in the late round, as close as it was, a little bit worrisome, but it was still a close round. So Ohio State, maybe 5 rounds is a little bit out of the picture, but it's not unwinnable for them on round number 8. We'll see a switch on Converse's side, the Ying coming through. At one time, the Ying was synonymous with a fast, quick execute to decisively, well, in this case, end the map. But sometimes you can also see them hang back for a little bit and go for a smoke execute well thought out later on and just use the Candelas as a little bit more disorientation. I imagine that's what we'll see on basement, as Converse are still positioning themselves to do a little bit of work on the top floor.
There's another option with the Ying Candelas, too. You can see the way that Ohio State is currently roaming. If you isolate a roamer, you put them kind of with their back against the wall where they're unable to escape, well, one Ying Candela might guarantee a kill. Now, it's not that, you know, fast, flamboyant style of play, but it's just doing your homework to make sure that you take that map control. Here's an opportunity to use that utility, or you can just have BDA simply win their gunfights, but Ohio's able to get the trade nonetheless, so a 4v4 still takes place, but you remove probably one of the best operators and one of the best players for Converse, BDA off the board, which also means that Gon 6 and Nades no longer able to be accessed by Converse.
Yeah, I'd make that trade. Sure, Big Boosh has been really the one showing up mainly for OSU, but if you're just talking about sheer utility, Gon 6, Nades, Gemini Replicator in exchange for ADSs that still exist, solid deal that OSU just took. Good job on Servant getting that trade. Converse are making a little bit better progress than OSU have. For Converse's defenses, their roam was still well alive and often impactful as late as 30 seconds left in the round. Here, everyone from OSU is on the site. Everyone is there. The vertical is ceded to the attack. I imagine Converse are going to be knocking on the door to the site in just a moment.
Good angles being held from Ohio, trying to prevent any access in through the hole created by the exothermic charge. But Converse, they're starting to ramp things up. There's a Candela to try to force away RNO, a second one to follow, but RNO wants to play. They find the kill on Avian, and Decent's gonna be able to do the same thing as well. Diffuser now isolated. Another round where the hard breach of the primary planter gets a little bit too carried away, going for the execute. Now Converse, 2 of their attackers left. They're gonna have to regroup. You don't quite have the same utility that you once did, so the Lucy Wub-Wubs are going to be a little bit harder to deal with. Sure, they open up, but that's probably more impactful as Thunder finds an additional kill.
Mustard has a nice angle in blue, but Thunder's recovered the diffuser. Ice Cold will have a lot of work to do, but never mind. His planter falls, so all of that possibility is ripped away. The snap of OSU's fingers. So they'll stave off defeat for just a little bit longer. We'll have to see something a little bit more convincing on the next side, at least in the aggregate. That was a very solid round, able to fend off that execute as the Candelas fly on through. I imagine just a lot of those defenders were able to take refuge behind reinforcements inside of Connector, inside of Blue, and maybe Converse getting a little bit too comfortable or betting a little bit too much on the success of those Candelas as they moved in. Be working with a little bit too minimal control as they went in with the execute. But they have that nice 5-round buffer, now shrunk down to 4. We'll see how they tackle things on bar in round number 9.
I think that was a confidence booster there for Ohio because you're right, Incandelas were relevant throughout the round, but why they didn't find the impact was because Ohio was playing together as a team with multiple crossing. So if your teammate is flashed, well, your other one is there to hold to make sure that you don't get smoked by a fast style play of Converse. And that's something to remember going into this bar defense for Ohio. There are many positions that you can play. Upstairs in library, the deployable shield in library stairs, positions in the bomb site proper, where you can have cross angles with your teammate and prevent entry. That's what we wanted to have happen back in round 7, but Ohio was too far away from each other. Remember the lessons of round 8 and apply them here to round 9.
Also see a mirror brought out by OSU. Currently a black mirror placed inside a bar watching fireplace, interestingly enough. I mean, we saw Servant playing the spot last time as the Aruni. Maybe he'll play there later on, but now there's very much more concerted effort to hold that section of the map. Of course, Converse good. They don't really care all that much. They're focusing on library in the early round, so they can have their black mirrors. They can have their roam inside a kitchen and dining, but we're focusing on this side of the map right now, where there is nobody playing behind library shield and nobody inside of pillar. Arno creeping up there right now, and Converse will have to worry about Servan playing across the way inside of office. There is not too much control of that top floor at the moment. That could be a bit of a misplay by Converse, or by Ohio State, as they start putting some pressure on the site.
Well, Mustard's going to feel very comfortable as they have 2 ADSs because the ADSs were not placed up in the traditional spot of the shield, and you can hear the ADSs grabbing the nades and the flashbangs designed to remove Mustard from stock. And this is a good read from Ohio, but unfortunately, a Twitch drone's able to deal with that utility, and now Mustard might be all by their lonesome. Sure, they still have their utility, but it's only one more toxic gas grenade, and Converse is going for a much different push. They're trying to play the windows. They're trying to play, well, aggressive, and it doesn't work out as all for Thunder, who tries to vault in through Mudroom, and that's the opening kill that Ohio needed once again, and it gets even better for them as they tack on an additional.
Yeah, Avian on these bar attacks, even when Converse won it, has been struggling on that main door position, and he falters to it as well. Servan, who's been sitting and undealt with inside of office this entire time, gets the 3rd kill for OSU. Okiro just has to use these Candelas to preserve his own life. He'll hop on in with case control in hand, starting to clear out stock, but all of his teammates are dead, all of his friends gone, and OSU get the 2nd round they needed to start making an argument for why they're not out of map number 1 just yet.
You know, we have been very critical of the lack of team play for Ohio, but the table was flipped that round. Converse gets hit with the reverse Uno card, and they had 0 coordination. That was the first round where we saw Converse struggle to get trades. What was Thunder doing? Who knows? He was trying to deal with something in Mudroom and try to leave at the same time. He doesn't get traded away. You can see what it required Converse to do. They continue to try to whip grenades down range and get a Hail Mary kill on a Mustard. That didn't work, and in fact, it actually made things even worse for Converse because Big Boosh finds an additional kill. And then Converse says, uh-oh, we've kind of messed up this round. And then they just go for their YOLO 1v4 Ying push, and you try to find something there. It didn't work for Converse, and now 2 in a row for Ohio. They're starting to improve. They're starting to get better. We're going to a new bomb site, a site that Converse has yet to see. If Converse wants to conclude a 7-3, they're going to have to do it right here, right now.
On Kitchen Dining, they'll meet some new resistance. Of course, it's a different site, as you mentioned, one that OSU have not gone to just yet, but also some new operators. See an Echo on the board, Desan bringing that one out, likely to aid the roam a little bit with one or both of those yokais. Also see the Cade coming through because, well, as you saw on Converse's defenses, just a couple Electric Claws. Even if it stalls, you know, an extra 15, 30 seconds of time, not much in the grand scheme of things. Still, delaying the time that those walls, the dining and the office walls, get opened up is invaluable for the overall flow and course of the round. Ice Cold does have a Twitch on the board, so it might be found fairly quick with no intel denial, no mutes, no mozzies for OSU's defense, but still, just a little bit of time can be a lot in the long run.
Oh, there's a Twitch drone, there's the K-Claw removed. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and Converse is able to expedite their attack just that much more. They have access to the exothermic charge, being able to open up that wall, new line of sight, and that's going to change the way that Ohio is going to be playing upstairs. Because if you're playing those head holes aggressively, like we saw Big Boosh doing, well, now there's a new vector, a new line of sight for Converse to potentially exploit against you. The Twitch drone has been an asset that Converse was able to use in the previous round, now repeating its success and making the Ohio roam upstairs that much more cumbersome.
Now sight wall opened up. Mustard going to feel a little bit of pressure to use his utility in the coming 30 or so seconds of the round, just because of how close Converse are. He doesn't necessarily need to, but with how much progress they've made, and well, the Rome has given up a lot of control on that top floor, the side players might need to start getting active or be worried they need to do so. First nade goes through, and Mustard will use it in response, sensing that Converse might try to take things quickly and not wait nearly as long as OSU did on their attacks. Thunder, he's taken a very key position in long to shut down anything inside of Dining, which is the exact position Mustard is playing right now. Ooh, nade goes through. No, smoke, excuse me, but it gives Mustard a little bit of leeway to take an aggressive angle or to peek out and throw some toxic canisters at the breach. Still nothing yet, though, but there you go. First kill comes through. Thunder falls. He struggled to find really anything on the site so far. But Converse will stall for just a couple more seconds, still skittish to move into the site. Servant takes another gunfight, and Impact goes through as well. Puts Lokirio even lower, but Converse take the lead in the man advantage. A nade takes down Big Boosh. And now there's just the site players to worry about. Lokirio moves on in. Starts putting the bomb on the floor. Avian takes a lot of damage, but D-Son, he's not on his yokais. He lets the bomb go down. It's the kills now that have to come alive to save map number 1 for Ohio State University. Servant on the half wall will start moving forward. This long player, he needs to deal with him, but Lokirio takes 2 inside on the prone angle through the table, and Avian wraps it up neatly in a bow. 7-3 for Converse. Needed a couple more rounds to solidify their play on Chalet.
Oh, a heartbreaking conclusion there. It was looking good. Ohio still had utility. They had the ability to deny the plant with the yokai drones. You brought the Echo. Carter, the thing with bringing an Echo is kind of have to use the utility. If you want to deny the plant, you have to be active on the drone or put it in a position where your teammates can call the active plant. Once again, we come back to the motif of Ohio. Its mistakes were made. They just simply made too many mistakes. A valiant effort on that post plant to find kills and try to reach the diffuser, but simply it didn't matter. And to make that even more of a bitter pill, I mean, Converse was opening death so many times. All but 3 rounds had a Converse opening death in it, and still Ohio was unable to capitalize on map number 1.
And we'll have to see how Border goes, of course. Similar map and play style, but hey, maybe Converse aren't comfortable on it, and OSU's map pool will come to save them once again. We'll have to find out in a few minutes, though. Before we get Jonah back in, we'll toss it to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Known as Slickly, and I'm the captain IGL and entry for Brown R6.
Slickly, oh my goodness, what a shot there.
And the pistol, the bullet straight through the skull. Brown with 3 in a row.
Slickly is gonna punish that once and twice. Brown taking their second defensive round in a row, neutralizing that advantage and bringing us even to 2-2 scoreline.
I first started playing in December of 2015. I think I got it for a Christmas gift. And I was playing on Xbox at the time. And I was there for 2 or 3 years before I finally swapped over to PC my senior year of high school. There's something about Rainbow that just isn't in any other games. Like, I've played Counter-Strike and Call of Duty and other non-FPS games too, but there's something about the destructibility and the tactics in Siege that just have always really attracted me to the game. I'm a neuroscience major on a pre-med track. The brain's always kind of fascinated me, and I just didn't want to be a bio major. And we have a really good neuroscience program here at Brown, and I didn't know that until after I applied. I'm a competitor, so at the base of it, I just love competing.
Jonathan?
Where?
Planting white couch.
We're in Memo. Damn.
I think it's Tetris.
White couch is less than. Or Tetris.
I have a lot of good friends on the team and outside of this school, that have really pushed me to always be a better player, and it's been a lot of fun for me.
John promotes me to do my best outside of the game, and for example, we go to the gym sometimes and pushes me to do my best when I'm hitting PRs and such.
With him there to help give us advice on how to play more intelligently, it's a much smoother game.
Our one-on-ones on Discord when we VOD review together, and he kind of just helps me become less of a brain-dead aimer and more of a thinker. And he's really helped me develop my skills in game on the thinking side, and I'm really thankful for that.
The first time I ever met him, if you're ever on a voice call with John, he's a very expressive and loud guy.
Henry! Let's go, bro.
Let's go!
Oh my god.
Smoke.
Oh my god.
Mental chalk. Mental chalk.
Who's not afraid to just yell random crap through the microphone.
I want to see some ass.
But when I met him, he was just the most soft-spoken and just like gentle-seeming guy, and it was just a complete 180 from what I was used to. So it was an interesting time.
So now I can give you guys a little room tour. We got the brown flag, a jersey from when I was playing in T3, and the PC setup. I got my stuffed animals on the bed, or on the windowsill, and this is where I sleep at night. So I'll start my day usually around 8 or 9 a.m. There's a few days where I'll have a class at 7 or 8. But it'll generally be a breakfast at our dining hall, the Sharp Refectory or the Ratty, followed by a class or two usually. Usually around that time I'll try to sneak in a gym lift maybe, or maybe a nap depending on the day. And then it'll be about dinner time a little bit later. So Josiah's, which is right next to my dorm, which is like a late night, fast food kind of thing. And that's a really great option, especially since that's open until 2 a.m. And so with some later study nights, it's a good place to kind of break my study patterns. For our team, I hope that we can compete and be in the money sometime soon in the playoff runs that we make. But for the whole collegiate scene, I'd just like to see a legitimization of all the people that play here. There's some really talented individuals on our team and elsewhere that really deserve some credit for the work that they do, even if it's not in a sanctioned T3 or T2 capacity.
Tracking you. He's about to track you soon. He's on the white door.
Pixel.
Yeah.
Pixel could be in bathroom.
Yep.
Oh, he's in big. Yeah!
Let's go, bro. You're crazy.
It's really fun to go out and compete, and as long as you're doing it with good intentions and going out there trying to have fun and trying to win, it can be a really great experience. Bro. I'm not playing rank with Alex, bro. It's not happening. I'm not letting you get diamond before me, bro. I am gonna hit it. No slander allowed. There's no trolling in ranked, bro. I'm just not playing with you. This is where he's at.
That's good, that's good.
As expected, on map 1, Converse came out swinging, and they took a pretty decisive victory that really started off on the defensive side. Brian, this is something I know you and Carter both talked about on broadcast, that really we saw Converse dominating in the opening kills in every single round.
I mean, what it was coming down to was actually it was Converse getting opening killed. Converse had the first 4 rounds, they were eviscerated. It was Ice Cold dead the first 2 rounds, followed by Avian's death, and still Ohio was only able to capitalize on 1 of those rounds. Out of all the rounds that we saw on Chalet, 3 opening kills for Ohio. I mean, that just puts you in one of the worst spots to be in. You're unable to capitalize on a 4v5, and you lose you end up losing 7-3. I mean, it's just not a comfortable position to be in.
Carter, did it feel like Ohio State was fighting from the back foot the entire time, or do you feel like there were many rounds where they had the advantage and they let that slip away?
I would definitely say it was the latter, where it felt like they had the advantage, they had a good spot going into the late round, and not necessarily that they threw it away, though certainly there were some rounds that would fit that description, but either they threw it away or Converse was just able to get the better of them. I know that we have a replay coming up, round 4 specifically, and that was a round where OSU got to the post plant. They had a solid late round getting the bomb down, but it was very much Converse getting the better of them and not OSU throwing it away.
Yeah, we'll pull up that replay right now so we can take a look at exactly the situation you mentioned. A round that began well, that even continued to go well for Ohio State. And look at this, Brian. I mean, RNO gets the bomb down, and they're up a man at this point.
And the utility completely misses as well. So now you put yourself in an impeccable position. And look at where Converse is. They're spread out the entire map, and they're still picking apart Ohio. Like, it's completely free. Ohio gave Converse far too much flexibility to use the surface area of the map to get to the diffuser. And Ohio was constantly doing things so well in the first 2 minutes of the round. They were doing their homework most of the time. They were taking map control, and then they would throw it in the execute.
Yeah, and Jonah, if I may, if I can just hop in real quick. If you look at that as well, one of the key things that fell was the player sitting upstairs. That's a key spot you need to hold if you're getting a post plant on dining. Winning your one against the defenders, retaking the top floor. When that position falls, a lot of the variables change and usually lean to the defense's favor. And it was those kinds of mistakes that OSU would let slip by. Some solid positioning, but a key engagement lost that completely turned the tables, favoring Converse. So for OSU, even though it was a 7-3 scoreline, it was mistakes and things like that in the late round that would really make things for Converse and ruin what was overall a very solid attack from Ohio State.
Well, what that round really screamed to me is that not only were Converse an incredible threat on the roam and just denying the early entry from Ohio State, but even when the bomb went down, the retake potential was there as well. Brian, I want to transition this now over to the map we're going to next. Transition this to border. Is this, multifaceted Converse going to translate well to border, or should Ohio State be able to enter into border on equal footing?
I think Converse has the advantage going into border because of the dynamic play that we were seeing on Chalet. It was their ability to overcome the disadvantage of the 4v5 of being the opening death. It was the disadvantage they had going into the post plant where they came together as a team. Border is a very dynamic map where post plants will happen for the defense winning, able to get to the diffuser once again, where we're going to see extreme roams over in Fountain, over in a CCTV, where it's going to force, again, that buzzword we keep going back to, dynamic play, where the teammates are playing together, holding cross angles, and just preventing Ohio from even entering into the border.
All right, well, border is going to be scary, but we don't have to wait much longer to actually get to it. Once again, I will leave you boys to it and send it back to you as we dive on into map 2.
Well, I don't know if I'd say it's scary for us. I'd be a bit more scared if I was OSU down 1-0 in the series right now, and even though you're going to your map pick, it's still a map that plays similar to Chalet in many aspects, especially in that early round. But Brian, we said it. OSU were very solid on getting that opening pick onto the defenders, and on a map where sometimes the struggle is getting in the building, like Chalet, like Border, that's something that can be good. OSU still have a lot of workable aspects of their attacks they can rely on once they switch sides, of course.
And remember, this is the map where Ohio has murdered juggernauts. Going back to the round of 16, Purdue fell here on Border. Purdue was a favorite to play Converse in this exact matchup. Ohio completely ruined all those odds, so this is a map that Ohio is truly confident on. They've removed some of the best teams here before. Hopefully Converse has done their homework, done their due diligence, and have VOD reviewed and created some type of strategy to send Ohio State packing early on. I think we're already starting to see that through the bans. I mean, it's simple, fine and dandy, right? Thatcher, Mira, but Ohio's has their own little sprinkle to it, OSA.
Yeah, OSA ban on border is something that I'm not too surprised by, mostly because one thing that can expedite a clear on the attack is, well, clearing east and then just setting up an OSA shield, watching 90 hallway. That makes clearing out CCTV in positions like it a lot easier. Even getting footholds inside of Office as well. And just from one Osa shield on top East can make the attack's life a whole hell of a lot easier. So for OSU taking it out on border and against Converse, who are starting out on the attack, I like that ban a lot and shows the thought that they're going into this matchup with, and that we were hoping they'd be going into this matchup with to take down one of the titans of the collegiate scene. See if they can translate it into gameplay, though. As we mentioned before, one of the key things you need to look at on border, and something that OSU certainly did in their game against Purdue that you've seen highlights of throughout, well, every time you've watched this broadcast, I'm sure, has been able to hold positions like CCTV on the roam and win key gunfights that, say, on Chalet, we saw them struggle to win out in certain occasions on both the attack and the defense. But if they're able to rally on border, their map pick, a map that favors them a little bit more, and implement that style of play that had a little bit of a hiccup on Chalet, but they've had success on with border before, this could still be a 3-mapper just in a few rounds, depending on how the pace looks to us from the bird's eye view.
You know, we keep comparing Chalet and Border, and I think it's time for another comparison to the two maps, because this bomb site is almost exactly like Bar. You have the ability to play in the site and then expand upstairs, and look at the expansion that Ohio State has done. They have full map authority. They're roaming on every single nook and cranny, very similar to how you'd play Bar. You have roamers in CC, you have roamers downstairs in jail, you have roamers pretty much everywhere. And what Converse needs to do, they need to dispatch their drones, figure out what the roam looks like, and how to pinch these individual roamers, because Carter, the roamers of Ohio State are playing, well, by themselves. Look at RNO. There's no trade potential until they drop, which they just did, so now at least you have your vigil somewhat lurking nearby.
Well, CC control seeded very quickly to the attack. Not completely. They have some of these holes made in the floor to watch key entry points the attack can take to move into CCTV, but still on border, giving up such a powerful position like that, I don't know, maybe a little bit risky, but they're still focused on customs and vent as well to supplement the little control they have on the site. So not entirely problematic, but we'll just have to see how Converse take this. With a free control of Office and CCTV, I was about to say we need to see some pressure by OSU from below, and we'll see that right off the bat. The Finka down by a C4, but a kill goes, well, both teams' way just afterwards as well. Neither Converse nor OSU keeping on to the lead for long.
And the heartbreaking story of Ice Cold once again, the opening death like they were all those 3 times back on Chalet, and the struggle they've had is going to continue. Now, Ohio has put themselves in a very strong position. You got 70 seconds left. You still got a Cade Claw on the hatch. To be fair, it can be removed by the fuse cluster charge. Those hockey puck grenades can bounce around, and they usually can kill the fuse if you place it in the correct spot. So far, though, that hatch has remained closed. So Converse might have to go for more of a direct execute. They can't pop open those hatches. And if they do, Carter, they have to be very mindful of the plethora of head-level holes that Ohio's already established to deny access to the bomb site.
Yeah, this is what OSU are hoping for right now, that they can really make the most of this crossfire. The player they have inside of, well, I was going to say vents, but he's more so roaming a bit more close towards the site, but make use of the player in vents, make use of the angle they have in custom to force the attack to walk within their grasp, and then to start shooting once Converse aren't in a position to retreat. That does also leave Boosh in a bit of a tricky position. Sure, not a lot of time, but he's trapped inside a bathroom. He'll push out right as he drops with the diffuser. An excellent rotation by the castle, but one bound out and shut down swiftly by Converse. They open up the hatch, send out a fuse charge to clear out bathroom, and once that final puck explodes, they spring the trap.
That was genius. They used the fuse to mask the sound of them dropping the hatch and going for the plant, because you're not going to hear boots on the ground falling from the hatch when there's explosions all around you, and you're not going to hear the typing of your keyboard when there's explosions all around you. Converse had an excellent 3v3 execute. Sure, they made a few mistakes in the opening portions of the round. Sure, they got removed by the nitro cell, but it really doesn't matter when your execute is so well put together that everybody's on the same page, everybody has a job to do. You're going for the plant, we're going to be covering and just preventing Ohio from even knowing what's going on.
One thing I hope we'll see maybe from OSU is a little bit more focus on holding positions like CCTV and Office, because even though it took a while and Converse were certainly bloodied going forward, once they were able to acquire that vertical control and get those fuse charges down, it was a lot easier to get down that execute, even with the little time remaining. It's not to say that OSU didn't have a solid early to mid round like they've had before, able to get that C4 kill, stall out Converse a good portion of the time, still solid overall. But here, you might need to waste a little bit more time, a little bit more drones, not hold on to it completely, but maybe rotate back in 30 seconds to a minute as opposed to just giving it away for free.
I know I'm a fan of this bomb site, Carter, but I don't think this is the best option to go back to this bomb site. Sure, it was a kind of a weird execute with the fuse, but man, this seems like a gamble.
Yeah, maybe it is a bit of a gamble, but we still see Arno sitting on top of that CCTV hatch, you know, able to probably shoot a couple drones before backing off. He could even take down 1 or 2, but no, he'll just drop down immediately and instead chill out inside of customs, which could be good, but this is certainly a nice start, even better than before. Servant gets a C4, but there's no trade this go around. It was out of the teller's window, in fact, I do believe. Overall, it's a solid secondary utility, I guess.
Hey, if it gets the kill, does it really matter what happened in that process? Another round where we're going to see Ohio find the opening kill with a Nitrocell, and there's nothing Converse can do to go for the trade game. And once again, we saw it on Chalet, we're seeing it again on Border. Converse gets opening killed, and now they're going to have to scramble at a 4v5. Now, they've brought some additional assets to help them with their clear and their push. It's particularly ice cold on that Jackal, able to use the Inox scanner to learn exactly where members of Ohio are playing. You spotted Cade, now you got to remove Servant, who's able to just, well, walking through the pre-made rotation hole willy-nilly without being really contested. A missed opportunity for Converse. Half the round still to play with, and Converse has the vertical, and now they've equalized the roster count.
Oh no, a missed opportunity by Deson outside of the main door, unfortunately. Sure, Thunder put to low HP, but it could have been a nice opportunity to tip the scales a little bit for OSU. Avian takes a lot of damage, though, so the missed kill onto Thunder is now not nearly as bad, with Avian on 1 HP. Jackal now fallen, or felled completely, or actually, yes, that was the Jackal. The fuse died earlier for Lokirio. Converse still keeping it close. That's what's been admirable of them in the past couple rounds, and now they put Deson even to low HP as well. The Thunder's trapped a little bit at the moment, stuck inside a ventilation, and his teammate's not really far around. He's got a nice long angle, but he's got to worry about Deson in this position, who could maybe go to that window and take him down on this de facto flank watch. 30 seconds remaining now. Arno still has a nice angle watching the entrance into Tellers, aided by Servant Deson, excuse me, just close by. Converse don't have the easiest avenue, but it's made wide open by BDA. Moves on in, the site player now falls. It's the offsite players that have to do the talking for OSU. Arno certainly exchanges a few words with Avian, makes it a 2v2, but put to 1 HP as Thunder gets even more control from his earlier station inside events. Somebody's got to blink. OSU can wait out the clock, only 5 seconds left. Only Thunder can hold it, but he wins a nice gunfight with Deson, but Arno cleans it up. OSU get their first round on the board, but still a nail-biter through and through.
There's no way that should have been that close. You find the opening kill for Ohio, you waste time, you have a much better put-together roam, and still, once again, Converse is able to make a Hail Mary, pray to Lord Tachanka, and equalize the roster count. That round, it was really Converse's mid-game trades that constantly kept them in that round. But really, where it comes to the big issue was the diffuser. It falls an open area, and sure, Converse and BDA worked and fought to take site control, but site control is absolutely meaningless if the diffuser is isolated on the other side of the map. It was coming together perfectly for Converse, and then they just started to make mistakes. Arno's 2 HP is able to shut down the final few attackers sprinting at them. It was a close fight, but Ohio was able to pull it out nonetheless.
Now we'll see how OSU fare on a different side. Of course, Bathroom Tellers tried twice in a row, move over to Customs this go around. One thing I want to see is if OSU can make good work of taking out those drones from Converse. By the end of the round, the execute phase, Converse were down to about 3 drones, I do believe, going on in. So either flank watch or finding intel on the players around the site. So it made things a little bit tougher to really get a dominant man advantage. going into the remainder of the round. And, well, the position of the diffuser, as you mentioned, just compounded that overall factor leading into the late round. Here, OSU extended once again very far out, extending into Armory, some presence inside of Ventilation or Bathroom Teller's office as well, and Converse will move into East fairly quickly to try to counteract that.
So an upstairs push for Converse, but they're going to find a few objects in their way, particularly triple wall of office, fully reinforced. So if you want to have access into Fountain, you're going to have to rotate your exothermic charge over. They're going to do exactly that, but that might be the call for Ohio State, just to fall away from that top position. Big Boosh has already done so, but you still got one more lurker. Deson's in an odd position, droned away, and they're going to fade away. Drop down through the hatch. Sure, you've given Converse that top floor control, but they have wasted about a minute doing so. They're now going to be forced to re-drone. And remember, the bomb site's all the way on the west side of the map, and Converse is completely from the other side, over to the east.
Converse needs to start winning these opening engagements a little more handily. There's still a couple roamers that can, well, give them that early advantage. Ooh, yeah, bullets firing through the wall. Not gonna be honest, not exactly how I thought that'd pan out. Thought they might just, you know, maybe send someone down 90 hallway, somebody in through the office door if they even got the control. But no, they know RNO is top metal, so Ice Cold just sprays through the wall with that Finka LMG, and down goes the Jaeger. Avian also now down below. One just on the opposite side of this wall could make this a 3v5 in the making. But OSU don't play their cards right, but Deson will play patiently for the moment. And Avian now backs off.
1v1. Oh, Deson, you don't need to be so aggressive. It's the LMG after all. They can just hold mouse 1 and remove your HP, but both players are going to elect to fall away as a Nitrocell detonates in the background. That's going to be the trade for Ohio, and their Nitrocell game has been impeccable so far here on Border. Every single round has been one of those Nitrocells finding impact, and Converse is now going to have to start to scramble and find a different way, and that's going to look like vertical from above as the Sledgehammer potentially is able to open up new lines of sight.
Hopefully vertical not acquired too late. You can have these angles, but Converse still for the most part on that top floor, and Deson just took down the one player down below. Avian, who's been down there for a good portion of the round, now fallen to the MX4 Storm in the hands of Deson. The side players can now just wait idly by, hoping that, well, look, here will make a play like that. That BDA will make a play like that. Just drop down the hatch and give OSU round number 3.
You know, we were very critical of the OSU attacks on Chalet, but I think that level of criticism needs to be applied to that round. What the heck happened there? Why are we just YOLO dropping hatches? You have 30 seconds to play with, and I think that was just a level of kind of desperation from Converse. They did a decent job of taking their map control. They did an excellent job of finding the opening kill onto RNO, but it just all goes wrong, I guess, after the Nitrocell, after the MX4 Storm finds an additional kill. I mean, we should not be putting ourselves in a scenario where the only possible execute for Converse is to fly in through a hatch and just hope that Ohio isn't watching it.
I think that goes to show that OSU are being fairly effective on these executes, and even though they have been getting very aggressive and maybe tackling Border in the way that, you know, we might normally think about getting aggressive and taking gunfights, because those C4s have been so impactful, they're usually able to find a kill. That stalls out Converse enough where they end up having to go into executes like that, flat-footed and grasping at straws. So for OSU, that utility play keeps being on point. I think we'll continue to see Converse struggling. They only have one C4 this time, and it's not in the hands of Servant, unfortunately. It's in Deson's unproven hands with the secondary utility. You don't need C4s as much on Armory Archives. You do need to hold positions like CC and Fountain and offices via gunfights. You can't really do it with utility.
But where is the CC hold yet? I think Ohio is just setting things up right now. They might be rotating some of those defenders over to fill in CC. There we go. There's the rotation, and plenty of head holes, plenty of castle barricades. But Carter, that's not going to matter at all because here comes the Converse rush.
Yep, we'll just see somebody hop on in through the vents window, the smokes go out, the glass to watch and make sure that nobody can take down the planter, and some Candelas for good measure because, screw the defense. They don't get an easy time with this one. A Montaigne to boot to sit like a mother hen on that diffuser, and not much OSU can do but watch at the destruction and the disaster they see in front of them. Though Big Boosh spots the gun barrel of the Capitao outside on rappel, could vault out and catch Thunder completely lacking, but instead it's Deeson who gets the trade, and now the castle, well, vaults right into a Claymore. Converse had that one right out in the strat book. Ice Cold gets a little bloodthirsty, takes down Lokirio the moment that shield goes away, but he finishes him off in turn. 2 rounds now for Converse, as they said, you know what? We've struggled in the early round. Let's just take this one quick and make the early round the late one.
Carter, we are telling this grandiose story that the way to play Border, especially the defensive side, is to expand into CCTV, had this great setup with utility, castle barricades, head holes, and Converse said, thank you so much, casters. I appreciate that insight. And they said, I'm just going to go to the other side of the map. I don't want to deal with that. They bring out the glass, they bring out the Ying, they blind prevent line of sight from Ohio, and then you go for the best plant in the world, a spot that honestly, nobody's going to expect. You expect the Monty to plant in the door frame, not close against the wall, and it just all goes downhill for Converse. As soon as that diffuser is down, the likelihood of being successful in the post plant is pretty much none.
And now OSU in response, even though it might seem like a one-off play that got Converse that first round, Bath and Tellers were at least close, even when OSU lost it in round number 1. So going back there, probably a smart move. Just, keep to what you're strongest at, keep to what you feel the most comfortable on so far, which has been, in many ways, playing off that utility. You can't really use the C4s on the top floor or in the same way that OSU have been using them, to be fair. So this go around, you can rely on having some of those pre-plays from below like Servan just did and has been so reliable for him so far. It got him 2 kills, the opening kill both times in round number 1 and 2. It also hopefully means that Converse might be expecting the pre-placed, where Servan has been putting it before.
So, what's the change up for Converse right now? I think they're going to do actually more or less what they've been doing the entire time, trying to establish that top floor control as soon as possible so you can remove the utility on site. But Ohio has put themselves in different spots as well. There's a roamer and armory tucked into an odd corner, and we've seen missed drones find kills so far during this series. It's an opportunity for exactly that. That's Mustard playing in that sector, and Arno is going to be more of kind of the aggressor. They're going to be more of the flashy defender saying, hey, drones, I'm over here, and try to guarantee that Mustard isn't drone, but Mustard shoots a drone, and now Converse has an idea that there are multiple defenders over an armory.
Gemini Replicator goes into Finka, not too far behind. Will start to make an entry. Arno drops fairly quick, and so does Mustard, not wanting to be in the uncomfortable spray of that Finka LMG. Pull out the C4 down below, and is tracking one at the moment on target. Now might just miss. He'll wait. Not wanting to blow that secondary utility a little too early. Probably smart. After everyone moving around quickly on the top floor, you don't want to lose that powerful spot. But, oh, a great nade by Ice Cold. And now the C4 goes wide. What's been the bonus for OSU, who's gotten them those opening picks? The secondary utility from below. One goes wide, but both players with it fall.
That was not the roam that Ohio State wanted. They've now dropped 2 of their defenders, and now the ones that are in the bomb site proper find themselves in maybe an even worse position. Only one currently in Teller's bathroom. That's Big Boosh, but there's fused cluster charges above them trying to force the relocation, and that's why Ohio State is trying to go for a flank. Deeson up the metal stairs, but they have yet been able to find a pick. They're trying to be as disciplined as possible, not to give away their position too early, and potentially catch a member of Converse sleeping or taking a big nap. But that's why they can't really go up. There's something monitoring. It's going to be one of the air jabs, and they're yeeted away. Run, Deeson, run! You can't stay here much longer, and they're going to be able to get away scot-free. Good, and plus even better as Converse drops Thunder.
Ooh, but Big Boost caught looking at the ceiling. Arno, too, struggling to recover. Deeson, who dropped, who just barely escaped death, now tries to circumvent Fate even further, but it's not successful, as Fate comes knocking and gives Converse the lead.
What a strong round from Converse. It was their roam clear upstairs that translated into that opening kill with the nade. It was all about information from Converse. It's like they had a UAV keeping tabs on Ohio the entire round. And as soon as that nade falls, you heard the response of the Nitrocell. It didn't find impact. That has been the success factor for Ohio so many times here on Border. That utility misses, and now all of a sudden Ohio's forced to scramble. They're forced to make some hero plays. That was the Vigil attempting to go up the metal stairs, but the air jab deterred that play, and that allowed Converse to go direct site execute, finding multiple kills. That was BDA, and the round just spirals out of control. Over to Customs, though. And this is the bomb site that, honestly, Ohio probably looked the best on, and, well, Converse looked the worst. This is also the round where we saw Converse go for the YOLO hatch drop.
Yeah, the hatch drop spurred on by not really much ground gained beyond that vertical that, admittedly, they were able to do some work with, but not able to take down spots like Vents, not able to take fully down spots like Customs, and especially Avian, who was really their only presence on that middle floor to apply some pressure to the site to alleviate any potential pains on that hatch drop. Once he fell, wasn't much they could do beyond just drop the hatch and hope they got kills. But with how they were able to navigate the early round last time, able to take down Servant and, well, take down one of the key players who has been the biggest thorn in their side, the rock in their path in this early to mid round, seems like a good trend to set going into their final attack, and one that proved difficult for you before.
How is Ohio going to find success here? Well, they're going to go for that extended roam, try to waste as much time as possible. Servant, though, is not going to listen to that, and they're going to be the opening death in the first 30 seconds. An uncomfortable position for Ohio to now be in, because the roamers are going to be spread out by themselves, and the trade potential is going to be less. That very much could have been just a spray through a green barricade finding a kill. And if that is the case, that was free map real estate acquired for Converse without really doing anything. Now comes the real test, where you try to come in from different angles. RNO has no idea that their backside is exposed, and an additional kill purely for free. Ohio is not minding their P's and Q's this round, and it gets worse and worse with the death of Big Boosh.
Well, this round is not going very well. I think you don't need me to tell you that. It's Deson, who was able to, hey, get a kill on an Avian previously and hold this part of the map for a good portion of the round. Still has it at the moment. C4, though, misses, and that probably is the only real opportunity that OSU had to make things a bit more palatable for them in the round. With that now gone, you have to take gunfights, have to rely on Deson off-site and Mustard holding down the fort on Customs. To bring this one back, with fuse charges up above, Mustard will feel the majority of the pressure, and Deson might just be an onlooker to what is a mute slowly feeling the net tighten around him and being encased, and might just fall momentarily, even if these cluster charges go wide.
SMG-11, not the best gun to have in this scenario, so you're going to have to rely on Deson, who's still on the other side of the map, lurking over by Teller, so it's essentially a 1v4 on Sign. As the cluster charges continue to go off, it forces Mustard away, the plant goes down, and nobody from Ohio is in a position to deny the plant.
Mustard just going in for the retake. Probably the smart decision, but he looks towards metal stairs right as everyone from Converse peeks as the bomb goes down. Deson moving in, does see that there might peek his head out over from the metal detector, but runs out of bullets at the worst time possible. And Converse take the half with a very solid lead of 4-2.
A round defined by kind of yikes plays. Mustard runs out of ammo, Deson runs out of ammo, we'll call it 3 senseless opening kills, if you will. I mean, one gets shot through a green barricade. RNO has no idea that they're being flanked in from behind, so they end up losing their life as well. I mean, it was kind of mistake upon mistake. The situational awareness of Ohio was just not really there. And we can't really go back to the conversation that we had on Chalet, where it was just mistake city. Ohio had moments of brilliance on Chalet, but then, like here on Border, they continue to give away free picks.
Yeah, definitely that spot with RNO inside of Armory. Obviously, I don't know what happened with Servant. That might have been one of those unlucky plays. Like, oh, well, I didn't get a chance to play the game this round. That's unfortunate. But RNO definitely just giving himself to what seemed to be a angle built within the construction they had on the top floor. Yeah, definitely some misplays on the side of OSU in that round. Another map as well where Converse take the lead. Not as dominant as the previous one, not a 5-1 on Chalet, but a 4-2 nonetheless. We're having a tactical pause, of course, try to allow OSU to give them, well, we're not allowing it. They're trying to allow themselves a time to get the train back on the tracks, because obviously, you know, Converse have had some success on their attacks, but if, like Chalet, they're able to replicate some of that success on the defense in the mid to late round, Border is not nearly the safe haven that we were hoping it might be for OSU.
And it was the executions on Chalet for Ohio that just kind of buried them into the eventual loss. The first 2 minutes, it looked brilliant. Honestly, I was so hyped to see OSU playing the way they did in the first few engagements. They constantly found the opening kill. They were constantly gaining momentum. And then when it came to the last 45 seconds, they would look at defenders, surprise Pikachu, and then just get smoked. Like, they completely ran out of steam going into the execution. And now on Border, I still have that concern, Carter, because Border has so many similarities to Chalet.
Well, it's always a worrying trend on any map, whether it be Border, Chalet, Villa, Oregon, whatever it is, when you're getting the opening pick, but that's not a reliable indicator at whether or not you can transition that to a round victory. I mean, that could mean you're, well, just a bad mid to late round team, or it could mean that the team you're going against is really good at working themselves out of man disadvantages. I don't know which option is the better one for OSU. Neither are particularly good when you're one map away from getting eliminated from UCC. See if they're able to make the best of their attacks, and on Border, it's not uncommon. Well, we've seen it in, like, Europe, for example, where the defense can get the opening pick, but if the attack has a strong enough mid-round, they can still win enough rounds to get a solid lead on Border. So even if Converse get it, Ohio State, based on how this map can play out, still have the opportunity to fight back.
But Ohio's doing things well already. They open up the custom wall in the first 30 seconds. A mute jammer is the only thing there to defend, and it's actually still alive. Surprisingly enough, the exothermic charge didn't destroy it, but the mute jammer is going to lose its life eventually. So the checklist of Ohio, things are starting to get knocked off, but here comes probably the most difficult part. How do you actually get into the building? There's castle barricades, there is a large defense upstairs in CCTV trying to fight you tooth and nail and prevent that access. Sure, Ohio has boots on the ground. Sure, there's now starting to sledgehammer their way through triple wall, but again, that's on the other side of the map.
I will see how OSU take this. I do like them covering their bases early on, though. You talked about the hatch drop we saw Converse do that didn't really work out. Now that jail wall is opened up, something that Converse lacked, they're able to have a couple different angles beyond just dropping down the hatch. We're hoping Avian got pressure inside a courtyard, but that opened up. They can also now fully focus on clearing out the plethora of angles they have to deal with on top floor. They'll nade over onto metal stairs, goes a little bit too far. Thunder evades it for the time being. The Mustard still has one left, waiting for the call to come through to sledgehammer, open that castle barricade, and for that LMG to ring on through, but nothing's found. Bodies turn around the corner, and Converse are still holding onto this top floor.
You need to pressure Converse away from these angles. BDA is just not going to be deterred until they lose their life. They're wasting time. That's why we see Ohio electing to go for the nade. That's the best option, and it's good. BDA falls, but there's a DBO in play. Thunder from behind. Good for two, but not good for the third. Big Boosh is going to stop that, but their trade still happens nonetheless. And Ohio, their execute upstairs starting to crumble. 50 seconds to play with, but Carter, they still have a laundry list of items. They still need to go for the execute. RNO's kill on Ice Cold is good. That's going to be a 2v2 going to the execute.
Yeah, able to just smoke Ice Cold with that one, but Avian gets active, runs out of that jail wall, or at least peeks it. Finds Deson blissfully ignorant of anybody who could possibly go for that course of action. See Lokirio drop down as well. Smart play, knows that RNO up above will waste time by himself, worrying about where the defenders could be or what could potentially happen. One playing close on the door with the shotgun, the other farther away with the SMG-11. Once RNO drops, he should be in the meat grinder, and, well, that's exactly where he finds himself. 5-2 now for Converse, as that upstairs hold falls partially to their excellent gunplay, but also to OSU walking into a crossfire.
It was truly a valiant effort from both teams upstairs to fight tooth and nail for that control. Converse realized they had to hold their angles and waste as much time as possible and try to remove Ohio in that endeavor, but Ohio needed that map control desperately. That's why we just saw the two ships hit each other, crash right into each other, because they had to have that engagement upstairs. It was well done for Ohio to constantly stay within the trade window, making sure that the roster counts were even. I really admire that from Ohio, but it didn't translate going into that final execute. Once again, the planning with 40 seconds left is the costly window for Ohio, because they're just unable to, dot their I's, cross their T's, and put themselves in a winning spot.
All the opportunity to close this out, slowly slipping away if they let Converse get more rounds like that, and that just victories. Only 2 rounds Converse need to win to move on to tomorrow and into our grand finals. Brian, I know you predicted an OSU victory. Well, it's a 7-3, and now we're a 5-2 on border. You still feeling it? You still feeling the magic?
You know what? I was hyped for the round of 16. I was hyped for the round of 8. And you know what? If anybody's able to have the comeback and the glow-up of the century, it's going to be Ohio.
Well, they need to glow the hell up. Certainly, if they're going to overcome a 5-2 lead on border. Can say that with absolute certainty. See some presence right now from Converse inside of CCTV. How could you possibly have anticipated that on a Ventilation Workshop defense? Who would have thought? How OSU deal with it? Got somebody outside on the east balcony right now. And taking it from east, definitely probably the best course of action. As I mentioned earlier, you get full control of that 90 hallway. You can really alleviate a lot of the pressure that attackers moving in through, say, CCTV could feel. But instead, Big Boost will just walk right on in and take down the very player I thought might take a little bit longer to clear.
Can I just say how happy I am to constantly see Fuse in play? I don't know if that's just a byproduct of the LFG meta that we're in, but Fuse is a viable operator. Not only viable in finding the opening kill, but there's a Cade Claw on your hatch. Well, they're actually the best operator to do so because those explosive cluster charges that we were talking about earlier. There's a different wrinkle in play. That was BDA on the pulse, who was watching with the cardiac sensor, waiting for somebody from Ohio. That was Servant to push on forward, but didn't find the impact. But Locurio certainly will as they retake Archives upstairs. They're in the thick of it, though, and they overextend just a little bit too much. They needed to fall back sooner, and they didn't.
That gave me heart palpitations watching Locurio take that fight outside. Oh my lord. Yeah, definitely a little bit overextended right there. Great re-kill, or not re-kill, great retake of the man equilibrium onto Mustard, but overall, yeah, definitely getting a little bit too aggressive. The C4s also both going wide for Converse. The pre-place from Thunder fails. The one still in BDA's pocket also fails. So any hope of tipping the scales in your favor via that utility, like we saw the Buckeyes do, not possible anymore for Converse. Now they'll just have to hope that the vertical they have can supplement any further map control to be gained on the middle floor. Servant is part of that right now for OSU. Moving in to Tellers. There's one inside a bathroom playing by themselves. He has an aid in pocket maybe to throw on through. Low Thunder, he sees an opportunity. Knows Avian's around the corner, but Deson reacts in time. Knows the others in bathroom as well. Avian can't rotate back, at least across that doorway. So it's on BDA right now with only 1 HP to weather the storm. As Avian is likely a dead man walking. He can throw some utility, but now concussed, blinded, slowed just a little bit. He's got to get aggressive or play his life. Whatever he can do to stop the oncoming attackers, he can't do much. Servant gets him. Now BDA prone has to run back to site, but with one on metal, OSU have a very good counter argument to their loss in round 7.
A chaotic round there for Converse. They were constantly in the thick of that round. Man, did Ohio put them through the works. I mean, yeah, sure, we saw Converse attempt to take the upstairs retake. That was Locurio, but they get smoked. And I think that's a perfect way of summarizing the round. Converse seemed desperate. And I don't know why, Carter, because they were 5-2. They're in a very comfortable position, and simply they didn't need that level of aggression. It was individual play after individual play that Ohio was able to read, manipulate the round in their favor, find those kills, and convert the round to victory. An excellent round for Ohio, and don't look now, but it's now 5-3. That scoreboard keeps getting closer and closer to each other. This is Ohio's map pick after all, and they're starting to look comfortable.
Yeah, 5-3 always feels like the tipping point in games, especially like these in a best-of-3. If you're Ohio State, win one round. 5-4 is a hell of a lot closer of a scoreline, at least just how it looks. I mean, you're 2 rounds away from match point, or the round 4 match point yourself. But if you lose a round, you go 6-3, well, that looks almost as wide of a gulf, as close as 5-4 is. So this is a point in a game that can really tip the balance in one team's favor or the other. Ohio State can win this. Maybe we'll see them come back, but if they're not able to, this might just be it.
Converse, upstairs, but that's not where the bomb sign is. Downstairs and Tellers, upstairs for that extended roam that we keep talking about. There's a fixed fighting position over in Archives. There's a position over in CCTV. There's a lot of things that Ohio State needs to do to go into this execute, and you can already see that Converse is trying to get aggressive. They're not only just playing the drone game, trying to remove that information, but they're forcefully trying to remove members of Ohio who's trying to find new avenues into the bomb site. Triple wall fully reinforced, and that's why we're seeing the emphasis of Ohio pressuring the external door frames, and Big Boosh has to be very mindful of their positioning, and oh no, Ice Cold for the second round in a row is going to be the opening death.
Servant opens that one up. You get CCTV. Once you get CCTV, Office seems like a much sweeter and easier part of the map to start looking and to get into. You can start pushing in through 90, start pushing in through Armory. A lot of options opened up once you get that first bit of control that Servant and Deson now both have. Intel as well, and one of the players in small Office. The moment that K to Z pinged, he'll drop down into vents. Again, another important position to hold, but OSU, the moment they've even started looking at this top floor, post Ice Cold's demise, Converse have started running.
And where is Ohio right now? You have that control. It's now time to leverage that control. Exothermic charge opens up. It's exactly what we needed. The Nitro Cell goes in the background, not finding its mark at all. And Ohio's put themselves in a brilliant position. Their next steps, though, is to continue the vertical and continue the pressure. Through pressure, RNO finds that kill. And honestly, Ohio State, Carter, might be moments away for going for an early round execute. Just drone, find out exactly where Converse is playing, and you might be able to go for the push.
Managed to get that hatch control and a nade in sight as well. Quick execute. It might be happening as we speak, or Converse might just keep giving these kills to OSU. Spots one, but Servant still comes away with it. Reacts quicker than the defense. We're on that score line. Well, the one that seemed a lot closer, 5-4. The one I said we need to worry about, or at least worry about Converse falling into. We're at it now.
You know, Carter, I'm starting to feel pretty confident with my Ohio State boys. I mean, hey, man, this is their map. They're looking good, and they're playing good. This is exactly kind of the hype I was giving them because they're so good on border when they play together as a team. And surprise, when they actually execute successfully, they're a team capable of winning. This is the Ohio State that we wanted to see. They're now starting to play, but we also have to remind ourselves, Converse put themselves in a better spot. If they're able to win this round, that goes to match point, and the mulligans for Ohio State is completely jettisoned.
Get to go back, or Converse get to go back to Customs, the one site they've managed to win on this half so far. Fortunately for OSU, the clear was not nearly as successful as it was before. They opened up jail wall early, you know, do a little bit of the site work early on, then start focusing on that top floor, but it didn't come nearly as easy. Once they tried to push into Armory, they knew about the player on the stairs, but they got so focused on the Armory player, the Thunder came away with a two-piece, and the entire roam clear collapsed in a matter of seconds. So it was a good starting point for OSU, like we've seen them get before, but not getting too ahead of themselves will be priority number one for round 10.
So far, Converse has found 3 opening deaths against them so far on this half. It was BDA and then double ice cold deaths. That's something that Converse cannot continue to do. They had multiple opening deaths against them on Chalet. Sure, they were able to win that map constantly in that 4v5 man disadvantage, but now losing a player early on has been an asset that Ohio State has been able to constantly manipulate. If they're able to do that, 5-5 is looking likely, but there's still things that need to be accomplished. That's going to be the map control, and that's going to be the roam clear.
Meet the same castle barricades they met before when they attacked Customs. One inside of 90, that double door, while some others scattered throughout the map, but no real pressure on that side. That'll let Mustard move into Office and Fountain and retake a similar position that OSU had last time. Can Converse maybe even get a little bit more aggressive? We'll see Lokirio, who's certainly been one of the more aggressive ones on Converse so far, peek up above inside a break room. And Deson around the corner might find himself tangling with the mute momentarily. Also focusing on main stairs just like they did before. Thunder won't even take the fight this time. You'll just back down. The nades coming on through. We'll hold that position for the time being as Converse are not looking likely to give any part of this top floor up without a fight.
Exothermic charge detonates in the background, creating a brilliant angle for Ohio to manipulate and potentially find kills on members of Converse. Look at the positioning of Locurio, after all, on the half wall, trying to scrap for a gunfight. A flank is red by Mustard, and they're going to deny that push from Converse, who is still constantly wasting time. 60 seconds now remain, both rosters at a 5v5, and it's really the asset of the top floor that is wasting time. You still got utility on the side as well. Avian still has all of their smoke toxic gas grenades, so the roam continues to do its job. It's going to look brilliant, but that's an opening death against Converse, who trades it back threefold.
And finally, the bow breaks and OSU come falling down, but wow, Servant and Big Boosh, the LMG duo, they keep things even. 2 bodies fall. The upstairs players finally stop their reign of terror. With Avian and BDA down below, they have only 20 seconds to stop Converse from moving on match point. One part of the 2-man LMG duo falls. Avian cuts down Servant, decapitates him as he moves down metal. Big Boosh with the hard breach, domes one right as his body hits the floor. But there's one more, 5 seconds. Prone around the corner. He's got to land the pre-fire. He's got to keep his gun up, but he sprints right in Avian's face and gives match point to Converse.
It's Converse there looking cool as a cucumber in the clutch scenario, and it's Avian's experience once again from Pro League that just allows them to drive that excellent 1v1 stopper. Good job to Converse. And honestly, the roam upstairs wasted so much time. It started to get desperate for Ohio. They were able to find the opening kill. That's all fine and dandy. That's now 4 times in a row, but it was 3 instantaneous kills from Converse. And still somehow Ohio was able, as you called it, the LMG duo, able to find those 2 kills, which neutralizes the round count once again. But honestly, the chaos that happened upstairs went in Converse's favor because it not only removed members from Ohio State, but wasted a lot of time.
The Converse have only been able to win customs so far on their defenses. It's the only site they've won since that 4-2 half, and they swapped to the defense. OSU have found success on tellers, and they found success on vents. We're going to the former right now from Converse. We saw how hard Converse did hold on to the defense last time. Could be an overall shift, or indicative of an overall shift in their mindset of not even rotating back, not giving any ground, but holding on for as long as they can. Hopefully we'll see maybe Locurio not work himself into a bad spot, get over-aggressive like he did last time, because if even just that shifts, and he's able to play a little bit more reserved on the top floor while still keeping a firm presence, could be 7-4 right there if they just make that one change.
And it's been small little details that have been assets for both teams. Going back to the Chalet conversation, Ohio is just making small mistakes. Those mistakes have been completely rectified. Ohio is no longer the team making small mistakes. It's Converse, in particular, the opening death that we keep talking about. It has been something that Converse has been unable to rectify so far. And while I admire the utility that Converse constantly brings out, their castle barricades upstairs, it has been not enough to slow down Ohio State because they are constantly doing a beautiful job of using their utility. Gone 6 to create angles, removing the castle barricade, exothermic charges detonating early on, also creating additional lines of sight.
And that exothermic goes off looking in the office, so fortunately for BDA, he'll have to back off for the time being and play alone inside of Archives itself. Nade goes on through and doesn't even get the shield that BDA can play behind. That's problematic to say the least. The second one better hit and force BDA off. Yes, it does. He'll push around the corner and Mustard will push on in turn. But does he know that aim is just around the corner, prone on the floor, doesn't have nades anymore? They've got to check this, but OSU, Brian, look, one singular drone left and over half the round to go. Thunder takes down one. BDA moves on through, catches RNO completely off guard. They're all getting active in round number 11. Locurio takes down the third. Deson the fourth, hits the floor. Big Boosh with 100 bullets. 100 chances to get to Sunday, to upset the best team in Collegiate, or what seems to be. He'll spot one. Down goes Thunder. Another in small office as the C4 goes wide. The bullets ring true. Converse make it to Sunday, make it to grand finals, and the dark horse falls and can't run anymore.
What a defense from Converse. Just a mind-melting defense. There's no way that we see 80 seconds expended, all the drones gone, and everybody from Ohio just hits the deck practically simultaneously. I mean, that was Converse. Simply, Carter, playing together like a well-oiled machine, playing together as a well-versed roster. And remember, Converse has only been a collegiate powerhouse for a year. I say only, but they have won just about every single tournament under the sun this academic year.
Yeah, and they might have only been the collegiate powerhouse for a year, but when the entire year is basically yours, it seems a lot bigger and that your team has a much bigger presence than their actual time might say. But for, I think, most of us, even you, Brian, deep down in that shadowy place, you dare not look. I imagine that a lot of us expected Converse to make it to day 2. That isn't to say that OSU didn't put up a damn good fight, though. Still able to keep it close with Converse on both maps, but especially map number 2, Brian. They still had some good spots throughout the day.
And again, Ohio is a team that's constantly evolving. They're going to get better with age, kind of like with wine. They're just going to constantly grow and learn as a roster. And I think this is an important lesson. Everybody doubted them this academic year, and sure, they fall in the semifinals, but honestly, they proved a lot of haters wrong. Remember, they're the roster that shut down Purdue, the roster that's expected to play Converse today in this exact matchup.
I think that's a very good note to end on. OSU might fall, but making it to the round of 4, the fact that they're even here, excellent play overall. But we'll have an interview and much more to come after this break, so don't turn off that monitor. UCC will be back after a quick break. C4 right there. Also some active intel on the player R90, and oh no, Thunder getting active too. The Lion can't react in time. The Rush might meet the same fate as before. Salty G, one of your bodies is an NPC, and if Ice Cold can get aggressive like he is right now, he can take really solid fights. Salty Boy Jesus is now the only one left, and like, we can just go to a break. HP member now dead. Yosha and Stop Looking At Me, both only on 1 HP. Half of that falls in the other. Turned on.
No coverage for the plant to be completed, and IMAT will come away with a 3K in defense of the basement, as that will mark the 3rd successful defense win for the Zips.
He should be able to pick himself back up, but you got to watch out for IMAT here. He suspects there's somebody on the window, and yes, they are.
It won't matter because it's IMAT to jump off the top rope up inside of Attic to ultimately put away that one.
And Akron, they don't waste any time actually going for that push. Take care of both of them. Thankfully, Anarchy on the coverage will not only get one, but both of those last 2 kills.
Right in, but more of the Pogmats continue to clamp down on Wisconsin's quick efforts in this round. Taco taken out by the nade, but Ripple now being gassed. The player in the deep corner can't cut it. Anarchy will murder 2 and make that 4 in a row uninterrupted.
Oh my goodness, Boomin gets thrown across the room. He tried to spot out that air jab, but Taco was prepared for it. Shotgun out for Ty Fry, and for the first time, it is actually the shotgun that does not win him the fight. We've seen him incredibly impressive with that. After a pretty quick 2-0 victory, I get to talk with Avian, captain of this Converse team who put down Ohio State in rather quick fashion. First, Avian, making sure you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. Well, first of all, just getting right into this, you came in, we saw an interview earlier with you with some nice content. You had some nice things to say, but you seemed pretty confident. Did Ohio State manage to shake that confidence at all, or are you still feeling pretty good?
On Chalet, not really. They didn't really shake our confidence at all. However, it was kind of disrespectful for them to target ban both of the eldest player operators. That's elder abuse. But on Border, we knew they were pretty good at since they've played it before on stream, like in a match that actually matters. So we knew they were competent on Border, and that one our confidence was a little bit shaken. But that's how 3 or 4 LMGs go. They rattle your confidence.
Well, you know what? Sometimes that happens. But speaking of Border, you brought it up there. I do want to talk to you about your preparedness for that map, right? Because it's a map that I've never seen you guys play, that is just being introduced into the pool, and collegiate teams are finally willing to go there. Is that some place where you think you are comfortable on and you were prepared to go to this afternoon?
Well, we're prepared to go to any of the new 3 maps. Border, Skyscraper, or Theme. We just decided that Border and Theme, or Border and Sky, would have been our better 2 picks in the ban phase against these guys. We know they're very good at Theme Park, so we left Sky and Border up, and it was just down to one of the 2, but we were ready for either one.
All right, well, I saw you guys bring out the fuse a couple times on Border as well. I love that you guys tried to get creative, and those LMGs as well. I mean, is that something that you have pretty ingrained in your, Border strat? Big LMGs, a lot of explosives, that kind of gunplay. We saw the rush as well. Is that kind of your Border mentality?
Well, like new Border as a whole fits really well into this meta, and it incorporates fuse really well because he has hard breach gadget. He has a 100-round LMG that does near 50 damage a shot, and he's just a good operator with his fuse charges for the amount of destructibility on new Border. So he just fits really well into the meta and the map itself. So,
well, going into tomorrow, I guess looking forward to the future, you've now guaranteed yourself at least $5,000. That's got to feel good. But the $10,000 grand prize is right around the corner as well. You're going to be playing either Akron or NC State. Is there an opponent that you'd rather face, that you're worried about facing going into tomorrow?
I mean, we'd of course love to face Akron just to seal the deal, because they've been talking a lot of smack. And we just want to seal the deal that we are the better collegiate team.
All right. Well, I guess I'll leave it with you. Any last things you want to say before we see you tomorrow?
No, you're gonna have another winners interview with me tomorrow. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right. Looking forward to it, man. You have a good one. Well, that is going to do it for our first game of the day. Our first semifinal concluded, and we've got one more coming up. We've got Akron versus NC State. Instead of our rolling schedule this week, though, this game will be starting promptly at 7 p.m. Eastern. So we will be back at 6:45. We are going to be taking an extended break for about an hour. So, get up, get a snack, grab dinner, but we will be right back here with our second semifinal of the day in just a bit. So set an alarm clock, set your watch, be ready, because we've got a fantastic series that I expect, and I know everyone expects, is going to go the full 3 maps coming up in just a little while. So you can go somewhere, but make sure you're back when we come back in an hour. We'll see you then.
C4 right there. Also some active intel on the player R90. And oh no, Thunder getting active too. The Lion can't react in time. The Rush might meet the same fate as before. Salty G, one of your bodies is an NPC, and if Ice Cold can get aggressive like he is right now, he can take really solid fights. Salty Boy Jesus is now the only one left, and like, we can just go to a break. HP member now dead. Yosha and Stop Looking At Me, both only on 1 HP. Half of that falls in the other. Turned on.
No coverage for the plant to be completed, and IMAT will come away with a 3K in defense of the basement, as that will mark the 3rd successful defense win for the Zips.
He should be able to pick himself back up, but you got to watch out for IMAT here. He suspects there's somebody on the window, and yes, they are.
It won't matter because it's IMAT to jump off the top rope up inside of Attic to ultimately put away that one.
And Akron, they don't waste any time actually going for that push. They'll take care of both of them. Thankfully, Anarchy on the coverage will not only get one, but both of those last 2 kills.
Right in, but more of the Pogmats continue to clamp down on Wisconsin's quick efforts in this round. Taco taken out by the nade, but Ripple now being gassed. The player in the deep corner cut it. Anarchy will murder 2 and make that 4 in a row uninterrupted.
Oh my goodness, Boomin gets thrown across the room. He tried to spot out that air jab, but Taco was prepared for it. Shotgun out for Ty Fry, and for the first time, it is actually the shotgun that does not win him the fight. We've seen him incredibly impressive with that.
Watching for just wait. Yana box 2. She's now crouching in the open. Box 1. Lockers. Swinging. Swing close. Dead. Last case.
Where's right here? Close.
I got camp for free still.
Holding it, freezer. Swing. Nice. Nice job, guys.
And I'm gonna walk up.
One's in lodge again. One's in lodge again. By the door. By the door. He swung hallway. What the f? He's in master now. In bath. Wait. In bath.
No. Behind the stacks. Behind the. What the fuck is that call?
There's one master.
What was that call? In bathroom.
There's two.
Yeah, they're both dead. They're both dead. Stop shooting me.
What's that mean? I mean.
That's actually really weird because I came over where D-Sun was, and he probably would have.
You came over D-Sun? Huh?
Unless he's about to be full of something else.
These guys did shit.
All right, guys.
What? Is NC Jack gonna tell on us? Is profanity banned?
It's not profanity. What?
Is
Sanity?
type in
team chat.
Nah, I'm clipping that for fun.
No.
his personal collection. NC Jack, who do you think the lightest operator in Siege is?
Yana?
Hibana.
Yana, just not. Do you see?
Nope.
I mean,
it's just
Hibana. Are we looking at the same person here?
Has to be Hibana.
Nope, Hibana's not the right answer.
This is a defender.
It is a Southeast Asian woman.
Kebby.
Nope.
Malusi.
I got the cut cam.
Yeah, spoiler alert, it's Ying. By like
really?
Ying
large
is the
margin.
lightest?
That's
it's like she's like 7 kilos lighter than everyone else.
Yo, this should be clear, Danny.
That's why me and Ying connect so much.
Yeah, because you both.
I see myself in there.
Kitchen is clear right now too.
One is which was that garage? Oh. Rushing garage door?
No,
right side garage door. No, there's like 4 garages. They have a monting on me. Oh no.
You're fine.
No.
You're fine. You're fine.
They have a Blackbeard as well.
I'm going oil. Just don't peek, guys. You have to say a lot.
On shields. I have the guy on shields.
Yeah, literally don't peek. Literally sit still.
Oh fuck.
I have C4 for when they walk in.
I can C4 that Monty.
I'm C4. I'm C4.
Sophia, left side garage door.
What happened? They should have got
Garage stand. Oh my god!
That's called the menace.
My friends, that is incredible.
That's an incredible.
Look at this.
These guys are so.
They're literally boosting your stats, Ice. This is not fair.
This is
a stat booster.
Give me scholarships, Sheldon. Give me scholarships.
He's not gonna.
The Rainbow Six Siege Collegiate Championship for 2022 has crowned its champion. Let's recap what happened in the playoffs before the wild cards in the Unified Collegiate Championship begins. Here's where the playoffs bracket started. In the first round of 16, Wisconsin, OU, Louisiana, Tulsa, UCSB, Waterloo, UNCC, and The Ohio State all fell. Moving forward to the round of 8, ASU, Kettering, UAH, and GCU lost, leaving NCSU, Akron, Purdue, and Converse to fight it out in the semifinals. NCSU, who dominated the power rankings at number 1 for all 7 weeks of the regular season, faced off and ultimately lost to Akron. Converse took the win over Purdue, making the grand finals a showdown between Converse University and the University of Akron. Going all the way to Game 5 of a best-of-5, Converse University managed to defeat last year's champions to take the crown for the Rainbow Six Siege Collegiate Championship. But the Collegiate Rainbow Six action is not over yet. We head into wildcards to see who will take the last spots in the Rainbow Six Unified Collegiate Championship, to see who is the ultimate champion of Collegiate Rainbow Six.
Careful with stars, not every light is gonna guide you.
Jobu tries to jump in, looking for the fight, but Hennessy will shut him down. Massive pressure for Akron here. They need to win these last 2. BDA working the flank. Hennessy has the bomb. He can go for the objective play. They're going to be able to pinch out the Jaeger, and it's ultimately Hennessy, the clutch master, who will push us on to Villa. But Jobu gets one. The coverage not there for Bucka. IMAT trying to come forward. 1 versus 1. Though the Jackal has the bomb, he really doesn't have the time. Maybe here's one over by E-Box, and he makes it through. IMAT, wow, there for Akron.
Still keeping things in a 4 versus 3, but still, Akron, they have the advantage. They just need to stall out, but oh, look at a beautiful run up by IMAT. No air jab there to deny. Gets shot by Thunder. Kind of a smart play. Now here come the flash grenades, and the Syria gate actually being burned. It allows Thunder to find 2 huge nitro cell kills.
Around the alibi, which would red ping him if he touched it. That's probably the audio cue. It's a pin being pulled. JetCon good for a second.
Tries to run right into it, but he only meets his demise. Rai left, and he does laser 1. Results to the shotgun. This is the moment. Rai starting to sneak up on it. The Lion at a distance. The shotgun not doing as much damage, but it does get it down. Hennessy will choose to stick the plan, and Rai needs to get over here ASAP. He gets it! Rai able to hold off, and he might have had a slow-going thing. Got quite the power of the guns here. The LMG, the rifle, but Jobu isolates the mid-range capability. Not the best in the SMG-11, but Jobu will make do from what he's got right now. 12 seconds to go. The smoke is going to try to stand and fight, and he'll win it out again.
As well by the mute, so plenty of seconds already burned off. Locurio, wow, what a shot through the wall. Connects on the head of JetCon. That's the opening kill once again for Converse, and Mute has still not given up this position.
Locurio just steps out into the hallway. There's no player that can stop this smoke right now. Excuse me, the mute. A nade comes in, it misses. It's like Locurio has got some kind of supernatural protection in Janitor, and he steps out for a 3rd kill. Akron, get a hold of yourselves. You just let the SMG-11 on a roam.
Allowing Predator to go for the plant. No nitrocell the sector yet of the map, but Arv is doing the work of Akron. 2 good kills, converts to the 3rd. It's now all left onto Drew. The diffuser goes down, and Drew needs to make a play. He's inhaling the gas, and the coverage for my man is good enough for Akron to win the round.
Digits with 15 to go. Akron are gonna have to get in. It'll be the Jackal for laundry pressure, and Predator runs right into him. IMAT for a triple kill. 1 versus 2 for Drew. Just needs to outlast for 8 more seconds, but IMAT coming in from laundry. And we will see Akron move on to the grand finals. NCSU, the Wolfpack are eliminated.
Kinger gonna fall as well. It's Rapid left in the 1v2. He's got the other one's number. It's a 1v1. The 4K is on the table for Rapid here to close out quarterfinals. The peak comes out, and it's Rapid. He's gonna find it, and that is 2-0 from the Saints.
All of a sudden, you've got potential situation. Oh, the Wamai though. And so now the Bandit testing his capabilities, testing his swing. 1 versus 2. His opportunities running a little slim. There goes the Bandit. Sentry. It starts to become possible here too, you believe, as he steps forward and they've got this E-ping. They know where it is! Sentry through the wall. What are you doing? Are you kidding me?
Oh, Frankie from Trophy.
Dude, 37 seconds. They got 4.
Nice. Nice.
1v1.
Last statue, last.
You're crazy, baby! You're so amazing! Oh my god! GG, you're crazy!
They're downstairs. John got him.
No.
Came in.
Those are somewhere. I can take him in. I can take him in. Pick it up.
Good.
Yo,
Coming in the bar.
Find that.
Bar. He's right behind the goal shoot. That's remaining.
Planning.
That's it.
Individually after another. They are going to be so screwed. But Kinger takes care of Kaya Drake. The heart breach is down, and so is the Faker!
Kinger, you are a madman! Go on, kill Kinger! You are blowing my mind right now.
They droned us again.
What the fuck?
Dude, it's all go off. It's all go off.
Dead. And now. Dead. We have a main flank?
Yeah, shot.
Audio, wait. Oh my fucking god! I'm crazy! Holy shit!
That's Sledge on the Astro. That's IQ. Yo, right side split.
Left side split dead.
One right side as well. I'm full blind. In my bathroom.
I got your push. Nope, I'm dead.
1 op 4 remaining.
Is that a what?
Last split. Trophy.
Wow. Oh my god, dude, that was disgusting.
Con dead.
And then God, last God.
One will be able to pick up Servant for the time being. Plant going down, but where's the coverage? It's a one-tap by RNO. Still a big hill to climb, but he'll make it a second. He's trudging higher and higher here up the elevation as he finds a third. Hold on a minute. I might have to hold my breath. This might be doable. His position is well known at this point, but he only needs to find 2 more players. Taco on such little HP. The down will be confirmed now. They officially know that this is a 1 versus 2, but they keep feeding him 1v1s. He almost finds all 5. That's what what just happened? I have to retrain my words. Who are you peeking now, NC State? You just made the lifetime blunder here on Coastline.
RNO just clutched a 1 versus 5 against probably the best team at this event, NC State. What a...
We are back finally after that extended hiatus. We're here with our second and final semifinal of the day. Once again, Jay's Will is joined by Chief and Lynx on the desk this evening, and we have already seen one game conclude. We'll pull up the bracket for you so to get reminded of exactly what has transpired up to this point. But Brian, in that first game, we did see Converse take it pretty decisively.
Yeah, they made it look pretty easy. I mean, OSU put up a fight. They certainly tried their best, but it was mistake after mistake that buried Ohio State deeper and deeper and eventually into that loss and semifinal matchup. And you know what? Heartbreaking loss, but Ohio State, they were the underdog in this competition. Everybody's expecting them to go out in the round of 16. They made it all the way to the semifinals, the round of 4. So honestly, that was a huge win already for them.
Yeah, Carter, we were talking a moment ago about that, we've got a semifinal, a Final Four that looks a lot like what we would have known coming into this, but Ohio State was that wrinkle that Purdue just didn't see coming.
Yeah, they were that wrinkle. They were that upset that ended up, as Brian just said, taking them to the round of 4. But now, right, we have a definitive top 3, and a top 3 that many of you are well acquainted with at this point, and that we up here on the broadcast are also well acquainted with at this point. One of these teams, of course, will not make it to the grand finals. It'll be either Akron or NC State, as Converse have already secured their spot. But aside from that upset, this is a top 3 that looks eerily similar to virtually most other top 3s have looked in the past year.
Yes, these final 2 teams, Akron or NC State, one of them will advance to face Converse in the grand final, the best of 5. That's going to happen tomorrow. But let's break it down team by team, and let's dive in to this NC State roster that, Carter, I think we all know quite well at this point.
Oh, of course. NC State, Akron, Converse, you could say that about all this top 3. But NC State, the ones who are always up there, haven't had as much success as Akron or Converse. But you'd be hard-pressed to say they aren't on the same level as those teams. Of course, Taco, Rai, Drew, Anarchy, who I know from T3 before he played Collegiate. Very odd, the spots we end up going, and Pred as the last one to round out this roster that, again, as Jonah said, we all know, we all love, and we all know can contend with the 2 teams we have remaining, Akron or Converse.
Yeah, that they can. I mean, at one point, especially in the fall, NC State was considered, for a period of time, the undisputed best team in Collegiate. That was, of course, before Akron got their feet under them with Fozo. That was before Converse really found their stride. We're looking at a very different ecosystem now. But to tell us more exactly about the inner workings of this NC State roster, let's hear from Taco, the man himself.
My name is Hayden Fancher, and my in-game name is Taco, and I play for NC State University.
Oh, Taco! How does he hit that as he brings down the recoil?
Man, what a brilliant read by NC State.
It's really exciting making it to the semifinals just because, it feels like everything in the year's kind of been leading up to this moment. And for us personally, we have 3 people graduating after this semester, so this is kind of a bit of a last hurrah for us. So we're really just trying to give it our all. Our journey to the UCC, it's honestly pretty cool, just because it made it all the leagues that we were in throughout the year. It kind of gave us like an end goal to work for. In the back of our mind, we kind of always had the UCC kind of looming over us, but like in a good way. It was something for us to strive for. I think the strength of our team is just the fact that we all really like each other. We're pretty good friends inside and outside of the game, so that makes it pretty easy for us to be okay putting time aside to practice, probably more than your average run-of-the-mill collegiate team would do, just because for us, it's not, when you say you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. But for us, we're just, hanging out with our buddies. So when we're getting work done at the same time, it's pretty useful. I think the thing that we're looking forward to most about the semifinals and finals is just, kind of the hype that's been built around it. Really kind of helps, turn up the intensity, and it just makes those games just a little bit more fun. My favorite thing about Collegiate R6 is just how wide the community is in terms of just people who are just starting out who want to learn the competitive side of Rainbow Six like I did, and I knew nothing about the game. But over the last 2.5 years, I've learned so much, and I've gotten to a point now where I'm in, the Final Four for the biggest championship of the year for Collegiate Rainbow Six. So just the kind of community that helps facilitate growth is just something that probably wouldn't have been possible anywhere except for Collegiate Rainbow Six. I want to, wish Ohio State the best of luck, our fellow Built Not Bought program, grassroots, really respect the stuff. For the other 2, Converse and Akron, hopefully your former Pro League players play well. I think that's going to be a big use to you guys if they actually show up for once. I think it's going to be a pretty fun weekend.
For a long time, NC State has been the team that really feels like the most professional collegiate team out there. Not necessarily in their results, right? But in their work ethic, the amount that they grind, the effort, the sweat and the tears they put into every game. But only recently, Brian, has it felt like they've been overshadowed, outworked even by Converse and by Akron.
You know, NC State is always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They are almost completing championships. They get really deep runs, round of 4, round of 8, and then they get slammed by Purdue, slammed by Akron, slammed by Converse. I mean, they have kryptonite, and it's those 3 teams, but the due diligence of Rai, Anarchy, and Taco, I mean, they're a great, solid roster, and if honestly anyone's going to send Akron home today, it's going to be NC State.
Let's be clear, though. I don't think they ever got slammed by any of those teams. They usually put up a pretty good contentious fight. But you're right, they have lost in a lot of these key moments and a lot of these key battles, going to the finals or in the semis or in positions just like this. You know, this is where they often tend to fall. They've got a chance to remedy that, though. But their opponents, Akron, are going to be trying to stand in their way. They would love a Converse Grand Finals rematch. Chief, let's talk about their roster.
You know, Akron probably needs no introduction. They have been the best collegiate roster, maybe ever, of all time. Last academic year, it was nothing but the Akron show. The roster has changed slightly since that academic year. It's now IMAT, Fozo, Jobu, Hennessy, and JetCon, but still, it's a star-studded roster. They've had strong success recently, both in CEA and R6CC, where they're able to, well, almost take those championships, except for R6CC, where they fall to Converse. And that's important because both CEA and R6CC, well, NC State ended up losing to Akron. That's where they were knocked out of their tournament run.
One of these players, as you mentioned, Fozo, coming from Beast Coast, of course, with Pro League experience, much like Avian on Converse, but much more recent Pro League experience. We'll actually jump to a quick interview we had with Fozo, where he talked about Akron, their work ethic, and, well, the amount of success they've had thus far.
Hey, I'm Fozo. I play for Akron Esports.
Fozo will step on up in the exothermic. It's an attempted detonation.
And now Akron take the lead. One more round, and they'll be crowned the victors for a second year now.
How's it feel to be top 4? It feels good. I mean, I kind of expected us to be here just because of the past success they've had. The experience that I have just feels kind of right. My thoughts on the journey to UCC, I don't know. It was very weird because I didn't play for 3 months before everything. So we started out rough, and then I couldn't play in one league, so we had to have our coach play. He doesn't really play the game that much because he's busy, so it was definitely a weird journey, but nonetheless, we got second seed coming into it, so I think we're really good at playing fast and kind of, I guess you could say, the word ratty. Only because I think what I bring to the table with like structure and leadership allows the other 4 people to kind of do whatever they want if they listen to me, so I think we have that kind of advantage. Hopefully we come out victorious. Hopefully we win 2-0, 2-1, whatever it may be. The prize pool, the check is really the nicest thing, $2,000. I think everybody could use a little money in their pocket. So my favorite thing about Collegiate Rainbow Six, how competitive it can be. I mean, there are teams that you'd be like, oh, they're not that good. They're just a club team. They don't have like any like scholarship funding or maybe, but they come out and they're like, oh wow, they weren't that bad. So I think the competitiveness of what Collegiate R6 could be and is right now. NCSUs are a bunch of my friends, so good luck to them on Saturday when we play against you guys. Hopefully it's a good match. Converse, I can't wait to beat them again if we do play them. And then Ohio State, I mean, good luck against Converse. I hope you guys win. Shout out to my teammates. Without them, we wouldn't be here. So, yeah, let's try and get another dub.
The Akron dominance, that's been the story in Collegiate for so long. And finally, there's been at least one team, Converse, who've come around to stop that story. And NC State, in a few moments here and there, they have prevailed over Akron. In CEA this year, they beat Akron once, they lost to Akron the other time. Carter, what do you think tonight's going to look like?
Well, I know personally, just because of the personal connection I have to NC State, I've always rooted for them. I've always been like, they can do it. They can pull it out. And I mean, Brian said, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but they certainly have the workings of a championship team. It's just the little things that get them every time. What better way to end off this academic year with a victory over Akron and sending themselves to the grand finals? But of course, we'll have to wait to see how that actually happens. But I know me. I'm rooting a little bit for NC State, just a little bit, a little bias showing.
You got to do it. I will keep things with you, Carter, just because you said that, just because you're voting for NC State here. Let's talk about the map bans, right? Let's dive into what actual territory we're going to go to tonight.
Yeah, of course, Akron starting off with a theme band and some of the other newer maps getting taken out. Makes sense, especially after NC State's victory over Wisconsin on theme park. So Akron doing a little bit of homework, but then we have a map coming through that I know, Brian, you two were extremely surprised by. You know, with map number 1 of Villa, you know, that's whatever. But we have NC State picking Bank, a map that, to quote Jonah on, they are not very good on historically, was something about the way he said that, I think.
No, Akron has been smoked more than once by Converse on Bank, and this is NC State's attempt to say, you know what, we're asserting our dominance, we need to disrupt the flow of IMAT and company, and honestly, that Bank choice is it, because you're going to go to your decider map of Oregon, probably the best map for both rosters, and if it goes map 3, honestly, bring Doa's coin back, because flip that thing, and honestly, that's going to be your best guess, because each roster is equally as strong on Oregon.
Well, it is a little bit risky if NC State are picking that Bank, more so to try and throw their opponents off guard. I mean, it's a risky strategy, and maybe with a big payoff, if you catch Akron lacking, you could go in with them weakened, especially depending on how map 1 goes. Could be even more weak, or potentially minimize some of the momentum they could get if they win map number 1, but still, it's a very risky strategy to go to a map that NC State don't have the best history on, even though Akron might have gotten rolled by Converse, who are in the grand finals. If map number 1 doesn't go their way, NC State, they're hoping that Akron are losing as opposed to them in control of their own destiny.
I don't know how I feel about this risk. I mean, like you said, Carter, it's a huge risk to make when the stakes are this high. The reason I'm so concerned is because we saw a similar risk taken by NC State just last week against Wisconsin. They made the bold move to go to Border as their pick, as the first map. We all know how that went. It was 8-7 Wisconsin with the dub, followed by 2-7-1 and a 7-0 victory by NC State. Clearly, they're the dominant team, but they went to that risky map, Brian, and things did not pay off.
This is the path to the grand finals. You have to take risks. It's 2 legacy teams, and if you're playing the same map pool that you've played all academic year, both teams are going to be so well structured, VOD reviewed, and with so much information, their strat books are probably a mile thick at this point. So you have to do something. We've now incorporated the 9 competitive map pool, and, you know, doing things that are different, maybe trying to throw things off while we're going to all the newer map or the older maps still, it's still something that might throw off Akron, and that's the most important thing. Take your gamble. Sure, there's a lot of money online, but you have to do it.
And for Brian, you know, I get the risk. It is the grand finals, as you say, but I'm worried for NC State. You can take risks in gameplay. You can make individual plays to try to swing a map, but getting a map pick that seems like it's more so based on your opponent instead of playing to your own strengths, I don't know. I get the upside you're going for, and it's got a big upside, but I'm still worried that maybe they're playing a little bit too much to their opponent's discomfort as opposed to their own strength.
It's the opportunity cost of these risks, and obviously NC State is very comfortable with taking that risk, and, you know, I'm also going for NC State, fingers crossed, but we also know what happens when I vote for a team. I voted for OSU earlier, so yeah. I may have just dug poor NC State a very deep trench.
It's tough because you talk about digging themselves into a hole, right? And that could be the result of Villa if NC State aren't careful, right? Akron are incredibly strong on this map, not only in their performance, but they simply just love this map. I mean, when they lost, then dropped the map to UTD early on in this bracket, map 3 was Villa, and they ended up stomping them right back. Is this a map you think NC State have a realistic chance of winning, Carter? Or is their job here just to get as many rounds as they can to maybe build some momentum and build some confidence?
I mean, if they took a risk on Bank, but they balanced it out by doing a lot of prep on Villa, thinking that Akron would go here as a map that they're strong on, yeah, I think this could be a map that NC State win. As Brian said, we're in the round of 4. There's a lot of VODs, a lot of prep you can do. They might have bet on Villa to maybe win it out there by a close margin and then throw them further off their feet on Bank. But because of how strong it is a map for Akron, we'll have to see if that prep ends up panning out. They prepped hard for Border and they ended up losing it.
Well, Brian, Carter, I think we've speculated quite enough. I will leave you to it. We can dive right on in to our second semifinal of the day. I'll leave you to it, boys.
Yep, of course, As you see, we have Akron versus NC State. One of these teams at the end of the BO3 will go fight Converse in the grand final for the Unified Collegiate Championship. The other will go home, albeit with third place, which is not exactly the worst thing in the world.
Carter, I know we're hyped for the grand finals, but I want to make things even more spicy. Let's start getting spicy here in the semis. And you know what? We have to get LMGs out of here. Somebody needs to ban an LMG, and it was going to be NC State. I wanted Finka gone because Matt Rutsch's Finka, but they banned Thatcher. There's Finka though, done by Akron. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not so much looking into like, oh, who are they target banning the Finka crutches? I'm fine just getting Finka off the board, to be honest with you. I'm totally okay. No LMG, no gone, no Adrenal Surges, no nades. That's fine with me, boys. I don't really care if it's a target ban. She's gone, though. One less LMG to crutch. We have Mira taken off the board in turn. Again, a common ban on Villa, and I imagine Valk will round things out as ban number 4. What do you know? I don't even care that everything else is normal. The Finka ban makes me happy. Gets me going.
Nice to see that. But, my friend, NC State is going to be taking their tack pause as just a moment of silence for one of their team members, Connor CDAPS, who was recently involved in a pretty serious car accident.
Yep, their coach and our colleague CDAPS, Connor D'Apollonio, again, as Brian just mentioned, was in a car accident on the way to his graduation. And as you said, he is stable, thankfully, but it was a fairly serious one. So NCSU are taking a quick tack pause to take a minute so we can, again, just have some solidarity with Connor, who, again, as I said, is stable. He is okay, but still, it's a very tough situation going on there, and a tough situation for all of us and just all the fans as well. So, to Connor, obviously, can't hear, but we're all rooting for you, buddy. We know you'll come back strong and more than ever. I said this, there are still... Connor is a man who loves his strategy. He loves his tactics. With the new meta and the 6 Charlotte Major about to come through, my boy's gonna come back. Like, he's not gonna let some meta changes slip him by. So he'll be back in no time. But for this minute, Connor, we love you. Hope you're okay.
You know what? NC State has kind of defined themselves as a roster around their camaraderie between the players and the coaching staff. So it's lovely to see that, you know, the staff is just as much loved as the entire team themselves. But moving back into the game, NC State starting on the defense. They're going over to something pretty standard, a Planes and Games, an AVG defense to spice things up, to start things off. But what makes it spicy is look who's in play. Lord Tachanka and the Smoke.
Yeah, and you talk about that strategic background that I know CDAPS has brought to NC State. This is certainly one of them, trying to play a more strategic style of Siege, you know, not letting the aggression define the game, not letting the matches they play be just mindless where they have to hope that the gunfights go their way. They very much try to set the pace of the game, not by, you know, getting aggressive across the map, but via their strategy, especially on the defense, forcing the attack to play to their game. But that Smoke and that Tachanka, it's something they can certainly do. All the denial you have on the board with those Shumikas and those smoke canisters, you can certainly do it and waste a lot of time for the attack.
This entire strategy is just denial, whether or not it's physical area denial through the smoke and the Shumika launcher. But look at the also projectile denial that have been brought. You have ADSs, you have Wamai pancakes. Basically, if Akron tries to enter the map and use their utility, well, it's going to be grabbed midair, or if they try to forcefully take map control, their toes are going to be on fire and they're going to be inhaling toxic smoke. IMAT actually gets removed from the play, so NC State, in theory, gets a free opening death. That's going to make Akron's push that much more difficult.
And especially more problematic. Of course, that, as you said, disconnected free opening pick, your entry now gone, but it's a key utility as well you no longer have to make a main stairs clear, which is very much reliant on that utility landing. You see all this utility going up, burning these magnets and these ADSs, but Anarchy is firing the Shumika grenades in turn, landing on the main stairs, forcing the attack to hold off for a little bit longer. Rai sending down 2 toxic canisters as well, stalling out a hell of a lot of time, forcing Akron to back off for the time being. But if NCSU are a little too liberal with it, if they use too many of their Shumikas and their smoke canisters, and especially if Akron are able to read out Drew's position inside of Library, they might get main stairs and will take the lead because of how much utility is being dedicated here.
you still have the backup of the Vulcan canisters that are also placed on main. You talked about the roam. Drew has just been spotted, and they're burying themselves into toilet. A high-risk, high-reward setup, because if they fall away, well, they can't do so. So they're stuck in there, and they're being sprayed through the wall. Akron seems to know, but they've allowed Drew to slip away. A drone follows, and there's a Zofia lifeline stun, but JetCon still has an idea that Drew is in the bathroom, and that's the wrong idea. There we go, finally confirmed, but Bozo falls. Sure, you removed Drew, but there's not a lot of time left in the round.
Oh, so much time wasted just by Drew's presence. Sure, the smoke canisters and the Shimikas are gone, but as you said earlier, those Vulcan canisters still alive can be detonated by the defense, and that's a whole 20 seconds of denial on the floor with only 30 seconds left in the round. Taco has also worked himself into study, caught the attack completely off guard. Anarchy swings outside as well. NCSU take round number 1 and set the pace perfectly in the early round with utility, but via gunplay and stalling out time on the roam in the late round.
Akron hits a brick wall made by NC State. The utility that the defense of NC State brought out, Carter, was just too much for Akron. Akron was in a bad spot to begin with that execute with a disconnect of IMAT and with a plethora of utility in their way. The Shamika launchers, the Vulcan canisters, the smoke grenades, and members of NC State lurking in really weird positions, whether or not it was Drew's roam over by library or Taco's positioning, ratting upstairs in study. I mean, Akron simply ran out of time. They ran out of options, and their only true option was to rush up main stairs and hope that the gun barrels of Akron was able to kind of dig themselves in the hole that they dug already.
Now move over to Trophy Statuary. Some changes on the lineup for NC State. No Tachanka, just the smoke this go around. You don't really have such a ready-made avenue for utility like you have on main stairs. Not the same on Trophy Statuary. Instead, what we'll sometimes see teams do is, well, move a little bit further out. Don't just hold within the site and throw utility out of it. Put some bodies outside. Put some people downstairs to deny any vertical from below to help the player playing on the triple panel survive for a little bit longer. You can see they have the deployable shield set up, watching outside on top red right now. And Taco also pushed very far out. Might rotate back fairly early on, though, because the only one reinforcement over here, well, you don't want to spend too much time and too many resources on what might be a fruitless endeavor.
The light roam still will provide something, probably 1 or 2 of those drones sniped away, and then NC State can fall back. Or you can be gifted a free kill too. That's also a lovely endeavor. And NC State now with the man advantage super early on. I don't know if JetCon was trying to get aggressive around the door frame, whatever it was, they ended up losing their life. We saw how important the Zofia lifeline stun grenades were in the previous round at identifying Drew. That safety net is no longer available, plus the LMG. Unfortunately, though, Taco a little bit overconfident in their abilities. They end up losing their life, but their job has still been done. They wasted time.
Oh, certainly. I mean, put Fozo down below 50 HP as well, taking down one of the other entries for Akron on that Zofia with that LMG. Absolutely done his job. Similar to Jaeger Thorn. You just put down those Razor Blooms early on, the deployable shield as well, and you can play on the roam and try to go 1 for 1. That's exactly what he did. Wasted some time, got a kill. Can't really expect much more or want more from Taco after what he's done. There is the Jackal on the board for IMAT, though, and that makes the players playing down below a little bit more weary for any potential. Inox is coming through, can spot those players playing in kitchen, and they find themselves, well, resulting from a pinch, but fortunately for Akron, they're just sort of giving themselves up to these angles at the moment. Just one moves in front of a deployable shield, and bam, 4v3.
The fatal funnel through the doorway, and remember, there's still utility lurking from below, so the door frame itself is not going to be the only bane of Akron, but I think they're starting to move relatively quickly. They want to start to push forward. The smoke toxic gas grenade is going to deny that, and Hennessy's able to find a kill, so Akron's able to neutralize, but you're still not in the most comfortable position, Carter. You still have to fatal funnel, and NC State's very willing to win these gunfights.
More than willing. Predator just swings out. Fozo now gone. Even if the site players fail, Drew with the C4 down below, pre-placed at the moment. Oh no, I think he actually detonated it and it went wide, excuse me. So Can't rely on that, but he can now rotate back up and help out the site players who, as you said, are just trying to funnel through these doorways. Thankfully for them, the strategy might not be coherent, it might not be the best, but if they can win these heads-up gunfights, they can make the most of a bad situation. Rai peeks out and gets smoked by IMAT, and as the other goes, a flick nails him to the wall. Again, not the best attack from Akron, but they based it all on gunfights, and their bet paid off.
Sorry, Carter, I'm trying to pick my jaw from the floor, up from the floor, because I expected Akron to lose that round.
I did
honestly. It was one of those rounds where, right, JetCon loses their life. We see Akron stuck over in lamp, top red, and I think we're both thinking, oh, there's deployable shields in play. All right, well, Akron's going to start to lose bodies to this position, and they certainly do. They continue to fatal funnel, and I'm like, all right, NC State has just been gifted a free round because of Akron's very linear push, but Akron did something that, well, Akron does well. Win gunfights. If Akron's strategy fails, it's IMAT and the Gunners of Akron that are able to bring around to a victory. Well done, Akron, to win those gunfights, but Carter, that's not a consistent strategy that Akron can rely on.
No, it's not, and that sort of makes me a little confused why NC State hopped site so quickly. I mean, Akron didn't even contest Master Bedroom. They were able to win the fight when somebody peeked out of it, but NC State were given so many areas to control to help the players on the site, and, you know, they gave some gunfights to Akron, some 50-50s that the attack ended up winning, but the overall defense was profoundly solid for NC State throughout, mostly because Akron didn't contest part of it. So hopping down quickly to Kitchen, I mean, their setup here is also solid. They have the horizontal roam, the pulse to help out any vertical or horizontal, whatever they want to do, but I feel like that trophy defense was very workable. A second attempt could have proven successful.
Well, NC State wants to catch Akron off guard. We talked about the strategy of going to bank for map number 2 to keep Akron on their toes. I think their bomb site rotation's also trying to do that. Now, there's one thing that Kitchen has that might be in favor of Akron. They want to go almost site direct, and the best way of doing that is Kitchen vertical, right? You executed a master. Now you have almost absolute map authority. You're able to dictate the rotations of the defenders downstairs in the basement, or downstairs in the proper bomb site. That's why we see Pulse in play, because it allows you to keep tabs on the members of Akron. A well-coordinated Nitrocell with information of where IMAT was playing, but they're on an elevated service, and it was able to survive that Nitrocell. Precious bits of utility, not finding the mark for NC State.
Oh, well, unfortunately, they had the second C4 and IMAT with the elevated surface. Didn't move whatsoever, and now Akron just pushing into the roam has found some success by taking down Taco, but all the utility and bullets are now flying their way. One supporting on Astro Stairs, the other behind the shield, low HP to be sure, 1 HP, 1 bullet away from death. Oh, a grave that Bozo shoves Rai into, and I was about to say Predator could provide some support on Astro Stairs, but with Rai falling barely quickly, moving downstairs and playing the 3v3 with Bozo on 1 HP as well, likely the best bet for NC State.
Here comes the Akron ace up their sleeve. That's going to be the vertical. Fozo survived the gunfight, and they're going to make things even worse for NC State. The vertical finds Anarchy. And now, NC State, what do you do to overcome the disadvantage that you have in the roster count? Well, you continue to use the the cardiac sensor to continue to grab information. That's something NC State can use to always know what Akron is doing. And once again, we find ourselves kind of in the low time scenario where Akron's going to have to start to move. They have the vertical, and the vertical is so strong, it's forced NC State defenders out of the bomb site to try play unpredictable angles.
Ooh, now Drew falls as well. Triple for Fozo so far. 1 HP, not stopping him whatsoever. Maybe some time for Pred to gather his strength, consolidate. He's pushed into library, and Fozo caught completely off guard by the player there, but with 2 bodies remaining and 1 to cover as well, Akron can account for the new position, the newfound position by Pred. He's moved into Memorial and spotted by Jobu, but he survives unscathed for the time being. E1D goes out. Freezes Pred in place at the moment. Flashbang also lands at his feet. He's got to hold off any gunfight now as all the utility pours into Memorial. Pred's got to hold off his retake for a little bit until he can regain his sight. As the flashbangs clear the air, moves on in to China this time. 2 bodies can watch. Pulled into laundry right now. They're not playing aggressive. They know they can swing out and get the diffuser, and Pred will have to turn around to take the gunfights with them. Only 4 seconds left until this round becomes unwinnable. Flashbang, final one goes through. He's got to win all of these fights in 1 second, and even then, not enough time. Hennessy finishes him off, but Akron seemed to win that round long before the bomb even went down.
Carter, why would you ever need to bring a Ying if you can just whip all your flashbangs at one defender?
Fair. I'd do it.
Right? I mean, it's an excellent strategy. If you have utilities still in pocket, why not deploy it to deter access to the diffuser? Honestly, Akron did an excellent job during that round. They were methodical with their execute upstairs. They took their control almost instantaneously. Sure, there was a couple of fights here and there over by the Astro deployable shield, but Bozo cleared that with ease. Sure, IMAT lost his life during that process, but that's just kind of a byproduct of that kitchen execute. And it was so strong, it forced the members of NC State to fall away from the site and try to play off angles. And since Akron still had so much utility, since they didn't go for a big extended clear, they're able to use their EE1Ds and their flashbangs to eventually deny access to NC State's bomb site.
Now moving back to Aviator Games, I mean, you talked about NC State, you know, forced to fall back, Akron able to clear out that roam. This is a site that NC State didn't need to roam on whatsoever. They just had a setup in which you play someone on main stairs, waste a lot of time via utility there, and it usually ends up working out. And yeah, there was a guy on the roam. There was Drew wasting some time, forcing Akron to second-guess themselves, but really beyond that, it was a site play with one dude down below. The downside of that is if NC State, focus so much of their effort, focus so much of their utility on main stairs, but if Akron go for a full clear, I mean, I think the round might go differently. That main stairs take only really works if they buy into it, and Bozo on Nook, on the opposite side of the map, at least someone is not buying into what NC State are selling.
It's not quite a full clear. It's a sneaky play, and I think Bozo's gonna get the free kill. They will, and Drew has no idea what happened. Remember, Drew was the player downstairs in library that wasted almost 2 minutes on their roam. And now they're gone in the first 30 seconds. And what it allows Akron to do is have multiple grenades from below. That's why Rai is playing on the U-bar. And as the artillery barrage of nades continue to hit, somehow Rai is taking maybe like 11 HP? That's actually incredible. I'm surprised. Oh no! I'm surprised they're alive. And oh, poor Fozo.
Bozo thought he was a straight shooter. Sadly, he was not able to thread the needle on that one. These elevated surfaces, man, they keep evading explosives. First, IMAT dodges a C4 by standing on a sink, and Rai evades death for about a minute, but then IMAT nails him through the floor, takes him down off the bar, and those toxic canisters now gone. You only have Anarchy to delay time with those Shumikas. Pred also in a difficult position, and the Tachanka spotted through the floor. They can start pushing up main. Pred's got to go huge. He gets one. Case down below as well. Two go for the Wamai. The AUG rings true, and now all that's left is Jobu stuck on Study Balk. If Taco and Pred just play time and discipline, they should even the score up in no time.
Jobu's going to expend 2 of his flashbangs, only 1 left. We saw how important those flashbangs were in the previous round. Jobu forced to find 3. You could use your extra drone as well as those RCXDs to gain information, but they're going to elect just to continue to push into site. They have control of maps, but what about diffuser control? It's on the other side of the map. It actually could be outside, and Jobu's just hunting, but the members of NC State play Ring Around the Rosie. Taco, the last one, and gets smoked!
Well, that's unlucky, to say the least. Probably not a free round there, but certainly once Pred is able to fend off the main stairs push, all they need to do is play time. That's all they need to do. But then, of course, once Jobu pushes in the site, makes the smart move, doesn't give the defense time to fully reposition and hold down Study, then NC State are forced to start playing around him. One gets caught off on the rotation back into the site, and then Jobu, at that point, he does have to win what is essentially a 50-50. But Taco, sadly, his gun is up, but the shots do not land. And overall, even though it came down to a 1v2, Akron were still able to retain control of that round from the early, with Bozo on the Nook making quick work of Drew, which was the main crux of the problem Akron ran into in attacking Aviator Games last time. And the next, taking out Tachanka and the Smoke, all down from below, even after all their utility was expended. It was overall a great round from Akron, and really, they deserved an even better scoreline than having to clutch a 1v2.
Wow, that was brilliantly done to Akron. And remember, that was the bomb site that Akron lost on. That was Plains and Games. They didn't look particularly strong back in round 1, but it all comes together for Akron in a clutch, to be fair. But again, that's kind of the hallmark of the Akron roster. They're the roster when your strategy fails, when players are forced to go up the main stairs and they simply miss their gunfights, you can rely on anybody to save the day. It was IMAT back in round 2, and now it's Jobu in round number 4. We're going over to Trophy, Carter, and this was the bomb site that, honestly, I know Akron won, but they kind of looked bad at. I mean, they fatal funneled, they were stuck in the door frames, and again, it was IMAT who just simply won their gunfights.
No, yeah, this overall round from Akron was not the best round, but they ended up winning at the end just by, again, betting on those gunfights. And here I like what they're doing. The big problem before, starting out on study, then just funneling in through doorways. This time, they'll start out over by master bedroom. You really have to puzzle yourself and wonder. They're going for a direct take now, and that somehow will probably result in more map control gained by Akron and a better execute overall than going for the full clear and diversifying their entry points. And as you can see right now, they're already putting pressure on Astronomy, already starting to gain control inside Master Bedroom as well with the utility they've expended in the first minute. This is looking like a much better and a much more diverse take from Akron.
But Akron still might find themselves in very similar fatal funnels. You can see the head holes created in triple wall, denying access to the attackers of Akron pushing in through Coat, and Akron's kind of in a bad spot. They're going to have to start to use utility to remove that mute jammer. A couple of nades have landed, but not quite on their mark. They're more focused on dealing with the Astro stairs, and also remember, Drew is still downstairs to the Nitro cell, waiting for the call for a plant or waiting for real-time information to dispatch a member of Akron.
And Drew certainly is the player with the Nitros so far, making good work in round number 3 on Kitchen. See if he can do the same in round number 5, as nobody really paying much attention to him. Some shots ring from Astro stairs, but Pred backs off fairly quick. Smoke goes down in Astronomy the second time around. Rai trying to hold out as long as he can here on multiple sites and always end up failing even after some time expended. But now Pred strikes, finds IMAT with his back turned, and losing out the smoke is a little bit more manageable now that the Yana and the Zofia from Akron both fall. C4 goes out, but Akron have already vacated that area. Guns coming alive may not really let the C4 get some time in the sun, though. 3 bodies. 4 now fall for Akron as Taco peeks on out. Drew put down to the floor, and Pred just around the corner. This could be a 1v2 in the making if Jobu's pre-fire rings true. Got to switch to the pistol as he peeked with a little too low of a mag, unfortunately. NC State answer back on Trophy Statuary and stop their losing streak.
Almost deja vu. Jobu forced to come for a clutch, but unable to secure it here in round 5. We talked about how Trophy coming in from the master side, it could still be a fatal funnel. And well, Akron starts the fatal funnel. They were denied access through the deployable shield in Astro, through the constant peppering taking place in the Astro stairs. Akron simply could not move forward. Their flashbangs, their grenades had very little impact. The members of NC State just kind of fell back and retook their spot. Again, Akron's a team that's dynamic. They're aggressive. They like to push. And NC State was kind of playing this arm's length transaction, forcing Akron to attempt to close that distance. Every single time that they did, a member of Akron would lose their lives.
Now going back to Aviator Games here, NC State are running back the exact same setup they won round number 1 with, but ended up losing round number 4 with. We'll see how this ends up working out, as it seemed that Akron, even though a lot of utility was expended, were able to win the fights they needed and read into NC State's positions enough to take fights with Anarchy and catch Rai off guard through the floor. Of course, main stairs pushes are a little finicky in that you really are betting on that utility and those shots to land, and Akron seemed more than happy to put themselves in that situation, despite how coin flippy this early to mid round can be sometimes when you focus so much on main stairs. And NC State, it might seem unsatisfactory, but as long as they play their game and don't lose Drew early on, they should be able to recreate at least some of round 1.
And Akron needs to trade the kills that Predator gets on the main stairs. They cannot find a double kill uncontested. Akron needs to be a little bit better with that. That's another byproduct of that main push. Akron doesn't have Fozo lurking on the Nook, so the main stairs push is not going to have that sneaky beaky element. You're going to have to well, put those nades underneath with droning and just clearing out every single nook and cranny. Right now, though, NC State, and particularly Drew, who's been down in this sector of the map, has already been recalled elsewhere. In fact, no roamers on the first or second floor. Drew's currently playing in 90.
A smart play by Drew, backing off, not giving himself up to the same spot. And Akron, well, knew that Akron would probably read into it, not playing that same game this go around. Of course, it also means that the key thing that really caused the uncertainty in Akron's mind that accentuated what was overall a solid main stairs clear, albeit nothing stellar, is now gone. So you keep a body up, but you also lose a difference maker for that main stairs hold in round number 1. And all that's really doing the talking is this utility, which you have to hope stalls enough time. Anarchy using a fair bit of his Shumika grenades already. Rai also 2/3 of his smoke canisters now gone. Taco and Study starts backing up with one on the rappel. He almost loses his life. Put to 1 HP, he gets inside the site successfully. A very risky play. Now they have the site players intact. Well, I might have spoken too soon on that one.
Well, that's full control now for Akron. The next step is to deal with Predator, who has a lot of utility defending their location. It was the Shumika launchers of Anarchy, but it's going to be the RCXD of Flores, forcing Predator temporarily up the stairs. And there's a time where there is a lot of my pancakes, only one of them left, but Predator is still lurking there. That's a time-critical aspect of that round, because if you don't remove Predator, well, they're going to continue to exist. Akron is making one shift, though. They're starting to prioritize more and more of Study. This is going to be one of those high-risk, high-reward pushes, and there's now a triple stack on the main stairs. They're trying to trade out. Oh, no, and Jobu blows up Bozo. That's not the push. Akron now backs against the wall, 2v3 with 30 seconds left.
Only 30 seconds left, but Taco on 1 HP and no stall for Rai anymore. No toxic canisters left to rely on the Vulcans and the C4 as Rai goes down, but there's the 90 control finally coming to fruition. Drew playing there the entire round, finally springs up to action, but Hennessy, there goes one. Another 1v2 on AVG and the cards. Oh, just barely, but Drew escapes by the skin of his teeth, or thanks to a deployable shield, NC State even the half.
Wow, that was an incredible round, a close call, but NC State is still able to find victory. Another round where they're just using all of their utility. They're using Shumika launchers, smoke toxic gas grenades, and those Vulcan canisters. I mean, it was Predator who's truly the MVP of that round for me. They just sat on the main stairs. They knew that Akron was forced to go for the flood. Calm as a cool cucumber, they just sat there, waited for the push, and won one of their gunfights. There were 2 more members of Akron flooding up the stairs, so Predator's life was just as forfeit. But they technically get a trade because of the R6D drone blowing up. I think that was Akron just getting carried away. They looked at the wristwatch. They saw how much time was left on the clock, saying, uh-oh, we need to expedite. We need to move faster. And they moved a little bit too quick and ended up getting blown up in the process. Mistakes were made by Akron, but they're now moving over to their defense, so you can kind of forget about those mistakes and reset.
And it is important that NC State keep it as close as possible. Even, obviously, you know, a win would be nice, but keeping it as close as they can to Akron. This is Akron's pick, and we were putting a lot of focus on map number 1 because of our uncertainty about that bank pick, coming from NC State. Not a map they play often, not a map they've played very well in the past, though the same can be said for Akron when they played Converse. But winning and keeping this map close is what we need to see, because going to map number 2, we're worried it could be a 2-0 for Akron because of that pick. So we'll see how these defenses and these attacks pan out. As on AVG, Akron are going with a completely different defense from what NC State did, and NC State are going from a completely different attack from what Akron did.
It was all about that NC State defense, and now it's going to be all about the Akron roam and how aggressive Fozo, JetCon, and IMAC can be, and how much time they can waste through their own individual gunplay. But one of the problems with these Akron roams, sometimes the individual players get a little bit too carried away. They start playing by themselves, and with no trade potential, it's very possible that NC State's able to just kind of flood a member like I'm at right now and just eviscerate them and then refocus on a completely different roamer. I like the utility usage. I like the Flores drone coming out. Unfortunately, though, IMAT is playing that mute, and that drone will not be detonating the deployable shield or the ADSs.
Yeah, Fozo and IMAT on 90 and red right now, respectively. going to be the biggest thorns in NCSU's side because of how much utility is stacked over in that area and the crossfire they have going and the control they hold. It's going to take a lot of effort for NC State to overcome. They put some damage onto Fozo, but a couple members of the attack are already realigning their priorities. Anarchy and Rai both moving over to study and art at the moment. I'm at 2 also for the defensive side of things. Move downstairs as Fozo has retreated into the site. They wasted half the round, said, okay, we'll give them red, we'll give them 90. Let's keep our full strength over towards main stairs and holding down the site behind this utility.
And a split push could work very well for NC State because it's going to allow them to pressure from 2 different sides of the map. But the pressure that they're starting to queue up from the north finds themselves in quite a wrinkle. The ADSs protecting that deployable shield has gathered a lot of precious resources at NC State, and the deployable shield is still existing, and it's very likely that those ADSs will completely reset, nullifying all that hard work done by NC State. And well, you have nades, you have flashbangs to deal with, or you can have Rai start to win their gunfights.
Changing mags. Yeah. Last time we saw Fozo, he's playing in Vault. Seemed like he got a little aggressive, and now Taco just moving inside. He's worked his way on the bomb chassis. There's somebody inside a Vault. He just has to hold this angle right now or slowly peek forward. He sees the Wamai, and Hennessy can't react, but he's pushed in too far, giving himself up to JetCon, but maybe a sacrificial lamb is okay to get this bomb on the floor. They can have Drew covering the smoke going through shore, but Pred gets it down successfully. It's 3v3, but 3v2 with Rai waiting inside a study. Springs into action right as the bomb goes down, but Jobu retakes 90. A big play by him that could swing the favor for Akron. JetCon going huge as well. It's Anarchy left to clutch this out, and he's spotted through the smoke. Great shot by Jobu, and Akron take the lead.
How on earth did Akron win that post plant? NC State put themselves in a perfect position. Taco on the entry, denies Vault access. And honestly, I think NC State just got a little bit carried away after the plant happened. We saw the Nomad hightail it out of there as soon as that plant took place, but that was the kill that started the avalanche. That was IMAT's kill in that round, and things start to get worse and worse for NC State. We see the rotation of Akron through 90. We see the 416 find its impact, and honestly, it all culminates together with one solid last toxic gas grenade, denying NC State comfortable positions and denying NC State the ability to protect the plant.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously, Pred was in a difficult position because he was in a smoke, so went through some split-second thinking, but I think really Taco able to get that pick and vault is huge, but maybe pushing a little bit too far after that, trying to take the fight with the guy on bar. He still might have been able to sneak back around the bomb chassis, or at least work himself into a position to evade the line of sight of those playing behind bar. He had a big pick there to open it up, but maybe pushing it a little bit too far in that situation, but really, for NC State right there, it was excusable mistakes within those positions. They were in the heat of a post plant, moving into the site. They make some errors in positioning that can just sometimes happen if you're in the heat of the moment and flying by instinct in that situation. Still able to keep it close so far, but Akron take the lead in the end. Moving from AVG to Trophy Statuary now. Again, not trying to play this too crazy. They do have some bodies down below, but they're keeping things close to the chest for the most part, with maybe a roamer over in Aviator Games. But beyond that, they're playing Trophy Statuary how you'd expect.
There's some roamers downstairs, Foes and IMAT right now, and we've seen how powerful grenades can be here on Villa, particularly nades from below. It was Akron themselves that brought out that strategy, and I think this full map roam right now from Akron is saying, if you want to push the top floor, that's cool, we'll fight you there. If you want to push that middle floor, we'll fight you there too. But NC State has their own little wrinkle. They have information on where Akron is playing, and I believe that's JetCon, the Malusi, and oh, they get tunnel vision. Drew just walks in haphazardly because they knew that IMAT was in a fixed spot, but they didn't dot their I's, they didn't cross their T's, and they didn't check their corners.
Yeah, again, a mistake right there that cost them a body where they really didn't need to. Tucker also sprang through the wall, but he's exposed to the very player he's trying to find. IMAT could put him down to a little over half health, but more importantly, rotate off successfully. He's tracked by that Inox to be sure, but the opportunity for what could have been a 5v4, now just the hopes of a 4v4, gone. All because NC State just get a little bit ahead of themselves and leave some room for Akron to fill and end up supporting the roamer and getting a kill. They've all moved back to the site or just below it now, and NC State has spent half the round on an endeavor that bared no fruit.
And they're still focused on it, Carter. They're just droning out every square inch of the map, which they have to do because it's Akron. Akron will bury defenders in really random corners and hope that you don't drone them out. But every single time one of those drones from NC State looks at a corner, that is time that is just falling away from the clock, and NC State really doesn't have that luxury. They are doing a solid attack. They're pushing in for the north side of the map, and they're also pushing in for Master. So they're trying to go for this dynamic push. And remember, Akron almost lost their trophy offenses because they just fatal funneled through doorways. NC State is trying to not make that mistake at all, but it's still a hard push to make nonetheless.
Now with Fozo taking down Rai, things get worse for NC State. Lost their only hard breacher in triple panel. You have a hole opened up in the right side that Taco can look on through, but at this point, you might just have to send it. Hennessy is more than ready. Pred gets the trade, but the round still seems Akron's at the moment, as Pred is the only one inside, and Anarchy, albeit holding a solid position, denying anybody from moving in through bedroom, is really only workable when you have players to support. Anarchy is often a host unto himself who can make big plays and be the star player when needs be, as silent as his role might be. He's on Twitch. He's got that F2. They know his position on bricks. The smoke goes through, but he dodges it for the moment. He has a little bit of an opening, but now the C4 comes through, but a beautiful shot shuts him down. It's still Akron's in the end. JetCon and Jobu finish it off and are one step closer to taking their map pick.
These rounds are incredibly close, Carter. I mean, it shouldn't have been that close, though. Akron put themselves in a beautiful spot. 2 opening kills for Fozo. That puts NC State in an awkward position because they're still trying to push for Master, and they're still trying to push in from Lamp. And those should be gunfights that Akron, when they set up their crossfires, should be able to always deny. But NC State kind of Ferrari peeked their way into sight and simply won gunfights. And gunfights almost brought it to a winnable stance. That Nitrocell that was being dispatched over by Concrete, that would have been a round-ending Nitrocell. That player ends up getting shot, and NC State, once again, puts themselves in an almost winnable position. Unfortunately, it didn't go their direction, and NC State find themselves in an uncomfortable spot. Akron 1 round away from match point.
Moving to, not trophy stash, we're moving to kitchen dining. This is an opportunity for NC State to maybe get around on the board. They have an idea, especially once they see Akron's lineup, of what they're going for. With the castle, you can expect some kind of a horizontal hold coming out from Akron. Maybe IMAT playing inside a library. He's usually the one to be playing off-site, so NC State might be able to read into that, but Akron have done a good job so far of working themselves into positions that NC State either haven't droned or they have overlooked on their droning or just assumed to be clear. And maybe with the setup known, NC State can make something happen, but we'll really need to see something a little bit more concrete on this. Some more direct counters to Fozo, maybe able to get some more solid control inside of Master Bedroom and Trophy Statuary, because beyond that, NC State have been stopped at the door in a lot of these rounds.
And Akron's going to deny access to NC State in every single twist and turn of round number 9. Head holes have been established upstairs in the triple wall of Master, and that's just saying, hey, NC State, if you want to push Master, you have the right to do so, but we could challenge you from multiple angles. And as the drones of NC State start to gather information over by Art, this may be a first floor only push, bypassing some of the primary strategies that Akron set up. Oh, or they could just go for the rush.
And there's one inside of Memorial. Taco does win the fight, thankfully. It's a necessary one to win, but there's another around the corner that Rai makes quick work of. Fozo cut down. And IMAT, who was on the roam, now has to play retake and provide some support for his teammates who are now getting pushed from Memorial. A third falls inside of the site. JetCon down. It's just Hennessy and IMAT who is contending with too many angles to even think about right now. 1v5, but mainly a 1v3 if just even one bullet finds the body of Rai and Pred. Still very difficult situation for Hennessy. We'll hold back right now. There's one. Rai already low. Easily finished off with the UMP. Pred as well can fall if just a singular bullet finds its target, but that still leaves 3 bodies from NCSU, all trained inside of the site. Knows one might be in Laundry, knows a couple are probably in Memorial, but that's the problem. Too many to account for. Where do you peek? What gunfight do you take? You'll get another, but those were both the low health, the easy fodder, and when he's got to cut his teeth on stronger metal, he ends up faltering, and NC State closed the gap.
We're hyping up the Akron defense with this things that they did upstairs, creating the head holes, their expansive roam. NC State said, wow, Akron, great setup. I'm going to go the opposite way of your setup and go directly into sight. And I can hear what Taco was saying. Hey, guys, I think Bikes is free right now. Hey, I think Memo is free. Let's drone it, Gone 6, and go directly for the execute. Akron, a roster known for their aggression, known for plays very similar to that, have their own playbook manipulated by NC State and read perfectly. Well done to NC State, and sometimes the best path is the path of least resistance.
Yeah, they're able to stop Akron's momentum for a little bit, see an opening, exploit it. It's good to see, especially at this point in the game where we're hoping to see a little bit more life in NC State's attacks. You know, we had a really solid execute with a couple understandable mistakes, and then really just a round in which they struggled to get any kind of momentum or any kind of start to their engines. Then in Kitchen, see a little bit of success, but now we have to see, not necessarily something more substantial, but at least here, some more discipline in their play. They were able to get to the post plant, able to get the bomb down, and Taco, speaking of, is the one that finds the opening and starts pushing on in. Overall, it was fairly solid from NC State once Akron gave up the ground in red and on 90, or on red and in 90. But then at that point, Akron were able to win some of those fights and take things in the end. Maybe baiting out some more utility, trying to quicken things a little bit, and NC State baiting out more of those toxic canisters would give Pred some more flexibility to reposition. Maybe Taco holding back a little bit more. Those are the kinds of things that could tip that round, which is already going NC State's way.
And this was the round that Akron should not have won, honestly. It was the post plant that they were able to manipulate. And that's something that NC State needs to remember. They put themselves in an excellent position. And I think it's kind of that contrast that we saw between the two teams. No idea what JetCon was doing, but they're going to be the opening death. Oh, they're just trying to rotate back up the stairs or down the stairs. Unfortunate, but that puts NC State in an even better position. I was about to talk about the utility, or more the lack of utility that Akron's bringing. Contrasting what NC State was bringing earlier, right? They were bringing smoke. They were bringing Lord Tachanka. They were bringing the Vulcan canisters. They were trying to waste as much time as possible. Akron wastes time through gunfights. Now you've lost JetCon. How are you going to do that? Well, you're going to have to rely on somebody like Fozo or IMAT.
And Fozo and IMAT were both holding solid positions before, holding 90 and inside of red, but with that advantage, that is the thing NCSU need to start speeding up that pace a little bit. Some utility as well, putting Hennessy down below half health. Drew also with a second nade, not pulling it just yet, still holding back for the time being, but in a good spot to finish off on player inside of the site and get the second kill for NCSU. Of course, they're not going that way right now, though Drew is cooking it at the moment. Maybe it's below vault. No, goes wide. Wherever it was, it misses its target, but they've still put Hennessy low.
One more nade left for NC State, and if it finds its mark on somebody like Hennessy, low HP, that might be the next kill to start to springboard the offense for NC State, but they still need to deal with IMAT lurking on the red stairs. NC State has somebody rotating in from the Zulu section of the map over by main door. Now, IMAT is pinched. He has multiple attackers crashing on his location, and IMAT needs to win gunfight, something they're really good at. What they don't, Bozo's able to rectify it, though, in 90, and hightails it out of there scot-free.
Pred somehow doesn't get that, or more importantly, Fozo somehow gets away with it. What was a very solid clear from NC State on the back of a flaw by Akron. Not having anybody to support IMAT down below allows him to be pinched from two separate angles and ends up falling. The Fozo able to get the kill, even it out, but now NC State, they've regained their lead. They've taken down Hennessy inside of the site. That player now gone. Sure, Fozo has been able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat before, but, well, never mind. He's not able to do it this time. Drew spots him on a long angle, and NC State send it on in. Pred can watch, see him rotate in through Vault, and shut that down effectively. It's actually Drew who finishes that one off. Not Pred, excuse me. I was confused by the ARXs, but don't get it twisted. NC State are still in this game. We're even between them.
NC State made that round just look incredibly easy. They found the opening kill instantaneously, and they converted kill after kill practically uncontested. So JetCon falls, IMAT, and it was Fozo that Akron put all of their hope in. Fozo takes impactful kills at 90, a single one, but He then retreats over to the main stairs where he's unable to find really any type of kill after that. Why? Because NC State put themselves in positions that isolated the bomb site and the surrounding area. So anytime that members of Akron try to maneuver, well, there's a gun barrel of NC State ready to deny that pressure. That is something that NC State can convert on every single map and bomb site in this rotation. And if they continue to do so, NC State's going to put themselves in a very strong position because after all, somebody's going to match point right now.
One of these teams will be within the cusp of victory on map 1. For Akron, it's a little bit more of an exigency. This is their map pick. You hope they're able to win it out, whether it be in OT or regulation, but regulation would certainly be the preferred of the two, and you don't need me to tell you that. Here, NC State, they had some success around the site. You know, they opened up part of the triple panel, but beyond that, they really weren't able to make all that much progress in the trophy statuary, and like I said before, we're shut down pretty much at the entrance to the site. But what do you know? We see NC State bring something similar to what Akron did. Bozo brought the Nook to expedite the process and take down a variable on their own. Now, we see Anarchy go the same way and start on the opposite side of the map, as you would expect.
But Anarchy is starting to self-drone. I'm concerned about the Anarchy push because Akron has, what, 3 roamers in this portion of that map? And even if Anarchy finds 1 kill, the likelihood of them being traded is very high. Window is broken by Anarchy, but they have now relocated. I think that they realize that, hey, there are too many lurkers of Akron over here. I'd be better off pushing a different portion of the map. I was going to suggest Pantry, which Taco's already achieved control of.
Is able to see if anybody rotates back in. More importantly, they pushed Fozo out, who does still have a rotate in, can maybe even take a fight through one of these head holes, so NCSU can't get sloppy now, though you see the drones coming in, will spot the player on Brown, and Fozo retreats up Astro as a response. So NCSU, unlike their previous trophy defense, aren't getting ahead of themselves, at least downstairs. I'm at currently over inside of Aviator Games right now, and Anarchy positioned over there, still trying to make a lurk work. I want to see him commit for the sake of content and then early engagement and what has overall been a quiet round, but I think he might just have to give this one up because IMAT and JetCon certainly aren't.
Where is the push from NC State coming from? They have to take control of kitchen dining, which is going to allow you to remove the K-Claw, which they've done, but Akron's going to fight tooth and nail for it. Both rosters able to successfully trade, so they're going to find themselves more or less in the same spot, and they have yet to remove the K-Claw. There you go. Now it has been removed, and now you can start to open up that triple wall, but once again, NC State does not have a lot of real estate in their control. They're still going to have to take Master, and just because the Selma charges open up Split, that doesn't guarantee a successful attack.
It certainly does not. They have bedroom control, which is good, but only 45 seconds to start fully pressuring Astro, start fully moving in the bricks, and nothing really on the 90 side of things either. I mean, that one is ancillary. It's not the most important, but NCSU don't have a lot of time to get quite a bit. IMAT starts things off on a bad note for NC State, cuts down Rai. Fred finds another one off screen, and IMAT, the demon himself, taken down. And one important thing to note, it's 3v2 on site right now. JetCon down below, and Taco still trying to put pressure on the Astronomy player, but he's concerned about Library right now. They might just need to send it. It's only Hennessy left. Taco gets the memo, pushing him through the rotate. There's the Cade. Just finish him off. He does so successfully, but JetCon creeping up behind him. There's the Yana with the back turn to Astro, but they know he's here now. Fred's got to get the diffuser down, and Taco, more importantly, has to cover, but he's not watching. He's got to look now. It goes down successfully. One to his right, one to his left. JetCon almost finds it. More importantly, lives for the moment, but with his pistol out, it's Pred, the better gunslinger. Match point for NC State, and a regulation win on your opponent's map pick would be a hell of a way to start your trek to the grand finals.
NC State knew that they just had to YOLO into the bomb sign. That was Taco's huge brain saying, you know what? Let IMAT continue to lurk downstairs. Let's go site direct. Let's just push, and they did. Imagine a reality where IMAT's able to rotate faster back up the Astro stairs. You find the coverage, you find the planter, but mistakes were made by Akron. That was an incredible read by NC State to understand what Akron was doing in the final moments of that round and just exploit the setup. what was Akron looking at? Why are their players still like kind of in La La Land, lost over, looking at who knows what? I mean, it was just simply Akron was not prepared for that level of fast play.
Attackers have located a bomb.
NCSU just needed a couple openings. They got one on Trophy, and now they're moving back to Aviator Games, which, as I said, if they just made a couple small adjustments, they had a very winnable formula in round 7, and they translated it, well, in a way, translated the result that seemed to be building in round 7 into round number 10. Albeit, again, they did it a little bit differently. They didn't need to as much, try and work themselves in a position to get the bomb down. They were able to get a lot of those kills early on, take down Fozo, take down IMAT, or not Fozo, Fozo was later on, but take down IMAT, take down JetCon. I don't think we're going to have that lucky opening duel that we had last time, and that did change the calculus quite a bit for NC State in the early round, but still, if they're able to get a lot of what happened after that, take down the red player, push 90 back at the pace they did, should still be a very solid formula.
Yeah, JetCon's nowhere near that door. I think they've learned their lesson of rotating in front of green barricades whenever the attackers are released from their spawn. So, hey, a step the right direction for Akron, but what is NC State doing right now for their attack? Well, it's going to be another push from 2 different sides of the map, trying to compress Akron in their bomb site, kind of like this Akron sandwich. The drones are gathering information. They've spotted IMAT on their roam downstairs. And remember, the last time that we saw this site as well, IMAT buried themselves on the red stairs, and it was the crash of NC State that found a huge impactful kill. IMAT is trying to be as unpredictable as possible and have as much real estate to roam as possible, but the nade lands in his face, and somehow he survives.
Just a little bit undercooked by Drew right there. Obviously, IMAT had a little bit of time to react to the nade as well, so there is to think about that. But, that was so very narrowly an opening pick. But Anarchy says, all right, the nade failed. Bozo's going to peek. He's an aggressive player. I'll just wait, bide my time, and bam! Opening duel goes NC State's way, and more importantly, the main stairs player down. IMAT might be on the roam, might be an X factor, but what normally takes utility and time has taken time, but is won by gunplay, and now there's IMAT gone as well.
IMAT's lurk, figure it out. NC State, a man advantage by a large margin, but Taco makes a solo play into 90 with no information. They lose their life to JetCon. So Akron's able to start to bring things back. JetCon finds their second kill. That's also the diffuser. Isolated now in study. A dangerous position, no man's land, that NC State's going to have to retrieve that diffuser, and they're going to have to fight desperately for it. Plenty of vertical holes also for Akron, denying access to the upstairs portion of the map. NC State has to have a miracle play right now.
Certainly. Hennessy on low HP, though. The only nade is in Anarchy's hands. I don't know if he has the time to go from below. Maybe he does, but now he's low as well. And Hennessy getting aggressive. Knows somebody might just push out. You might have the opportunity to seal overtime right here if he can. Razor Bloom triggered. NC State will have to back off. Hennessy spots him, and down goes Pred. Is the other as well? No, Drew shuts him down, but it's a 2-2. And Anarchy's basically in the grave, 1 foot in at this point. It's all on Drew to go big. Spots one around the reinforcement. Nails him through the wall, but it's Anarchy with it. Just 3 seconds. Can Jobu survive? No, he can't. NCSU win Akron's pick. They go to bank, where we'll have our questions answered for the grand final.
An incredible push. We called a YOLO execute earlier for Taco, but NC State, they just walked into sight and they won their gunfights. Carter, we were talking about how Akron is the roster that is able to overcome deficits based on gunfights. Right now, NC State looks like the better team. They're simply just winning those 1v1 engagements. Well done to NC State. Again, I think they're kind of the underdog going up against Akron. They've had a precedent, especially recently, about losing to Akron. NC State says that's all behind them. That's in the past, because a new NC State today, they are fired up.
It's not done yet, though. This is not the kind of series where we say, oh, they got their opponent's pick. They're going to their map. This should be a clean 2-0 right here. But as we said before, Bank, we are very intrigued to see how this pan out. Have NC State done their prep work? Have they have a Bank that can rival Akron and Converse? Or are they playing to try to weaken their opponent and maybe have left some unsaid and unfixed things in their own backyard? We'll have to find out. We have a break coming up before we dissect map number 1 of Villa, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I like to think I am considered one of the top echelon of collegiate R6 players, but in order to do that, you gotta put the time and effort to be able to be consistent.
Through the pixel angles onto Cheeks as he goes for a third from the same exact angle. Just don't peek the man, he's on a heater.
And all now falls on Hennessy. The plant goes down and he can't find any of his shots. Cheeks from construction through red lays waste to Akron, and now Grand Canyon University have their first lead of the series.
Hello, my name is Francisco Palos. I play for the GCU R6 varsity program and my gamer tag is Cheeks. I started playing back when the game was in beta. I was introduced to the game by my cousin after showing me the trailer for the game. I thought it was pretty interesting. I love the aspect of teamwork and complexity and the overall objective of the game. So I thought I'd give it a try, and ever since then I just fell in love with the game.
I found it, David, the first diamond.
What the fuck, dude?
Okay, so there's this.
I like to think I am considered one of the top echelon of collegiate R6 players, but in order to do that, you gotta put the time and effort to be able to be consistent, because I think that what determines what makes an R6 player good is be able to provide the constant efficiency in every game they play. So being able to do that for my team is something that I strive for. So I would say that's kind of my motivation to become a good collegiate R6 player. I think everybody on my team has a personality that makes them individually special. I get along with my team overall. I get very good feedback and support from everybody on the team.
My favorite memory playing with Cheeks is probably like just going out after games and hanging out with him. Me and him are really close since we're roommates and we hang out all the time. So me and him like going out, hanging out, stuff like that. He's really fun to hang out with a lot of the time, and I think he's a great addition to our team.
Something about Cheeks, he loves Skittles. Cheeks loves Skittles, and he will eat Skittles all day, all night. He's got, you know, I bought him like a family size bag from Target. I'll buy him like share size bag. I'll buy him whatever, and he will just go through it in like 2 or 3 days. Like, it doesn't matter the size of the bag. I mean, we were once in another person's apartment. They had a giant tub of Skittles. He started eating out of those. I mean, he just goes. And, you know, that's one thing that might make him a really good player, is just his love for Skittles. And maybe that's what he loves, and that's what he likes. He's just Skittle Man. And
hi guys, I'm going to be giving you a room tour of where I pretty much sleep and where I play R6. So coming on in, you're first introduced with the lovely Babe Cave. It was a gift from a couple of friends. Here's my setup. I'm running 2 monitors. I have a Lenovo PC with an RTX 2080. I have my chair, and then off to my side I have my little figurines, pictures of me and my friends. One of my favorite singers, Frank Sinatra, and then a little bulldog candle. My boombox. If you know me, I love my boombox. I'll be blasting some Frank Sinatra while eating a nice bowl of cereal. So this is pretty much my room. Kind of big for your typical college apartment room, so I'm pretty happy with it. I am currently majoring in physical therapy. I'm hopefully graduating in the fall of 2022. I like to be able to live comfortably, as well as be able to provide back to my family. They've done so much for me, provided me with this opportunity, so I would like to be able to return the favor back. I believe our Collegiate R6 provides that competitiveness as well as organization that will introduce you to comp play, which ranked and casual rank cannot offer you.
So I think Collegiate R6 is a really good stepping stone to be able to work with others and have communication, which kind of hard to get in normal open games. For the Collegiate R6, what I look forward to is one day be able to see my collegiate comp players just being broadcasted on ESPN, being watched by thousands who aren't just in college or play the game. So hopefully one day be able to be seen on ESPN would be pretty cool. My advice kind of goes towards both future and current players. That being is just put in the effort and be honest to yourself when putting time into it. Just remember, this isn't a life or death situation. This is something that should be fun, something that kind of be like a hobby. So don't stress out if things don't go your way. Just keep in mind though that as long as you're putting effort, then you should be happy with where you're at.
Scratch your butt. Ooh, look at the view. It's so cool.
Now that was a game. I mean, that one came down to the wire. I was shaking. I was clenched up over here just watching it. I can't even imagine what it must have felt like to cast it. But man, that is a great way to start off this series, isn't it, Chief?
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, NC State looked brilliant. That was, I think, the best NC State that we've seen in a long time. Taco was fired up, and Taco was just simply making plays, and there was nothing that the head-clicking roster of Akron could do to shut down Taco and company.
Well, speaking of, let's take a look at a round where Taco in particular had a bit of a play. It's round number 11. We see, NC State building up for a top floor execute. Carter, I'll talk to you about this one here because what really concerned me was, right around that 30-second mark when you had one of these Akron defenders downstairs in living room and library. He kind of snuck around and was pestering NC State from behind. That's when NC State finally made that move.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that can really start catching a team off guard. IMAT gets that kill right there, and we're at a fulcrum point. Lean one way, and NC State get too focused on these roamers, get too worried about their back line, and end up sacrificing and losing sight of the prize, which I was worried that they would do here. You could see Taco worried, do I push? And he just makes the decision. Once Jobu falls, it's a 1v3 on site after Jobu dies. Somebody's got to make the play. Somebody's got to open things up. It's got to be me. IMAT, of course, goes down earlier as well, and that makes the equation a little bit easier. But as Brian said, Taco is able to just say, okay, somebody's got to take the plunge. Somebody's got to open things up and force our own team's hand, and that's what he did in that case. It was obviously aided by players like Pred also getting kills, but Taco right there, he was like, our team's starting to get bogged down. I got to be the one to lead the charge.
Yeah, it was definitely messy in the end, as you saw, but in that moment, Taco making that decision to push up, send it into the site. Brian, these are the kind of things that we see only at the highest level in Collegiate, right? Where a team has the wherewithal to identify that the site may be weakened and then make a push accordingly.
And most teams crumble when they see 20 seconds left. They're being flanked. There are players still in Astra. I mean, most teams just kind of roll over and die. They don't take the initiative to push on forward. Taco read the room. He read the scenario and made a high-risk execute because that was the only play other than stalling. That is a hallmark of a strong team and a strong individual, and that's something that can be translated into future map victories.
Well, strong team, speaking of, we'll actually jump to another replay in just a moment here. Round 12, the round that put NC State over the top on Villa. They were in trouble, right? They were going into that execute phase of the round, and they didn't have the diffuser. They just had to step up and take gunfights. Carter, it was a really messy situation.
And this is a situation where I think if you contrast it to the last clip, you really see the lack of Taco on the board sort of become an issue. We're at the 40-second mark. NCSU are taking some time, barely, by the way, taking some time to drone things out. gain some more intel, but there's not really anyone that you can see being the one to rally the troops and start making the play. Pred and Drew are stuck on Skull right now. Anarchy on 1 HP is stuck all the way on main stairs and forced to push up later on. Hennessy is even able to get the kill here, and Drew just reacts to the 1Y on maps. But we still see the coordination from NC State pull through. Anarchy sprints into study, and this kill right there is what makes the entire round. Sure, it's not like Taco being the one to rally the troops, but it's the other big selling point for NC State. When the chips are down and there needs to be a play made, if they're able to rely on each other, you can rely on players like Anarchy and Pred to make the play, even if it takes them a little bit longer without Taco on the board.
Well, Villa over and done with. Of course, not the outcome we may have expected, making it, of course, as Akron's map pick, map number 1. But you transition now as we look forward. We look towards Bank, which is coming up in just a moment. Is this a map that NC State should be able to win using whatever we just saw them win with on Villa? Or, Chief, is this something that Akron should easily be able to recover from and bounce back?
You know, if NC State's able to kind of copy and paste those 2 rounds that we just saw there and apply it to Bank, I think certainly it's going to be an NC State victory, because it was the team plays. It was the push from different angles. It was the hold angles to make sure that members of Akron don't have that freedom to move. That's the most important thing. IMAT will auto-lock the Oryx pretty much consistently here on Bank. So that means you have to really do your due diligence to prevent IMAT from taking aggressive gunfights. You're going to have to box IMAT in. If NC State continues on what they did on Villa, their team plays, it should be enough to deny Akron the roam that they want to do.
All right, I think we're sorted. We'll dive into map 2. Will we see a 2-0 victory from NC State, or is it the Collegiate Special coming up in just a moment? Carter, it's all you.
Well, it's actually Chief and I. Thank you, Jonah. It's not just me casting right now. Thank you very much. No, I'm just playing. Obviously, here's the thing, right? It's the great thing about Bank being map number 2, because we don't have exactly the most extensive records on this. We can make predictions, like you said, Brian, earlier. The possibility that NC State could replicate the success they had on Villa to here is very possible. But at the same time, we could make predictions like that, or we could just enjoy the chaos that's about to unfold in front of us.
Oh, it's going to be gnarly. It's going to be pure chaos for one particular reason. Both teams have a track record of not doing particularly well on Bank. I think this is going to be one of those scenarios. If I don't know what I'm doing, then you're not going to know what I'm doing, and it's just going to kind of devolve into chaos. And I'm kind of conflicted on that, because Akron is a team that thrives in chaos, but as we saw from our VOD review just moments ago, NC State today and now seem to be the better roster during chaos.
Interesting that NC State will actually ban out the Jackal. I mean, you mentioned that, you know, the potential for NC State denying Akron the roam they want to go for, and a Jackal would have certainly helped with clearing out that roam. You know, if IMAT's going to insta-lock the Oryx every time, having a Jackal on the board with that full clear, he obviously is a little bit of a... He's an operator where if you're not going for a full clear, you might as well just not bring the Jackal at all. So, understandable that they might not want to rely on him, but that might have been a tool that could have aided NC State on the clear. By the same token, could have also aided Akron when they switched to the attack on the bit of a lurker style they might prefer. No matter the case, though, NC State will have to tackle the nut that is basement from Akron right now. See how they decide to end up going for this, is Akron bringing some C4s. They've got that pulse on the board, most importantly, and also they are well aware of what NC State might go after them with, because we have Fozo going to the Warden.
One of my favorite OG strategies back on the original iteration of Bank was when you would kind of lock the Pulse in gold and say, all right, Pulse, you're doing nothing for the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds. You're going to be sitting on your cardiac sensor, and you're going to be basically acting as a camera, telling everybody in the defense exactly what's going on when that plant is going down. But there's another aspect of the bans that we haven't really talked about yet. Maverick is in play, and Cade is in play, and that basically forces Predator and Maverick to be well, married the entire time, because you have to have a Maverick consistently, because the opportunity cost of not running that is leaving Cade in play, and that means that you're not going to be able to really consistently open up the hatches. No Cade as of yet, so Maverick's not going to quite find its impact, but you still need that as just in case Cade was brought.
Also have Taco going to the Nook. Of all the maps we have in the pool, Chalet and Bank, usually the ones we see Nook the most on, enough that sometimes teams even banned them on Chalet, or ban Nook on Chalet or Bank, but not ban here, obviously. Taco will make good use of that. Could see him creep into Garage for some quick control and then sit there, you know, let it marinate, let it simmer for a good portion of the round, and then start pushing in once NC State starts attacking other parts of the map. But right now, whatever Taco's doing, they are focused on blue stairs, where Fozo is sitting behind a shield with some ADSs next to him, 2 specifically, the other place behind server rack down below, to try and stall as much time as they can.
We talked about OG strategies with the Pulse Cardiac Sensor and Gold, but same thing can be said for the blue stairs play. The thing is, NC State needs to start to move a little bit quicker, because the ADSs, the deployable shield that Fozo's heavily relying on, is something that needs to be removed. Right now, though, NC State is actually just more focused on making sure that members of Akron aren't full map roaming, which, surprisingly enough, they're actually more or less all within the basement. Akron has elected to go for a turtle defense, and I don't think NC State was quite prepared to see that change up from traditional Akron play. Fozo gets way too aggressive on the blue stairs, not as patient, maybe expecting NC State was going from a different sector of the map. Nonetheless, Fozo's going to be the loser of the exchange, now below 25 HP.
If that was NC State's plan and trying to lull Fozo into a false sense of security, they don't get a kill, but honestly, very well thought out. They leave Drew up top the whole time to watch to see if the Warden exits. If that was intended, very well thought out and very well read into. But of course, it still doesn't actually net any control. Anarchy, in fact, actually almost dies to a C4 from below, put to 1 HP and boosted a little bit higher because of that adrenal surge. But even with a very well thought out counter to Fozo that doesn't end up working, NCSU don't really have much beyond a couple opened hatches in open area. Taco might make a play and open up Garage for the team, but the Hell Scanner needs to be activated, and he needs to catch Hennessy off guard. They know that the Maestro is playing close on the ramp. He's creeping up. He'll duck behind the ambulance as the Hell Scanner runs out. Maestro's still there, and there we go. Opened up. The round now has something for NCSU, but only 10 seconds left, and only one thing going for them. They've just got to drop and hope these kills go their way. Right now, it's JetCon doing the vast majority of work for Akron and overshadowing NC State in every manner, shape, and form. A very cute Nook play in Garage, to be sure, but beyond that, it was very much empty for NC State in round 1.
Time management for NC State just was not going in their way at all. We saw Drew just holding an angle on a Fozo. Sure, you're able to dispatch a lot of Fozo HP, but it really didn't matter. NC State was extremely passive. They finally find a kill with the Nook stealthily walking in through the Garage, but it's impactless because NC State wasted so much time that Akron was able to know when the push was coming from. And more importantly, since you have so many different information operators in play, you had the Maestro bubbles, you had the cardiac sensor of Pulse, Akron had constant tabs on what NC State was doing. So as soon as that drop happens, nobody from Akron was at all surprised. They were completely prepared for it, and NC State just kind of dropped into the meat grinder.
So, obviously bad start for NC State, but now they get to go and attack bedroom and office, or not really bedroom and office. That's Chalet. Office was what we'll just call it this time. And this is usually a site that the attack has a little bit of a better time on, especially if you're able to get your team in a spot to put that case down. Is very often a successful round for the attack. But as you also said, Akron loved to roam and loved to base their early round off gunfights, and there's really no other working strategy for the defense on Bank unless you want to turtle on basement. That's the only site you can turtle on. So NC State, they might be able to get a nice clean round once they get to the post plant, but they're forced to clear out Akron players until then.
You know, Carter, I sold you a storyline earlier that IMAT plays Oryx. I'm sorry, my friend, I've lied to you.
Is it Fozo?
It's Fozo on it
I'm
now.
gonna be honest. I'm not surprised by this change. I had a feeling if IMAT was not playing Oryx, we might see the Foes-meister pick it up, and I'm not surprised.
I mean, to be fair, they basically play the same role. They're both lurkers, and they're both like primary entries. Like, if anybody is going to be making the role swaps from different aggressive operators, it's going to be those two. But how much impact is the Oryx actually going to provide? Sure, it gives you the flexibility of flying up through the E-box hatches or through the elevator hatches, which is something that NC State might struggle to lock down. But if NC State opens up Canto Wall, for example, that's the two reinforced walls in the long hallway, well, Oryx, sure, he can fly up to a hatch, but he's going to find themselves in still a bad position. You can't really leave the walls opened up.
Well, Fozo can probably have some respite for the time being, as it's players like JetCon and Jobu, even Hennessy to an extent perhaps, feeling the majority of pressure NC State are laying down right now. They've gone on that rappel, they've opened up some nice angles, but again, beyond that, a minute and a half now gone, and like Basement in round 1, nothing has really occurred for NCSU so far. Drew could change that with a well-timed nade that does destroy the shield, but Jobu survives for the time being. Only put to low HP. Still have intel on him. He'll send the nade on up, and there we go. Goes in for the kill, and the smoke now falls.
Excellent utility, excellent information gathering. There's Foes on the Oryx that loses their line, but IMAT's able to rectify that. But still, Akron's not in the most comfortable position because they still have the man disadvantage. And honestly, NC State, you can kind of make the same argument because they've yet to open up any of the exterior walls. There it goes, CEL wall now cracked open, allowing Anarchy to be more flexible in the upside down rappel.
JetCon does have a nice long angle looking out into open area though, so Rai's got to be careful where he steps or what angles he opens himself up to. He runs on in, but there's still one player in closet. If Hennessy can swing out, he can deny the plant very easily. Nobody watching, sees the thermite, and nobody's the wiser. Case dropped in sight. NCSU likely now have to play for the frags, and none of them are going their way. Everyone from Akron fights back. Preds worked himself into a nice spot, taking down IMAT to boot, with one to his hard right. He lands the pre-fire, and what a flick by Pred gets NCSU their first round on the board. What a 1v3 by the ace.
How did NC State win that round? How is there a reality where they throw away their plant because one smoke grenade is used, the other one's still in pocket, doesn't provide the necessary sightline denial, so NC State has to kind of go for broke. We called it the YOLO play earlier on Villa, and the YOLO play comes out once again. NC State, simply put, won a round they had no business winning. Well done to NC State. We called Bank the map of chaos because both rosters aren't particularly comfortable here on this arena, and I think that's demonstrated in that round 2 execute.
Yeah, overall, just a stellar individual effort by Pred to bring back what was, again, overall, a fairly uneventful round for NC State. They get on rappel, very nice. Even open things up with the 3v5. Very nice play by Taco, lurking in main lobby as well. But nothing was really done to try and put the defenders inside of the site in a box. They still could look into open area via long angles. They still had control of janitor closet as well, and that's where Hennessy worked up and denied Rai from putting the bomb down. NCSU, they had some nice kills in the early round, but when it came to actual control to facilitate a plant, it was not really present in that round. Akron will try that again now, or try this site again now, and I think, honestly, that's probably a good bet, because even in the 3v5, they still looked like they could bring it back, and bring it back they almost did.
And small mistakes are what's starting to lopside some of these rounds, which is actually what we saw in OSU versus Converse today, where it was OSU that just buried themselves into an eventual series loss because mistakes started to compound. NC State, here on that round 2 execute, they made mistakes. Akron probably made even more mistakes since they ended up losing that round. So they have to be very mindful of how they play, and probably more importantly, how they play together as a team. Because you need to maybe find the opening kill, maybe on somebody like Anarchy, who's kind of putting themselves in a vulnerable position. If there isn't a drone over in the foyer, over into the lobby section of the map. But Akron right now, I actually think they're just going to be sitting on site waiting for NCSU to eventually make that play.
It took NC State a while to get things going anyway, so not a bad strategy from Akron at the moment. But they have IMAT as a little X factor on top of Blue Stairs right now, who could maybe put some pressure on anybody playing an open area. Jobu, wow, sprayed through the wall. Absolutely brutal play by Anarchy. No nade even necessary this time. He just holds down that trigger, and there is nowhere for Jobu to hide inside of Janitor Closet. Open and go to NCSU.
Wow, Jobu once again, the opening death, and that's your smoke remove. Your ability to waste time and deny a plant no longer a factor for Akron, and they're going to have to subsidize that in some way. It's going to be, well, through utility, but they don't have utility. You don't have a Nitrocell anymore, and your impact grenades, even if you could use them, they're not available to you, and that's a bad position for Akron to be in. Taco's still in the lurk, but he has plenty of utility. He still has a nade and a yellow ping of Fozo's current location. Fozo runs away, and now he's going for the hunting pack, but Taco's fully prepared.
Oof. Fortunate reaction for Fozo, but oh no, I was worried about this IMAT flank, and it gets the most important kill of the round. Not red on Blue Stairs. He runs out and almost dies. But even if he fell, he takes down Rai. The thermite gone. The opening in the avenue NCSU took into the site, now no longer even an option to open up. They have to go for these kills, and Taco's softened enough up by Fozo early on to be finished off by JetCon. Even though NCSU almost lost the round last time, it took Preds 1v3. It's an even worse situation, and the man count is even. I'd bet more money on Pred winning that 1v3 than NC State taking this one. But they repel on in anyway. Drew gets the bomb down, but IMAC starts getting active. Takes down the one player who could cover from a different angle, and JetCon might have almost denied the plant, but he sprays through the wall enough to make this another 1v3 for NCSU to win a miracle on. Anarchy's taken down one. He's pushing up the hallway. JetCon doesn't know his position. He's worked himself in a closet. One passes just to his right, but he gives himself away. They know he's here now. JetCon starts spraying through, but I just realized Hennessy's down. It's a 1v1. JetCon knows it, though. But only 6 more seconds that Anarchy needs to burn, and this round is his. JetCon's got to make the play. He's getting stagnant. He's letting it happen. Is it gonna happen again? NC State win it! The bomb goes down successfully. Anarchy plays it disciplined, and NCSU, the Wolfpack, takes the lead on Bank.
Incredible! Wow, NC State. They had no business winning round 2. They had no business winning round 3. Akron has gifted NC State 2 free rounds. Apparently, it's Christmas in North Carolina right now because NC State, it's just lost for words of what took place there. What discipline to have in that 1vx to just waste time, not aggressive. I mean, that's the T3 amateur experience of Anarchy. He has played consistently for a while, and that was just pure discipline. Honestly, incredible from NC State.
And again, another opening provided by Akron that NC State take full advantage of. Definitely a worrying trend in 2 rounds in a row. And even on offense, I said I'd bet against NC State in that round because all they had was rappelling into the site. That's all they had. If the player in Closet wins his one against Pred, which he does, they should deny the plant. And they almost deny it, just like half a second too late, but it's a 1v3. My boy has to rappel into square. And I'm at loser the fight because he's 1 HP. Overall, I mean, I might look like a fool because I said I bet against NC State, but that was a round 1 by the most razor-thin of margins. But now going back to basement, this was a much better stronghold for Akron, able to set the pace a lot better, and NC State really didn't have much going. But Brian, what the hell is this?
Oh, it looks like we're watching Alabama Huntsville play right now with the Monty. To be fair, we have seen NC State bring out this operator every so often, and this is just going to be that site direct. You know what? Akron, they wasted so much time last time that it's going to be a completely different execute. But Anarchy, my friend, you kind of have to be very mindful of where you place your shield and place your legs because you can't allow Akron to close that distance. They've lost a little bit of HP, and if that Nitrocell, that single Nitrocell of Akron finds Anarchy even fully deployed shield, it's most likely going to kill him.
Well, trying to do a lot of work with these Rotero drones right now, but for the most part, getting shut down. Taco also on low HP, so he himself in danger of being shut down depending on what happens. Important thing to mention that we didn't talk about, Thatcher actually on the board because of that Jackal ban, and you could use these EMPs to destroy or disable all the ADSs defending Bozo. So if you want to throw a nade in, you should certainly do it right now, but instead they're focusing on flashbangs, and well, Drew taking a fight, and he loses a lot of HP in the process. I'm sure the Mozzie plan was great, but right now it's not really doing a whole lot. But right as I say that, Drew ends up winning the fight with Bozo, and everyone gets the hell out of Dodge.
And the denial for Akron is not looking very strong right now. You have a single Nitro Cell and maybe one of the Maestro Evil Eyes trying to tase the planter, but that's just really not enough to put yourself in a winnable position. And look where Anarchy is right now. They are, well, starting to close the distance. There's your Smoke Toxic Gas Grenade. One of them used, but you got a minute to deny, and you only have 20 seconds of time to deny with those toxic gas grenades, so it still leaves Akron in a position. How are they going to deny the plant?
Oh, it is a little bit tricky, is another thing to note. NC State, no nades, but IMAT almost gives them the opening I thought they would need to do a little bit more work to get. There's Taco gone. Beautiful shot by IMAT, but on such low HP and such a forward position, never mind. I'm just going to stop setting this up because IMAT can defy the odds, apparently. Two bodies now fall. Drew and Taco off the board, albeit softened up earlier by a couple other members of the defense. But now with the Monty here, Rai can plant behind the safety of that full shield, but a pre-placed Toxic Canister puts Anarchy down on the floor. That protection you were betting on to facilitate a plant, put on the floor. No hopes of, well, taking advantage of it going forward. Maybe with the little time they have remaining, but the Anarchy's crawled into the site. Hennessy's still in garage, can take down Pred on the long angle. Another clutch for NC State to win, and not enough angles to cover. Akron win basement twice now, but the other sites have been problematic. Will their third site maybe bear something different?
Who knows at this point? Honestly, like, these rounds are just weird. NC State, 65 seconds to play with, and they don't burn the toxic gas grenades. IMAT finds kills. Like, it seems like we need to just, like, stop talking and just let the rounds play out, because common wisdom says the round should go one way, and then it takes a U-turn, does 360s, and then goes in a completely different direction. I mean, it's just strange turn of events. And maybe the most strange so far isn't the fact that NC State won 2 rounds in a row on CEO. It isn't the fact that Akron had a Hail Mary victory in basement. It's the fact that we're going to CEO for a third time.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like these rounds were the best for NCSU. It's not even like they were trending towards victory.
True.
At really any point, except for the final 3 seconds of the entire round. So maybe I can go back to it, but really we're not trying another site. Not even like dipping a toe into open area. When NCSU have to, you know, do a little bit of work to get through the site, aside from maybe, you know, a gimmicky Montaigne, there hasn't been a lot of depth on Banks so far. But Akron will run things back, and maybe something more solid will happen. And to be fair, NCSU haven't exactly played stellar here, but yeah, Brian, I'm a little bit confused as well.
I think what we're just seeing is 2 rosters who don't have Bank in their standard map pool playing a map that they're just not really comfortable with. They haven't really shown a lot of examples on Bank. Akron has probably played it more than NC State, but usually when they do play it, it's against Converse, and Converse ends up winning it relatively easily. So Akron is just trying to experiment with different things, and you know what? If you're not comfortable, or if you don't have a well-versed strategies in Teller's Archives or on an open area, why not try to just repeat CEO? Because if you have a better strategy for CEO, why not try to run it and hope that you win? Because you are right, Carter. It has been pretty close.
Yeah, it's been fairly close, and Akron haven't run out of tricks, to be sure. IMAT was able to take down Rai by just lurking around blue stairs the entire time, and then takes down the Thermite. Bozo doing something similar right now. Vigil down below could do a very similar thing if NCSU aren't thorough enough with their drones. Of course, he has the ERC activated as well, but I imagine NCSU, especially now that one of those drones has been shot, have an idea that the Vigil is here. Taco's even moved in for a solo clear and almost loses his life, but it pays off in the end. Taco's lurk on this part of the map, though, has not been as successful. He's good for one pick, but loses a lot of HP and then ends up dying later.
That's the 5th opening death for Akron so far here on Bank, and their roams have been picked apart. I mean, everything that Akron tries to do, their lurking as just being read into. And now with NC State, and particularly Rai repelling into top square, the exothermic charge is going to detonate, and this is a new pathway into sight. But we've seen some wild plays as soon as that exothermic charge detonates because they've been trying to plant in the same spot every single time. Akron has been able to read it, so that's something Akron has going for them. But unfortunately, IMAT's roam downstairs and open, spot it, and they go DB&O.
Those were the two things that made it so much better for Akron, even before those clutches. That really forced NCSU's hand, and now, the 3rd time on offense, NCSU having the best chance they've had in a long while. Drew's taken down the closet player, and now it's only Hennessy, but a flawless round in the end. Brian and I were skeptical that maybe a 3rd attempt on this site is not the play, and NCSU prove us right in the end.
Wow, that was a decisive attack. A flawless round from NC State, and they looked good. The other 2 CEO victories for NC State, they were clutches. I don't want to say lucky, but it's starting to borderline on, yeah, that probably shouldn't have happened, but that was, again, decisive from NC State. They realized the Fozo roam. Taco puts himself in a good position to deal with that. And that was kind of the foundation for Akron. It was a lurk downstairs. As soon as that happens, you can kind of see Akron start to vibrate. They start to get a little bit jittery because they know they have to go for a trade. And NC State just starts to surround the bomb site. They oblige Akron in those gunfights, but NC State just simply won it. And one thing that I loved about NC State, more than just them clicking heads, was the single Selma charge used in the janitor closet to remove the reinforced wall in which Jobu was playing behind. As soon as that crumbled, NC State sprung into action.
And now they've guaranteed themselves at a minimum a 3-3 half, and whereas Akron might have been able to, you know, catch NCSU off guard, force them to keep rethinking their plan, they gave NC State 3 separate rounds to mull their attack over and fix their flaws and not have to rely on clutches, which the 2 clutches in and of themselves is ridiculous. But now you actually give them a chance to, like, fully change and adapt and see what you're doing. And only now on round 6 you go, all right, yeah, let's bring out a new defense. Let's see how this one works out. I mean, it could be a 3-3 half. NCSU have certainly been slow on Bank, and out of their 3 wins have only had 1 real convincing victory, but on open area, they clearly have a plan. You see Rai bring in the fuse. If they're able to get this vertical control down, a big part of the site, mainly open area via stock, can be cleared by those cluster charges, and it doesn't really appear like Akron are putting a whole lot of effort into holding that top floor right now.
And the fuse cluster charges have an additional benefit. There's a lot of utility that Akron's brought out to gather information. The bulletproof cameras, the Maestro Evil Eyes, and a well-placed cluster charge has the ability to remove all of those information gathering sources, plus the deployable shield that Jobu's playing behind. So if NC State does their homework and does their job, they should put Akron in a very awkward position where they won't be able to have the same level of intelligence that they were bringing out earlier. Now, IMAT is lurking downstairs in the basement, and I wonder if this is a response to the things that we've seen NC State do with the lurk of the Nook.
It might be a response, but even then, I don't think he can help what's coming for Akron right now. They have cutoff drones in open area and in main lobby. They know these 2 defenders are still inside of archives. If that fuse can get in the position and start cluster charging this roof, there's not a lot of places for these defenders to run away from. And even if, maybe not even the fuse charges, maybe if just Anarchy starts opening up these holes as he's doing, they can make good use of these vertical angles. Whatever happens though, still a minute 50 gone. In Akron, it's a lot of hypothetical talk about the damage they could face, the pressure they could feel, but NCSU have yet to start actually putting any of it down. That changes as the clock strikes a minute left. Cluster charge is going through, but Taco with the gun takes down Fozo first off. They've known these defenders have been inside of archives, and finally he strikes. Both fall in one fell swoop with a spray from Taco's ARX, and now Akron are on the back foot in a 3v5.
IMAT still downstairs in the basement. It's critical that they make their way up the marble stairs, and they're just holding a passive angle. He wants to find the kill, but nobody from NC State is yet ready to do so. And honestly, NC State, they can go for a direct side execute. Yellow pings to guide the nade. It misses its target, but NC State moments away for executing.
Taco sees Jobu. He's honed in on his target. He wants that 4-2. He's revived by the Adrenal Surge. Well timed as Hennessy downs him. So still a 5v2 as Drew makes the drop. Covering Rai next to him, he still falls to IMAT. The lurk works out in the end, and Hennessy with a beautiful angle. This could still be a 3-3 half with some beautiful positioning. Pred's the only one to cover. IMAT could drop. Knows the hatch could happen, but the bomb, no, it doesn't go down. Hennessy wins it. A clutch of their own, a 2v5 for a 3-3 half. A beautiful play by Akron.
Hennessy knew where that planter was. They had the yellow ping, and they were just waiting for the clock to strike 0 and guarantee the diffuser could not be retrieved. That is Akron discipline right there. A round where there's another clutch, this time not in favor of NC State. They put themselves in a practically guaranteed winnable position. Carter, you and I were talking about IMAT still downstairs on the roam. The likelihood of him finding impact in that round was simply low. There's just no business he has of finding a single kill, let alone the planter. A huge oversight by NC State. And Carter, we have to ask the question, where were the flank drones? Well, they were probably set up, but it's a 5v2 going into site. Nobody's going to be on a flank drone because of the chaos taking place in the execute.
Overall, it also doesn't just come down to the mistakes. It also just comes down to the excellent gunplay by Hennessy and probably IMAT, even if they were on drones, just maybe getting lucky a little bit in that timing, enabling that play. So 3-3 half now. Moving on as NCSU switches, they are going for a full roam. I have to say, I've been actually a little surprised by Akron so far, as the roams we've seen have been fairly close to the site, you know, on office of all areas. Just pushing a little bit far down into archives, but that's it. Everything else has been pretty close to the chest and almost even an anchor setup on basement, and it's NCSU being the ones to push far out, so far out that Rai is the only one on site in the first 30 seconds.
How funny would it be if we saw an NC State style of play like we saw back on Villa, where Akron just hits site directly because they realize, hey, wait a minute, everybody's more or less off site. Let's go for a 1v5. Let's go for the post plan and try to play there. I don't think NC State was fully prepared for that because Fozo just gets eviscerated. Now, IMAT's trying to get the trade, but I think also NC State is quite prepared for IMAT to be in this position, and that's not the start that Akron wanted on their attack.
And also importantly, since, oh, wait, hold on. There's a Finko right on the top of those marble stairs. Ooh, C4 shot out of the air. Excellent shot. But because Fozo ended up falling, Anarchy is fully in the clear to rotate down main stairs and instead move into open area. Now, his rotate back isn't fully secure. They could shut down Marble and have clear control and distinct control over Square and Blue Stairs, but they can be just a headache by their sheer presence. Overall, so far, Akron's drone work has not been stellar. We've reached a point now where after Fozo's fallen, do they know Pred is inside of Archives? It appears they do, and he'll fall back in turn.
A wise decision for NC State to start to fall back in stages, waste as much time as possible, remove those drones, and then work your way back home to the eventual defense of your assign. Still a few roamers in play. Anarchy lurking upstairs by the red hatch, and they have Taco as well as Drew to continue the fights upstairs. NC State has put such a large investment upstairs that Akron's going to have to start to deal with it now, or IMAT could drop into sight.
All right, you got to have a little more awareness than that, guys. I mean, come on, it's the hatch. It's right there, but he gets a kill off of it, so can't say much to disregard that. How the hell is this a winnable round? What is happening with Hennessy upstairs? Anarchy goes in and mitigates the damage done. I'm befuddled at the situation we are confronted with. C4 goes up as well, but a little too short to finish off the remaining two Akron players. But IMAT causing enough chaos and taking down the smoke as well. NCSU, all they have to do is play the crossfire they have. But Pred's so focused on Elevator, he lets Jobu slip by. Hennessy might fall, but it doesn't matter. Escapes his sight in the short term, but in the long run, Predator is good for 2 and gets NCSU their first defense.
All right, another one of these rounds where we're kind of left with a bunch of question marks.
Yeah, I don't
What
know,
on
man. I
earth
don't know.
happened?
Like, my boy dropped down a hatch. It was like, I guess, you know, I guess I get the kill anyway.
There is no way that was intentional. I'm not just accidentally like, oh no, I'm downstairs in the basement and Cyan, and they still get a kill. Right, I had no idea that happened. But I mean, it was the roam from NC State upstairs in open area that Akron never dealt with. Sure, they tried to deal with it with less than 60 seconds, but it didn't translate into really anything. It allowed NC State to still have lurkers throughout the basement, whether or not it was somebody over in servers, somebody over in the lift. I mean, it was just a mistake after mistake after mistake for Akron. They wasted too much time. Fozo gets opening picked, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news. That's the 7th opening pick against Akron. Yes, every single opening death has been against Akron so far in Bank.
They've been able to trade it out a couple times, but yes, to be sure that NCSU are having a little bit more success in the early round than Akron has been. Well, yeah, I'd say that. Maybe not the early round. They're just able to get the first kill. Sometimes they still have to get 3 in a row with only 1 guy remaining to get some of these rounds on the board. The defense, their first one specifically, has been successful as close as it was. They'll now go to open area, avoiding office like the plague after they worked some black magic to win a couple rounds on the top floor, are worried that it might be tainted. They'll go to open area instead, and no real roam this go around. I'm very surprised at how little off-site control, well, upstairs control, I should say, is present. We have Anarchy upstairs and Taco as well, but they're in prime spots to fall off at the first sign of trouble.
I think that's just a byproduct of the strategy is being brought out for the Nitro cells. Taco is just going to exist a little bit too long in the marble stairs. Their life has been lost, and that's the kill that Akron needed. Finally, Akron has an opening kill on Bank. Excellent job, and more importantly, that is the player with the most kills for NC State. That's Taco, that's the team captain, and that's your primary shot caller. Unfortunately, though, Iman, after the success, pushes with no information, a follow-up push with no information as well. Anarchy eventually gets shut down by Fozo, but that was Akron simply just walking upstairs into CEO with 0 Joan intel.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit ahead of themselves right now. Thankfully for them, both C4s wasted by the defense, so no real damage done to the players upstairs. They can get this vertical without too much contest unless one of the members of NCSU starts getting aggressive down below, which doesn't appear that they are trying to do just yet. Maybe when they start knocking on the site door or the ceiling, to be specific, we'll see that change. But for right now, NCSU can only bide their time and wait for Akron to make the push.
Hatch gets opened up by Hennessy, but Hennessy is going to lose some damage through the wall, but they still have 99 HP, so they'll be good to go for the execute. But Akron, they need to be mindful of potential Nitro cells from below. Akron doesn't know that NC State has already expended all of that utility, which is going to allow Drew to be more focused on being gunned up and gathering information with the cardiac sensor. But once again, Carter, Akron, with low time, is forced to go to an execute where they don't know where NC State is playing.
No, they don't. Only 3 drones left as well. They might be on the flank right now with no real attackers, or no real defenders, I should say, off-site. They're going in with only 1 active drone for Jobu to use, so definitely trying to just win these heads-up gunfights with little intel. First one doesn't work. Drew cuts down Hennessy. Second one, Drew's good for 2. Predator, 1 more as well. 5-3 now for NC State. Clearly, they've had something cooked up on Bank, or their play to catch Akron off guard is working on their defenses.
Akron does not look strong on attack so far, even with the opening kill against Taco. That was not converted into really any map control because Anarchy found an almost instantaneous double kill, removing IMAT, an additional player of Akron. That stalled the Akron push. It stalled them so much that they were just kind of lost in La La Land for pretty much the entire duration of the round. Akron was forced to go for a site execute in low time with plenty of defending gadgets, gathering information. It was bulletproof cameras. It was a Malusi whoop whoop. NC State sure is a 3v3, but they put themselves in such a strong winnable position, and Akron, not knowing where NC State was playing, they just kind of walked into a slaughter.
Of course, we're on the site, Brian.
not again.
We're on offense. A site that has had terrible omens for the defense. Even when the round seems to be going well, will NCSU fall prey to it, or do they still control the spell that has been cast on this site? Just tuning in, of course, NCSU. In the three, they won all 3 times Akron played this, and 2 of those were 1vXs won by Pred and Anarchy, respectively. Here, NCSU aren't differing things up too much, focusing more so on the site hold with a couple defenders in, say, elevator or off-site on the same floor, but not too far gone. One big problem Akron has been getting a little bit sloppy with their drone work. It's going to happen anywhere. Anarchy might get a freebie in main lobby.
Anarchy snaking around, trying to find a peek. Like, there's somebody repelled trying to deal with counterwall. That's not the case yet, and Anarchy has to be very mindful of where they position themselves, because they put themselves in a bad spot, they'll get droned out, and they'll get gunned down, because look at Akron starting to push in through ATMs. 2 players of Akron ready to take this gunfight, and they're actually going to think better of that. They're going to try to dispatch a nade and lands at Anarchy's feet. IMAC goes DBNO, and Taco's able to find that trade. Well done to NC State to make sure that the roster counts still stay relatively close to each other, and that's the push that Akron wanted. One of their best players now removed, but honestly, it's probably a really solid trade because Anarchy doesn't have post-plant denial anymore.
Definitely a solid trade, and now the ability to put pressure on Cantawall, open that up, and force Drew to rotate back. It's certainly a trade paying its weight in gold right now when it comes to this map control and the utility taken off the board. They still have to worry about Rai behind that shield, but he backs off too, knows it's probably going to be destroyed. Wow! Hell of a shot on Defozo. Takes the spray, not a clean 1-tap, but still they are fending off this push as best as they can. But as Hennessy goes through the breach, he finds 2. Rai and Taco both fall to the AK-12, and now Predator and Drew have only long angles to play off of, and EE1D rings out through the hallway of Bank. Predator can remain stationary while he holds this position, but Akron are knocking on the door, waiting to push.
Drew's on a very off angle, something that Akron's very likely to not drone or even face check it. So the pre-made holes for NC State is going to put themselves in a good position. What's going to come down to is the discipline of Drew. But if their teammate falls, that means Drew's going to have to make a superhuman play. That's the diffuser. That's Hennessy. A good position for NC State to be in. And now Akron is going to have to scramble for the diffuser.
No EE1Ds either. Ooh, Jobu even getting a little scared. Damages JetCon. They're operating and flying blind. Drew can hold for the moment. They have intel. He rotates over, loses some health, but maybe his positioning is better. He can watch the long hallway, but they know he's there. JetCon turns the corner, spots his back, and lands the headshot. Akron stopped the bleeding for the moment, but it's still a very close game with mistakes and gaps being left by Akron.
NC State most certainly has done their homework. They most certainly have prepped for Bank, and the way that you can tell that is Akron, when they played against rosters like Converse or like Purdue, every single time there's a CEO execute, Akron would not go for the standard square push. They would go for the ATMs, Canto wall, and lobby push. Exactly what we saw Akron do. And what NC State did was they brought out deployable shields. They brought out head holes to deny Akron's push up banana, but I don't think NC State quite factored in Hennessy going nuclear, finding multiple kills during that round on support. Nonetheless, Akron simply won their gunfights, and that's what catapulted them eventually into that CEO victory. We talked about this on Villa. That is something that Akron cannot consistently rely on their gun skill. They have to rely on their strategy first and foremost, and then gun skill later.
I was about to take some time and talk about the Ying pick, but Fozo hops back to the 0 very quick. I was going to say that if Akron were able to read into NCSU's defense, in which for even 30 seconds into the round, Rai was alone on the site, maybe use those Candelas to move in quick and get the bomb down and force NCSU to react and rotate back. But instead, he switched to the 0, and it looks like they might just be taking this fairly standard. So no rush, unfortunately, and as you can see, Rai still very much alone on the site. So we'll just see Akron go about this in the standard way that they did before.
I wonder, where are the drones from Akron? Like, Akron is the roster, the collegiate team to rush a bomb site when they realize that it's a 1v5 on site. This is traditional Akron. And I wonder if they're not doing that style of play because they're not as comfortable here on Bank. We keep talking about that. Akron, every single time that they play Bank, pretty consistently end up losing it to some of the best teams in Collegiate. This is a map that they're not comfortable on. And again, if Akron's a team that likes to rush, why aren't they rushing?
Well, team might not be rushing, but you know, IMAT sometimes likes to push in headlong into danger. Certainly what he could do right now, but he'll hold back on main for the time being, as Akron have acquired half control of the map, push the defense back, holding any rotations through, and they're content with that little bit of control for the time being. Anarchy might be able to get aggressive later on, but we know for certain that Akron, they are wary of the defenders, and they will leave them be for the time being. Opened up the hatch inside of Vault, but beyond that, not much for Akron's defense. I'm worried a little bit that we'll see some shadows of Villa come through of them funneling themselves into danger with no avenue for escape.
Akron's going to try to drop that red hatch, and I think that's just a byproduct of the double castle barricades preventing members from NC State to rotate and take those gunfights. But as you mentioned, Carter, it's a fatal funnel. If you drop through that hatch, there's smoke toxic gas grenades ready to greet you. I mean, there could be an entire army of NC State members ready and predicting that push. You need something more dynamic. You need to have multiple lines to push forward, and that's now gifted to Akron. The elevator hatch is not reinforcing, so thermic charge can be placed there for free, and now another avenue for Akron to push, but still not as comfortable as you expect. Drew, what are you doing, my friend? You know that IMAT was going to push down the stairs. They get off the angle at the wrong time, but Anarchy's able to rectify it with the trade.
Anarchy is able to take the little bit of control in main lobby that was there for him for the taking. Predator also down below. IMAT holding a firm grip on marble stairs, but he dies to the site players as well. Akron betting a lot of chips on just rushing down to the site, getting the little bit of control they had and making it greater, and Predators proving why that was a mistake. Match point for NC State as they hold out on Bank, weather the storm, and one round away from facing Converse in the finals.
Once again, Akron here on Bank, they go for the fatal funnel and they just push predictable angles. NC State was ready for that play. Now, to be fair, NC State made a few mistakes going into the final moments of that round. It was members of the team pushing in through open area, feeding themselves to the LMG of IMAT, but even that was not enough to carry Akron to a victory downstairs in the basement. They were ultimately too predictable. The gun barrels of NC State deny that push. Carter, it's over to open area, and this could be where NC State rectifies every single mistake they made this academic year, because they're one round away from the grand finals.
One singular round. Always the bridesmaid, but their wedding day just might be coming. And their groom will be Converse in the finals. They can just get one Bank defense. They've won open before. Second round that they won. We mentioned before multiple times how Akron have just funneled themselves in, sometimes onto the site with not enough control, or into a roam clear with not enough intel. The latter was very much the fatal flaw for Akron when they first attacked open area. They can likely expect Anarchy and Taco on the roam again. Taco was dealt with quick. It was Anarchy that proved to be the biggest issue. If Akron want any chance of facing Converse tomorrow, they have to slow down and not get ahead of themselves on this clear.
I was going to start with taking vertical. You have to do your homework on that vertical. You have to prevent members from NC State continuously lurking over by Teller's archives. Those nitro cells, if they find impact, it can be a complete round changers. We talked about nitro cells back on Border, how they were impactful into the scope of the series, and now it's an opportunity for NC State to basically copy and paste that style of play. However, though, Akron is doing slightly of a different push. They're trying to push in through open area first, establish control into CEO through long angles, but they still have to be very careful because a lot of that floor is still wooden.
Anarchy's worked himself in a dangerous spot. An LMG stationed on open area. A sentry gun waiting for him to rotate in front of that open wall. IMAT going in as well. There it goes. Anarchy falls. The second one to get the 2K, to give NCSU an even man count, no longer here this time. And Taco Well, I was going to say falls back on Marble. He pushes back up, and that might be a mistake. The concussion gives his position away. The second just confirms that intel in Akron's mind, but a C4 goes up, and it finds JetCon. That's the player pressuring Taco down. He'll still have to fall back as IMAT is moving forward.
JetCon is an important member of the Akron attack, but fortunately, they already used all their utilities, so it's not going to be that big of a loss, and with Foza's kill on the Predator, it becomes even more impactful. The Nitrocell, in response to the Sledgehammer, it misses by a country mile, and now NC State, the man disadvantage, they're going to have to start to make a few plays. Toxic gas grenades already being used a little bit early. This was the bomb site where Akron stalled out on their attack, and Taco's going to make sure they continue the stall with their flank up banana.
This is that dangerous spot. That fulcrum we mentioned on Villa, where the attack, they have to decide, do we want to clear this guy out on the roam or go in for the kill? Taco is in a very easy position. IMAT commits, and IMAT finds his frag. The 2v3 now for NCSU. A clutch on top of clutches in this game would be necessary to win it 7-4, and a more impactful one to be sure. Akron goes down Marble. They know the site is relatively clear, and Rai is gone with the utility. They know they might be pushing from this double door, but he'll weave his way into Archives. Drew in a difficult spot down below the hatch. It all goes Akron's way. 1 round away from overtime, and 1 round away from keeping their life up on a little bit longer.
Was that a wall bang by IMAT for that final kill? Was he just spraying with the LMG?
Might as well have been.
I mean,
basically.
It was not a brilliant showing there from NC State, because Akron did such a good job on their attack upstairs. They took the control, they converted into kill after kill, and even with Nitrocells removing players like JetCon, Bozo was able to rectify that through vertical. And Akron, with the man advantage, is able to walk down stairwells. Sure, you even want to throw in the Taco flank. That doesn't matter because IMAT found the kill. It always comes back to IMAT, right? There's a reason why IMAT 14-8. IMAT is one of the most impactful players on the Akron roster. And the last time that we saw this bomb site, it wasn't IMAT being the most impactful player, it was Hennessy. Another reason why Akron is in such a strong position. Last time we saw the site, it was a loss for NC State. And I promise you, they're trying to change that up because NC State wants to conclude this map in regular play.
Oh, they certainly do. That would be the safest. A nice 2-0 to end it off and go on to Sunday on a high note. What NC State are gunning for right now, to be sure. See some changes. Pred going to the Warden, holding the vending hallway, looking into square behind a deployable shield. We almost saw a winning position for NCSU early on. The Anarchy went 1 for 1 instead of finishing off the kill onto IMAT. Only downed him and forced Taco to come out from his hiding place to finish it off. If Anarchy just aims a little higher or 1 bullet more hits its target, it's probably a 4v5, maybe even a 3v5. But they know Akron is going for the same clear right now. Maybe they'll be able to go for the same play and be a little bit more on target.
I love the use of the EMP grenades of Thatcher to remove the mute jammer on the Kanto wall. I mean, Thatcher's an operator that just doesn't get a lot of play. When they're banned, well, of course, you're not going to see them. But even when they're left unbanned, they don't always find the most impact. Anarchy certainly will with their suppressed MP5. That's Hennessy. That was a player that had the big play. But last time that we saw this site, no longer available to the Akron attacking team. Only 1 of the 3 Selma charges used. And that means your hard breach capacity has been fully reduced. You're unable to breach any more of those reinforced walls. And it's going to be Akron forced to push in through the holes pre-made by NC State or the already established door frames.
Part of the wall is opened up into square, so if they were to rotate, one of the walls is already opened up, but unlikely that Akron will opt for that. I mean, maybe they will. They have plenty of time to rotate, but it's just such a difficult situation. If you want to just push up main stairs, very difficult to deal with if you're down a man, and even rotating, same story can be said. Somebody's got to go huge for Akron. If it's not Hennessy, it's got to be IMAT. If the precedent of this game has shown anything, Binka, LMG in hand, no nades, only gun to make work. He'll push up Marble. This could be the opening. This could be what they need. He takes down Drew, but 2 kills fly their way as well. Still 3v3, 3v2 in fact. As Jobu pushes up main, they'll stake their claim there. Predators vaulted out. Not sure what he's doing, but they know where he is. They know know Rai is alone on site. They might go in for the kill. IMAT is waiting for Pred to push back up. This is a gunfight. He needs to win if he wants NC State to win this in regulation, or else he's leaving it all up to Rai. JetCon's head spotted, diffuser dropped. EE1D goes out, and now it's Jobu alone on site. A 1v1 on site and a 1v1 off. The way these two go could change the fate of Collegiate. Predator takes down IMAT, and now it's Jobu left. No intel, no EE1Ds, no, just one, but no time to react. He sees the head, but Rai can't land it. He'll push further in. Shots going behind him as well. 20 seconds left to take 2 1v1s. He'll dedicate himself to square, and Pred takes him down. 2-0 against the Titan that is Akron. Will give NCSU a date with Converse to prove who is the best in Collegiate.
Akron was the favorite to win this series outright. NC State came to play Carter. They were the better team on Villa. They were the better team on Bank, and they put together one of the best banks that we've seen in a while. I mean, sure, there was mistakes. Sure, there are some crazy plays. Sure, we should probably not have seen CEO 3 times for Akron, but it doesn't matter because NC State was able to win, and an important victory for them too, my friend. I mean, it all culminates. I'm so happy that NC State's able to make it. Akron is, again, they were the favorite. They were the best team last year in the collegiate ecosystem. That changes today.
And this is why I'm excited. I mean, I said it at the end. This is sort of changing the fate a lot of us expected for how Collegiate would go. No diss to NC State, but if we saw a Converse Akron final tomorrow, none of us would be surprised just because of how dominant those two teams have been, not just in the last academic year, but in the last 2 years as well. Now, NC State have changed that. They have to go up against Converse. It will be a fight, but they have secured second at the very least. We're going to throw to a quick break before we come back with an interview with the victors of NC State.
I'm the team captain in IGL of Arizona State University.
User is now down. That means you have to go and take but it seems like it's all going to end. ASU headed. Your best player.
Baka on the Clash, just a pest to deal with. When you're trying to push in through that wall and there's just a dude with a shield there just like, hey, what's up? What are you going to do about me? It's so frustrating to deal with for GCU.
I started playing Rainbow Six back in my junior year of high school, so around 2017, 2018, and I've been playing on PC ever since. I played a lot of games in high school. I played Overwatch, CS, Rocket League. I think one thing that stood out to me with Rainbow Six was the team atmosphere of it, and also the variability in each of the different rounds, with having a different lineup of the different attackers and defenders, and the different variability in the maps.
One's reading door in.
Spot, pillar.
Dead.
Is that pillar guy?
Yeah. Wow, those guys got fried.
I'm currently double majoring in information systems and data analytics. After college, I look to just work in Phoenix area in either coding or analytics. Teammates are awesome. I've been knowing most of them for the past 2 years or so. Started teaming with them when it was COVID, which was unfortunate because we weren't able to hang out a lot or meet in person. But since we were finally back in person last semester on campus, able to do a lot of stuff together, media days, grab lunches every day, compete, play at LANs. Probably the most experience that I've had so far was we played at GCU last weekend and we were able to play a LAN, so it was a fun time competing with the boys. And also last semester too was probably a good moment when we had beaten Akron in the playoffs, second round. So those are the top two highlights from the team so far.
Brian is the reason why I chose to go to ASU. He saw that I got accepted here and I got accepted to a few other schools. And he just kept on pestering me. He's like, hey, come on, let's come make a dynasty. You know, let's make something great out of ASU.
You know, Brian has always been, you know, a key component of the team, of the group. Has always been able to keep the energy high.
Let's go! Why are you dating yourself? Dating yourself! Stop dating yourself!
You know, keep us laughing in game. And he's been, you know, a big component of our success this semester and last semester.
As a commuter student, it's a little bit different than on campus. Usually wake up, get something for breakfast, drive about 30-35 minutes to campus, have about 3-4 classes each day, Monday through Thursday, get some lunch with the buddies in between, and then drive back home, and then get ready for game day.
Nice. Okay, that's one. That's two.
That's I'm retaking elbow. I'm retaking elbow.
One's in T1.
I have elbow. I have elbow control. Don't worry about elbow. Brian, you have a nade. Or nitro.
4! Going elbow.
Ace. Oh, 4K. I'm bad.
I know. It's fine.
Goal for Rainbow Six and collegiate community is to spread more awareness and get more teams out there. I know since I started playing collegiate, it has grown tremendously over the past year or two with new teams joining, new colleges. So that just drives competition, drives the numbers up. More viewers are coming and seeing the spotlight of collegiate players. I feel like for Rainbow Six and the collegiate community, it's going to keep growing each year. So far in the past 1 to 2 years, the community has grown immensely with new teams, new players, excelling in the league as well. So it's nice to see a new team coming in. I'm looking forward to compete against all of them.
For a little bit. One more thing. On the cast, how do you say your tag? Baka. Baka? Yeah,
it's like Chewbacca.
Yeah, I got it.
Before.
Before?
You can say Porka, Becca, Baka.
That weird dude wearing number 11.
Yeah. I watched back the interview like a little like
coming into this.
Feeling good. We've had a strong season so far. Unfortunately dropped a map this weekend, but you know I feel like I can lead the boys to a good match against GCU today.
Don't matter.
You guys want to make sense? Out here trolling. Out the windows, no call outs, no nothing.
No, there is a round where I like this over now.
Yeah, but I brought the energy the entire time.
Dude, all I know, base power up, base power up.
That worked too.
All right, it is finally time. It took us a minute to get here, but we are finally here with the winners. It is Taco in the background. We've got NC State as a whole. We've got the boys here with us to tell us about their victory. Taco, how you feeling after that one?
Pretty ecstatic, honestly. Pretty ecstatic.
That's just it, ecstatic. There's just nothing else that comes to mind.
I'm usually a guy of many words, but right now it's tough for to me to think about a lot right now.
Yeah. Well, you guys clearly put together a victory. I don't know what the power up was today. That motivation had to have been insane, but you took down Akron and you played some of the best siege we have seen from you in quite some time. Going to Villa, Akron's haven of a map. How did it feel taking that one out of their arms?
Honestly, it was important for us not to get down after a 3-3 defense because we knew that we were going to be able to bring it back on attack. You talk about how good of a map that is for them, and what that means is they play it a lot, and that means they play it a lot on stream. So we were pretty familiar with how they're going to try to play their defenses. They're going to put Jet in the tough spots where he has to take the most gunfights to him. They're going to put Matt in the basement so he can go shoot people in the back and get big stats. And then once we dealt with the other three, then we knew that our attacks were going to be okay. And so that kind of is what kept us in it. And then we ended up winning, I think, 4 straight to end it.
That was insane. But going to bank, and this is something that I was concerned about. I'm not going to lie. You guys have not been a bank team historically. You guys did a little border shenanigans against Wisconsin, and obviously that didn't work out. So transitioning into bank, what kind of prep did you put on this map that gave you the confidence to pull it out when the stakes were this high?
Jonah, to be honest, I think it was just dumb luck. We have been, in our scrims recently, a lot of, usually how it scrims, like you get to pick a map and the other team picks a map. And a lot of the teams that we've been playing for like the last 2 weeks have been picking bank just over and over again to the fact where like we're sick of it. But that also meant that we got pretty good at it. We got pretty comfortable at it. And we knew that it was a map that, relies heavily on you being comfortable. And so since we played so much, we figured that it would be a good one to take them to. And luckily we were proven right.
Yeah, no kidding. You took Akron down in 2, and I don't think even I expected that kind of result, and I was pulling for you guys. I'm just kidding, unbiased caster. But going into tomorrow's game, grand final against Converse, that has got to be where your eyes are set now. How do you feel about that one? This is a team you've played before, not too often, but you have faced off before in final situations, and you've come out on the losing side.
To be honest, I think that we're just excited to be here at this point. I don't think we're too concerned about who we play. I think that we ourselves have proven to ourselves that no matter who you put in front of us, T1, T2, I think that we're going to be able to hang with anybody that is on the server with us. And I think Converse is no different. In fact, I expect it might be, kind of like today, to where it's like we're going to have to play really hard and be really close maps. But if we play like we did today, where everyone was just kind of firing on all cylinders, I think it's going to be a good one.
Awesome. Well, you guys have guaranteed yourself at least $5,000, but a $10,000 grand prize on the horizon. To end this interview, it's going to end on a bit of a somber note, Taco, but I do want to give you and anyone the chance to talk a little bit about Connor, just to give an overview to people who aren't familiar. We mentioned it earlier. Connor Stapolonio, a dear friend, NC State brethren, and a close friend of everyone here on screen and behind the scenes as well. Was in a very, very bad car accident the other day. His legs are, severely broken, and he's going to be going through, months, years of recovery as a result. And, all we can do is sit back and pray for him, keep him in our thoughts, and wish him well, send kind words his way. And I know the way of his family and his friends. Taco, is there anything you wanted to say about Connor, about anything, but before we let you go?
I will say this. Before the first map started, we took a pause, we took a timeout just to kind of have a moment of silence, and we just kind of sat in the VC and we talked to one another. And what I said to my boys is, I said that if these last 2 days have taught us anything, what is about to happen in this video game on this server means absolutely nothing. What we were excited, but the reason I was excited is because I was going to get to spend time with some of my best friends in the world, and it's just help us realize that we really need to appreciate one another a lot more and just really enjoy the time we had together. I mean, for three of us, this is going to be tomorrow, going to be our last Collegiate Rainbow Six game. I was, part of me was going in today expecting this to be my last Collegiate Rainbow Six game. So I was just enjoying the time I had, with my buddies, and it really stings not having Connor here for it. But just to be able to do good by him, it feels really good.
Amazing. Well, sending as many thoughts we can your way, his way, and sending that support. As always, guys, it's been a pleasure. Congratulations on your victory, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, so long. Well, I am going to now welcome back my wonderful co-casters. We're going to break down this game. We're going to say some final words, and then we are going to get out of here and focus on tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow we've got our grand final matchup now confirmed. Converse versus North Carolina State University. And, well, from what we've seen today, from what we've seen from both of these teams, it should be a pretty exciting matchup to watch. It was Converse against Ohio State to start the day. I know it feels like that may have been yesterday, but it was just a few hours ago. Then we had NC State to take down Akron in 2 maps. Not something that I think anyone could have expected, but we're just waiting to get my wonderful casters back in the booth with me. We've got Carter, we've got Brian once again joining me here. Boys, that was a crazy semifinal to end the night. I mean, I'll go to each of you for closing thoughts. I mean, Carter, I'll come to you first.
I mean, you can come to me with clothing as well. I'm pretty dripped out right now, as you can tell. I got the flannel, of course, but yeah, overall, this has been a very exciting day. I mean, obviously, we were hoping a lot from that Ohio State University game and hoping that maybe they could pull off an upset. But this NCSU game, the NCSU Akron game, it was everything we could have hoped for and more. I mean, map number 2 really coming down to the individual skill from the likes of Anarchy, from the likes of Pred, and of course, Taco always providing some great leadership and aggression through and throughout. But man, what a day to end on. And if the grand final is even half of what today has been with that final match, we're in for a treat.
Brian?
Honestly, I'm so impressed with the collegiate ecosystem that showed up in the semifinals today and throughout the Unified Collegiate Championship. I mean, OSU was the underdog entirely. It was a miracle that they even made it so deep into the semifinals. And I mean, they fell to a juggernaut after all. I mean, that's what Converse is. And you know what? It's so refreshing, too, that Converse is finally going to have the ability to play NC State. NC State has looked good all year long, but they've been the roster that's fallen in the round of 8, the round of 4, the semifinals. And now they're going to have their storyline told again tomorrow in the grand finals.
All right, we've got our bracket picture, a final look at how the day ended up. You can see it here on your screen. NC State over Akron, Converse over Ohio State, a 16-team single elimination bracket that just comes down to 2 teams left. $15,000 to divvy up between them. Akron and Ohio State walking home with $2,500 each, but both Converse and NC State looking to claim the title. Finally, and the first time we can say this, the best undisputed team in collegiate, the first year we're having this unified collegiate championship, the first year where we will be able to crown a victor. But that is going to do it for us tonight. We've got our game, of course, our grand final tomorrow before things close out. And before we end the show, one final note, on a more personal note, again, back to what we've talked about Connor and CDAPS and of course, the horrific accident he was in. If you find it within yourself to send, either CDAPS or one of his friends a kind word, I would ask that you do that. Taco at D1 Taco on Twitter has been relaying a lot of information to, Connor's close friends and everyone who wants to know more. And everyone's been going through an incredibly tough time. So if you just have a few minutes, you want to send Taco a quick message, just saying word of support, just lending him an ear and just saying, I support Connor. I'm here. I'm just sending all my thoughts his way. I know that Taco will appreciate it. I know I would appreciate it. I know Connor's family would appreciate it. And it would really mean a lot to the entire community and all of his colleagues. But to end the night finally, tomorrow we will have the energy, the hype. We'll have this incredible grand final. All that I ask is for tonight, you keep Connor in your thoughts. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It has been a pleasure to have you. Carter, Brian, it's been fun. We'll see you all tomorrow. So long.